her Highland devil.
Written by Barbara Bard and published by Starfall Publications. Book from Highlanders Fighting for Love series. Save more with our ebook and audiobook bundles on our website, starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. October 1718, Hawkshire, England. "Ronnie!" Gabby screamed inaudibly from where she slightly crouched. She was on her way to her parents' bedchamber to talk about something they were hiding from her. When she reached the doors, she saw that one of them was slightly ajar. Now, as she listened in on them from behind the door, she realised that there was more than one secret. The other one affected her directly. "What about her?" her father asked. "We need to finalise everything regarding her marriage. We need to tell her as soon as possible," her mother stated. "I still hope we are doing the right thing," her father said. "The right thing? Henry, there is nothing right about any of this. If there is going to be a war, securing our oldest daughter's future is a necessity. Once she marries Ronnie, we can be certain that our bloodline will continue." Gabby blinked anxiously. She wasn't so sure what she had just heard. "Ronnie? Her Ronnie? How do you think she will take it?" her father asked. "I do not know, but I am certain that Ronnie will explain better to her. Besides, you and I didn't find it easy when we were brought together. We were strangers, remember?" "Yes. But if she gets to be with Ronnie, she can at least have some part of the fairy tale she had always craved. She gets to be with someone she grew up with. That is a good thing, and I hope she sees that." Gabby was breathing faster now. Ronnie knew of this. She was going to be betrothed to him and nobody told her, not even her trusted father. "What shall we do if the king asks for an inquisition?" Lady Diana asked. Gabby could hear the panic and worry in her mother's voice when she asked. This was what she was hoping to discuss with her parents. She waited to listen more. She wanted to hear everything. Her parents had always done their best to prevent her from having anything to do with the court or politics. She never could understand why. "We shall allow His Highness to see to the matter," her father said warily. "He will realise that there is nothing to find. It baffles me why he does not concentrate on Peter. That idiot is so good at leaving no trail behind, framing me for his own misdeeds. John is a fool," her mother spat. "You have been loyal to him since the beginning. When no one believed in him, you did. You were one of his first supporters, and yet he would choose to turn against a loyal subject and a good friend, rather than investigate his new advisors." "Lower your voice, Diane," her father hushed. "Our enemies are dangerous and the walls have ears. If our private conversation should reach the king, we will be found guilty of treason." Her mother sighed. "If there is ever going to be a war on England, we will most likely be the first target. What if the king refuses to send reinforcements? Do we settle for a deal with the Scots?" The word Scot sent a chill down Gabby's spine. Her parents were having a discussion about the barbarians she had just heard about. "I doubt that will happen," said her father. "The king knows that if war comes, we shall be the first target being at the entrance of England, and if the entrance is conquered, the whole of England will then be in serious trouble." "The king is a fool," her mother said again. "We need to do something fast, for we are not certain how this could end." "What do you mean?" "I mean, our Gabby." When Gabby heard her name, her heart began to beat faster. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That night, when she got to her room, she couldn't stop thinking about everything she had heard. It was like her life didn't even belong to her anymore. Could this be the reason why Ronnie had not visited the castle for a while? "Is everything okay, my lady?" Sophie asked. They were in the room together. Sophie was just 17 years old, but she had been Gabby's maid and sole confidant for as long as she could remember. She had always supported Gabby, and she always spoke her mind freely around her. Gabby's parents were completely unaware of the extent of their friendship. "No, Sophie, everything is not okay." Sophie walked closer to her on the bed. "Would you like to talk about it?" she asked. "I think I am to marry Ronnie," Gabby blurted. "Oh," was all Sophie could say. Then Gabby remembered that Sophie had once mentioned it. "Hold on, did you know of this?" she asked Sophie. "No, my lady. But it was just really obvious that if your parents would settle for someone that they think you would appreciate, who else would they pick if not your closest friend and cousin?" Gabby sighed. This was a nightmare. How am I supposed to react in front of him? How do I even talk to him? "Do you think he knows about this?" Sophie asked. "Yes, I am certain of it. It would explain why he has not been in the castle for the past few days. He knew. Well, perhaps he finds it difficult to comprehend as well." "Oh, I doubt that, Sophie. He must have known this for days. I had to overhear from my parents, who clearly are not yet sure whether they are going to tell me or not." "Well, it must be difficult for them too, knowing how stubborn you can be," Sophie said. "They are not the ones being forced to get married," Gabby blurted, although she very well knew that at a point in time, one or both of her parents must have felt the way she now felt. They were both victims of an arranged marriage, so she was even more annoyed that they put her in the same situation. Deep down, she knew there was something worse that she needed to think about: the possibility of a war with the Highlanders. This was, after all, the reason why her parents were bent on her marriage to Ronnie. However, she couldn't think of anything worse than having to confront her best friend, who was soon to become her husband. She took a deep breath as her mind drifted through her predicament. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby opened her eyes as the brightness of the daylight hit her eyes. Her eyes felt like they needed to rest, but her mind was unsettled. She knew why Ronnie had not been coming to the castle, but she desperately wanted to see him, or at least talk to him. Besides that, she had been avoiding her mother for days. She just couldn't bring herself to talk to her. "My lady, Her Grace would like to speak to you," Sophie said to her minutes after she had taken her bath. "Tell her I have taken a walk," she said without looking at her. "I think you need to talk to her and tell her your mind. There is definitely a reason why she has not told you." Her father had not been home. He had been absent for days due to a royal meeting with the prince. Gabby finally turned around to face Sophie. "I understand, Sophie, but that would mean that all this is real." "But it is real." "Yes, I know, but it would become more real." "Wedding? To Ronnie? It frightens me, Sophie. The whole story with the Highlanders frightens me as well. But I believe the sooner you address this with your mother, the better it will be, and then you can move on." Gabby said nothing as Sophie left. She realised that Sophie was right. She was always right, and she always knew what to say. She marched to her mother's room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lady Diane was shocked to find out that Gabby knew about the wedding and the Highlanders. She also felt relieved because she didn't know how to break the news. "So, what else do you think I should know?" Gabby asked, arms akimbo. "The Highlanders are likely to strike again. There was a war that raged on for years while you were much younger between England and Scotland. We are the only ones that stand between them and England. If the king refuses to assist us, then we have to do whatever we can on our own. We do not know what will happen. I swear to you, no harm will come to you. This is why we want to conclude all that has to do with your marriage with Ronnie. Both of you shall be wedded before the end of the week." Gabby gasped. She thought she knew everything, but clearly this was one thing she never expected. "This week?" she asked. Yes, unbelievable. So I won't even have time to become accustomed to having Ronnie as my betrothed. Now I have to become an impromptu wife before the end of the week. Her mother sighed. Please try to understand. He can protect you. I do not care about that, Mother. I should not have to find out for myself. You should have told me sooner. I know, darling. I sincerely apologise for that. Gabby inhaled sharply. Things were happening so fast, and she couldn't comprehend how she was supposed to take all this in at once. I still do not understand how I'm supposed to look at him from now on. This is really silly, Mother. It is not fair. Her mother sighed for the 1,000th time that day and pulled her closer to her. I'm sorry, darling. Everything is for your own good. We do not know in whose favour the coming war would end. When is Father coming back? Gabby asked. Tomorrow. We are desperately hoping that the King will comply and send us the help we need. This has been going on for weeks, and yet we receive nothing. What happens if Father comes back without any help? Then we prepare for war, and may God help us. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. But they really have fine men. Fine men who drink blood with their bare hands, another woman said. They are savages. What do you expect? Replied another. Have you seen any of the Scottish women? Asked another. Well, I was told they are really beautiful, but they dress indecently, the Countess replied. Gabby frowned as she listened to her mother and her friends. She was no longer surprised that her mother knew so much about this, but never cared to tell her. I really do hope that we would not have to go to war with those mad people anytime soon. They are ruthless, one of the women said. Well, I hope so too, the Countess replied. My husband is working day and night to protect us. Long live Prince John. Long live Prince John, the rest of the women chorused. Gabby knew she had to find out more since her mother thought her too young to comprehend the situation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby was quiet and alone in the garden for the rest of that day. She wished her father was around. It would have been a lot easier if she could talk to him instead of her mother. Hello there. When Gabby heard that familiar masculine voice, she coloured instantly. It was time. Standing up, she turned to face Ronnie. Hello, Ronnie, she said to him, hoping that the colour would have left her cheeks. How have you been? He asked, but she only nodded. Gabby couldn't reply. She was looking at him as if she was seeing him for the first time. How did he grow up taller than she was within the last couple of days? Well, he had always been taller. She just never noticed it more than she did now. His brown hair was curly, forming a fringe around his round face. He wasn't all that cute, like she had always imagined her husband would be, but he could have been worse. Her eyes narrowed down to his shoulders. They didn't look anywhere close to the shoulders of a seasoned warrior. Instead, they were the shoulders that have always held her close any time she cried or complained about anything. Well, I thought I should come see you, he said in a frantic tone. How are you faring with everything that is going on? Gabby looked at him sharply. He already knew that she knew. You spoke to Mother? She asked, and he nodded. When did you find out? She asked. The last time I was here. Your father told me what is to happen, he replied. So, what do you think? She asked, studying his face. I think we will make a good couple. We have always been great friends, and I know almost everything about you. What better way to become a good husband? Gabby managed a smile. He was right about that. He was the closest man to her, and he knew everything there was to know about her. Still, the feminine intuition in her heart told her that Ronnie was not the one for her, or was that denial because he wasn't a hero from a fairy tale? He was a good man, handsome in his own way, but she couldn't help feeling that something was wrong. She felt his strong hand on her arm as he pulled her closer to face him. As she turned, she was suddenly aware of how close they were standing. It wasn't the first time, but now it felt strange. His face was inches away from hers, and his blue eyes promptly reminded her of her father's. He also had the same pale skin and long nose common to the MacKenzie bloodline. His fingers went through her brown hair. "Your hair is indeed beautiful," he whispered into her ear. Gabby found herself blushing uncomfortably, unable to meet his eyes. It was really odd hearing such things from a man whom she had long considered as her brother and her best friend. Stranger still, to think of him as her husband. "Can we not do this yet?" she managed to say. "Do what?" Getting overzealous. "We are not even properly betrothed yet." "Do not be such a tease," he said, pulling her by the waist. She gasped. "This is most inappropriate," she squirmed. "I should think so," he said, bringing his lips down to hers. Instead, she turned her left cheek to him. She wasn't ready for that. She could feel his disappointment as his lips brushed against her cheek. "We are in plain view of the battlements. Father will not be happy if he is notified of our indiscretions. Even if we are to be wedded, you are required to be patient with me. This is still a bit strange. Don't you think so?" He frowned, his ears reddened from the rejection. "This is not the first time you would court your father's disapproval. This is entirely something else, isn't it? Do I not appeal to you? Do you not love me?" Gabby inhaled. Of course she loved him. She had loved him all her life, but she only loved him as a brother. Loving him as something more would take time. Her stomach cringed at the mere thought of Ronnie being her husband. "I still await your response," he said grimly. "Of course I do love you," she said, averting her gaze. "Just that, I am yet to acclimate to the idea of us being betrothed. And when you touch me like this, it makes me—" She wanted to say awkward, but stopped. "Your hesitation is only natural. I understand if you need time to get accustomed to it. I very much know that with time you will yearn for my touch." Gabby breathed a sigh of relief as she heard this. He seemed to have accepted her explanation. A part of her hoped that he was right, and that with time she would get to love him, but the other part of her detested the idea of having to love him. This was now her reality, and she would need to deal with it. With the way everything seemed, she may never find the man she so desired. Maybe her mother was right. The man she wanted only existed in children's fairy tales. "What are you thinking about?" Ronnie asked. "How come you are this excited about all this?" she found herself asking. "Well, perhaps because I have loved you all my life." Gabby gulped. This was unbelievable. "You may not believe me, but that is the truth. I have never been this close to anyone as I am close to you. You are brilliant, beautiful, and very innocent. I admire everything about you, Gabby. There is no other woman for me. When Father brought up the idea, I almost burst out in joy. It took a lot to suppress my excitement. I couldn't think of a better choice." Gabby managed a smile as Ronnie took both her hands into his. "My lady, my lord, I apologise for the intrusion, but Her Grace would like to speak with you, my lady," Sophie said as she moved closer to them. Gabby felt great relief and immediately pulled both hands away from his grip, almost stumbling as she started to hurry away. "I have to go," she barely said goodbye. "All right, I shall be on my way too. See you tomorrow." Both Sophie and Gabby watched as Ronnie left. "Oh, thank goodness! I wanted to die, Sophie. I thought the whole charade would never end. Oh, good Lord, this is unbearable," Gabby said, going to her knees. "I was close by and I overheard everything that was going on. I felt you needed some help and that was why I stepped in," Sophie explained. "You are truly an angel, Sophie. Only heaven knows what I would do without you." Eventually, Gabby thought, with a twinge of sadness, she would learn to adapt to her reality. She had told her mother that she was a woman and women make sacrifices. That would show maturity. She would have to throw all her dreams and expectations away to make her parents happy, and maybe she would also find her happiness in that. Chapter 2. Lachlan Riddell stood on the second floor of the Audiobook castle, looking at his home. The building was almost in complete ruin. Efforts had started decades ago to repair the castle. Still, the construction was not complete. Now his clan was drowning in debt. Lachlan wanted to rebuild his home and not waste his time and energy on waging war in foreign countries. He felt too old for such. Besides, he had sons that could take care of wars. While they did the fighting, he concentrated on learning new methods of trade. Meanwhile, he had been told by his elders not to trust the foreigners that surrounded their borders. He was no fool to trust his enemies, especially the English. Some years back, Jamie, the Highland prince, had given the Highlanders a purpose to join forces against the English people. Lachlan had been forced to join the battle, and the spoils of that war had lasted them for years. One thing was certain: if there was no way to meet up with his debt, then there had to be another battle. "Why so deep in thought, my lord?" Lachlan turned around to see his special advisor, Rory Alistair. "What else, Rory? I am worried as to how we will survive this coming winter," he replied. Rory inhaled deeply and walked to the balcony. He looked down. "Are you thinking of sending your nephew to war, my lord?" Rory asked. "Nay, I dinna think of such. If there will be any fighting with the Sassenach men, my sons will nae be involved," Lachlan replied. "Your sons or son?" Rory asked. Lachlan gave no reply. He knew what Rory was insinuating. He only had one son, Callum. The other was his nephew. Callum had lost his betrothed in a previous war against the English. It had affected him rather badly, and Lachlan had promised never to send him to fight the English again. He was afraid of what his son might do. Sending one of them to war without involving the other could breed a greater rivalry between them, Lachlan said. Rory inhaled a sharp breath. "That has always been a problem, my lord. What do ye plan today about this unhealthy rivalry between them?" Lachlan shook his head. "I have no idea," he replied. Rory had always been his special advisor, and he always presented an appropriate solution for everything. No one was better suited to be his special advisor than Rory. "Still, my lord, ye cannae avoid it forever. Ye should day something about Master Callum. I am certain that ye are aware of the name that everyone calls him now." "The devil?" Lachlan asked. "Indeed, my lord. They call him the devil because of the way he kills and massacres his enemies. Anyone who falls under the wrath of his blade is doomed forever. Malcolm keeps taunting him day and night for the position of the laird. I am afraid of what may happen between them when you are nae overseeing things, my lord." Lachlan knew Rory was right. That had always been his fear as well. "Two of them cannae be lairds. Only one of them can be the laird," Rory said and continued. "Many of us do not trust Bryce's son, my lord. I believe ye know who the people want as their laird." Lachlan knew this as well. The people loved Callum. His good features and strength had earned him a soft place in the heart of the Scottish women who formed a larger percentage of the people of the town. "If my son becomes the laird, I am certain that Malcolm would plot against him day and night." "Then ye need to do something, my lord." "Well, before I do anything, I need to address the debt issue. Fetch me my son." Rory frowned. "Your son has left, my lord." Lachlan raised his brows. "Gone? Gone to where?" Rory shrugged. "To the usual place," he replied, giving the chief a knowing look. Lachlan couldn't understand, but with the look Rory gave him, he assumed his son had gone to meet the Lady Erlyn Bernal, his mistress. "Are they still together?" he asked. Rory nodded. "Very much so, my lord." "I dinna trust that woman," Lachlan blurted. Rory nodded. "Dare ye plan to come in between him and this woman, my lord?" "No," Lachlan responded. "That would never work. I know my son well, so maybe I can solve this a different way. Tell him to come see me once he gets back." "As your lordship pleases," Rory said, bowing slightly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "I heard ye seek for me, father," Callum said as he approached his father. "What is this that I heard of the Jacobites?" Lachlan stood up from where he sat and moved closer to his son. "The Jacobites can wait. There is another matter of importance which we need to talk about, son." "I am with ye, father." Lachlan walked closer to his son and held him by the shoulder firmly. "Ye are a strong man, and I have raised ye well. I am very proud of ye, my child, but how long will this enmity between ye and your cousin last?" Callum was silent. "Father, Malcolm wishes to be the laird, and he would do anything to make it happen." "That must nae happen. This is why I wish ye get wedded very soon. A laird must be wedded. If ye fail to be wedded at the right time, the position of the laird will nae longer be yours, son." After a while, Callum spoke. "There is a woman." "Do nae speak to me of that whore," said his father. Callum was quiet again. He didn't plan to bring up his mistress, but apparently he could tell his father had an opinion about her. "She is a strong Scottish woman. She is wealthy and powerful." "She was Isabella's best friend. Ye dinna think that I would forget that day, ye son?" Callum sighed. "If we canna make day with her, then who day I marry? I day nae ha any interest in any woman, father. I only want to make your wish come true by marrying her. Ye would only ruin Isabella's memory if that happens." Callum was quiet again. His father was right. He also did not have any intention of marrying his mistress. He didn't even love her, but he had hoped to marry her to stand a better chance of becoming a laird after his father. Nevertheless, his father was right. "So, what do we do?" Callum finally asked. His father walked farther away from him as he would whenever he was lost in thought. "Ye go to war with the Jacobites. Ye win. I shall get a wife ready for ye." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lachlan watched from the window as his two sons left. This had been his plan. Now he could shift his attention to the problem at hand. "Rory, how many weeks do we have left before we run out of food?" he asked his advisor who stood beside him. "Barely 2 weeks, my lord," Rory replied. "We do nae have much time to waste. We need to strike quickly," said Lachlan. "Aye, my lord, but before we day that, why do we not send spies first?" Rory asked, and to this Lachlan nodded. "Very well. Which of the men do ye suggest?" Lachlan asked. "Basalt and Darragh," Rory replied. "Before we day that, there is another thing which we must address," said Lachlan. "What is that?" "My son needs a wife quickly. I intend to find him a good wife before time runs out." "My lord, are ye certain that Malcolm does nae know of this plan already?" Rory asked. "I am certain. It is only if my son does nae get a wife before his next birthday that Malcolm has an equal claim to my position as the laird. His birthday is in the next 4 months. This means that he must get a wife quickly." "What would you have me do, my lord?" Rory asked. "Can we find a good woman in Scotland?" Lachlan asked, "although I would prefer if the woman is from another clan." Rory frowned. "I dinna understand, my lord. Ye dae wish to have your son married to his own people." "I dae trust our people," Lachlan replied. "I am old, and there is I can do. I am also certain that Malcolm has his people everywhere. There is no one he canna use. I have but a wee time to spend before I go to my father's. Nevertheless, send men out and bring me the names of all the young women ye think are worthy to be married to my son." Rory bowed. He sent for Basalt and Darach, the best spies they had. The town needed to be fed by any means necessary. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 3 days had passed since Callum was sent off to war. Lachlan lay on his bed while the physician tended to him in his chamber. Rory stood next to him. The sickness had been going on for quite some time, and the trio had kept it as a secret from the rest of the clan. "How long does he have left?" Rory asked the physician. Anxiety was evidently written on his face. "It is difficult to say. I'm afraid, my lord," said the physician to the chief. "I should advise ye to take things easy. Your health fast declines, and your body needs constant rest." Lachlan sat up with a scoff. "I feel fine. I am a strong man, and I will last through this winter. I dae feel sick at all," he said with a cough. The physician looked at Rory, whose head hung with concern. "Do not worry yourself. The cough is only a mild one. I will be fine. Rory, see that the physician is well paid for his effort." Both men bowed before leaving the chamber. After they were gone, the chief stood up from the bed. He walked closer to the window, lost in thought. He knew that the physician was right and that he needed rest. The sickness had been going on for 6 months and there was no known cure. It was the same sickness that had killed his wife when Callum was just 6. He couldn't give in to it now. He needed to be strong until his town and his son were well taken care of. If he died now, he knew quite certainly that he was not going to rest in peace. "My lord, the physician has gone," Rory said as he came in. "Good. I hope ye paid him enough for his effort as well as for his discretion?" "Absolutely, my lord." "Good. We cannae risk anybody knowing that the chief is unwell. It could ruin everything." "My lord, ye and I both know that ye are unwell. Why do ye not want to face it?" "Rory, ye know how much I appreciate everything ye ha' done for me."
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
The other man nodded with a faint smile. "Ye also know that I dae trust anyone aside from ya." Rory nodded. "I am honoured, my lord." "I understand your concern and I deeply appreciate it, but my friend, this is nae the time to grow weak. This is the time to strike. This is the time to do one more thing together. You very well know that our people mustna ken of this sickness until a new laird has been named. If Malcolm or any of his supporters hear about this, he will use it to his advantage, and who knows what he would do." Rory inhaled and nodded. "As your grace pleases." Lachlan smiled gravely and then walked farther away from Rory. "Any word from the spies? Any good news?" he asked. "Certainly, my lord. The city is ripe for the taking," Rory replied. Lachlan turned to face him. "Bring them in. Let's hear from them." "I shall send a servant to fetch them quickly," Rory said before leaving. Lachlan waited impatiently for the men who entered some minutes later. The 2 men bowed. "How was the place you were sent to?" he asked the 2 men. The taller of the 2 stepped forward. "My lord, the land is fertile and rich with food and water. There is gold, and many more luxuries in large quantities." Lachlan nodded with content. He was impressed. "The Earl prepares to give his daughter away in marriage. We also learnt that the Prince Hasne sent them reinforcements. This means we can strike at any moment." "Then this is good. The time to strike is now." "You also said he is getting ready for a wedding?" Lachlan inquired. The man nodded. "Aye, my lord. The ceremony is to happen tomorrow." The chief shot a thoughtful look at Rory. "And that is when we shall strike." The 3 men were obviously surprised. "Aye, that is the time they will be most vulnerable. They will nae see it coming. Quickly, gather the rest of the men. We need to get this done before the arrival of my sons." The spies rushed out half sprinting. the Highlanders enjoyed a good battle. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Word came down to the Aodh castle on a horse. They had won the war against the Jacobites. That night, the town had a little celebration in honour of their soldiers. They were singing and dancing as they knew how to. After a while, Rory whispered something in Lachlan's ears, and then they both stood up and excused themselves. "What matter is it that canny waits?" Lachlan asked Rory. He wasn't quite pleased that his merriment had been interrupted. "My lord, you seem to have forgotten that you sent me on a mission to find your son a lass." At this, Lachlan brightened up. "Aye, I assume you have more good news." Rory smiled, and from the bag in his hand, he rolled out some parchment papers which he presented to the chief one after the other. Each contained the paintings of each woman he thought would be presentable to the chief. When Lachlan saw the first picture, he asked, "What a fine lass! What clan does she belong to?" "Kincaid, my lord." Lachlan rolled up the paper immediately, looking fully displeased. Rory was confused. "My lord, is there anything the matter?" "The Kincaid have a long history of insurgency. They cannae be trusted, nay, when my son and Malcolm are still at loggerheads. Next." Rory handed him another. When he saw the next picture, he observed it for a while, shook his head and asked for another. This he did until Rory had no parchment left. "My lord, is there something wrong with all the women?" Rory asked. "Everything. When are my sons coming back?" he asked his adviser. "They will be back in 2 days, my lord," Rory replied. "Then we have nae time to waste," he faced the servant. "This is the moment we have been waiting for, my lord," Rory said excitedly. "I send a word out to your sons to take Hawkshire on their way." "No," Lachlan said sharply. "Ye shall day nae such thing. I will take Hawkshire myself." Rory looked surprised. "My lord, but your health. Ye are nae as strong as ye used to be." "I know that, but the enemies daily know this. Prepare for a siege as well." "Very well, my lord." Rory had his doubts, but kept them to himself. He hoped the laird would not suffer fatal injuries on the battlefield. Callum would definitely blame him for his part in his death. Chapter 3. It was a beautiful evening. The sun was just setting. Lady Gabriella and her maid were taking a walk in the town. Gabby had never been someone who enjoyed taking these walks in elegant evening gowns. Instead, she preferred being in secluded areas, listening to beautiful love stories or telling them. Another thing she enjoyed so well was running in the woods with Ronnie, but that day she had other plans. Even though Gabby had never actually made friends with her peers, she had always known that a day would come when she might need to be friendly with them, just to get what she needed. Such a day was that day. She knew where lots of them would usually sit. It was at Johnson's Park, either to gossip, to read, or to make friends. Many people went there for picnics. That was where they were headed. "Are you sure they will welcome us, my lady?" Sophie asked as they got closer to the park. "I am certain of it," Gabby replied. "I am the Earl's daughter. Everyone wants to be my friend." Sophie turned to look at her but said nothing. She hoped her position meant something. When they finally got to the park, Gabby was happy that it was just the way she had expected. There were ladies sitting in 2s and 3s in their muslin gowns and hand gloves, fanning themselves ridiculously in the evening heat. Some were sitting by the stream, others were standing under the tree, while some were just passing away the time on the grass. "So, who do you wish to speak to among them, my lady?" Sophie asked. Gabby looked around. She had come here for one purpose, to learn about the Highlanders. There was just something interesting about those people that she wanted to know about. She kept looking around, hoping to see a familiar face, but she found none. At that moment, she wished she had listened to her mother, who had always asked her to try and make friends when she was younger. "So, what do we do now, my lady?" asked Sophie. Gabby shrugged. She was disappointed. "I think we should go home." Sophie looked surprised. Are you certain that you can find no one that looks familiar? Yes, Sophie. I didn't quite imagine that it would be as difficult as this. If it isn't, Lady Gabriella, said a voice behind them. The two ladies turned around, and Gabby was surprised and relieved to see a familiar face, although they were not those she expected. Hannah and Becky were the two daughters of Lord Jefferson, a Viscount in Hawkshire. Viscountess Elizabeth Jefferson, who was the mother of the twins, had always been one of the unspoken matches for Lady Diane when it came to fashion and social events. Gabby could recall that, the last time the Viscountess was at her mother's tea gathering, she had announced Hannah's upcoming wedding. "Hello to you too, Hannah and Becky," Gabby said politely. She was amazed at how quickly she had remembered their names, even though they never quite got along. "Whatever brought you out of the castle must be something important," Becky stated, giggling with her sister. "Oh, yes, you can say that again," Gabby replied, forcing a smile. "I heard you are tying the knot soon, Hannah," she said to the older of the two. "Congratulations." Hannah smiled. "Thank you, Gabby. But how come I never got any of your letters?" Gabby was confused. "Letters? Yes, I mean, clearly you knew I would be getting married soon, and I got many letters congratulating me in advance. It is rather strange that you heard, but your letter seems to be missing." "Oh," Gabby said as she realised what she meant. "I apologise. I have been rather busy with other things." "Oh, that should be interesting," replied Hannah. "Do tell me what it is that is keeping you so occupied. Could it be the stories you are busy telling everyone that cares to listen?" Hannah asked, exchanging a knowing look with Becky, and they both chuckled. Gabby knew they were mocking her, but she wasn't going to let that rattle her. "Oh, I see you heard. How interesting. Well, you know me so well." "But come to think of it," continued Hannah, "why are you here?" "Perhaps she thinks she will be so lucky to get herself a proper suitor before the king decides to force one upon her," Becky replied, and the two sisters laughed. Gabby also laughed. That is the best way to handle this, she thought. "Oh, I never knew you were this intelligent, Becky. Pray tell what it takes to capture a man's heart, especially a Highlander's." At this, the two sisters stopped smiling, and they exchanged looks again. "What did you say?" Hannah asked. "Exactly what you heard," replied Gabby. "I would like to know everything there is to know about the Highlanders. I suppose you know one or two things, right? Since you are so intelligent, or could I be mistaken?" Hannah whispered into Becky's ear, and then faced Gabby with a mischievous grin. "Of course. What do you want to know about them?" she asked. "Anything you know will be helpful," Gabby replied. Becky stepped forward. "The barbaric Highlanders reside in the mountains of Scotland. They are widely known for their ruthless warriors and their frightful ways." "That is not all," Hannah put in. "It was even said that these barbarians take their oatmeal with human blood, and they elicit bloodbaths at every battle." "Yes," Becky continued, "they teach their young ones to eat the hearts of their enemies raw and to murder their siblings." Gabby could not believe everything she just heard. She could feel the fear creeping through her as she listened to their words. "But that is not even all," Becky said. "There is one they call the devil." "The devil?" Gabby inquired. "Yes, he kills for fun, and word is that any Englishman he sets his eyes on is doomed for death. He cracks skulls with bare hands and eats flesh for lunch." After this, the two sisters burst into laughter. Gabby snapped out of her shock. "Have you been lying to me?" she asked, hoping they would at least attest to that. The sisters exchanged looks. "No, we haven't. You can ask your mother when you get home," Hannah said. "We should be on our way, sister," she said to Becky, and together they walked away. Gabby was quiet for a while as she watched them leave. "You can't really believe everything they said, can you?" Sophie asked. "As a matter of fact, dear Sophie, I am frightened to my bones with everything I just heard. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby did go to ask her mother more about the Highlander. She said more than she would normally say. Gabby felt responsibility begin to weigh on her as her mother treated her as a woman for the first time. She used the opportunity to ask for everything she had ever wondered about. While she pressed her mother, her father walked in. Diane heaved a sigh of relief as she saw her husband, but she waited a while before going to embrace him, allowing Gabby to throw herself into his arms. Finally, the three pulled away. "Why don't you excuse your mother and me?" said the Earl. "No, my lord, let her stay. She needs to start learning certain things. She is about to be a woman." Diane could see the surprised look on both Gabby's face and her husband's face, but the Earl shrugged and the three took a seat. "So, will the king be helping us?" Gabby asked almost immediately. "I am afraid not. I did everything I could do, but it was of no use." Diane's heart sank. Gabby was not surprised when she heard this. She had had a feeling that this would happen. "So, what does that mean?" she asked, looking from her mother to her father. "That means we have to protect ourselves and hope that the Highlanders do not strike anytime soon. At the same time, we need to hasten up with the wedding." At the mention of her wedding, Gabby sighed and stood up. "I will leave you two alone. I am certain that you have lots to talk about, which I do not want to be part of." With this, she walked out of the room. "What did I miss when I was gone?" the Earl finally asked the Countess when they were alone. Diane stood up. "You missed the hardest part." "How did she take the matter about Ronnie?" the Earl asked further. Diane shrugged. At first, she was angry, as expected. Then she succumbed. Now she's angrier and more nervous. "I think she hates me." The Earl stood up and moved closer to her, holding her by the shoulder. "Do not think that, Diane. She is only confused. She is even angrier that I am just telling her these things, and she had to find out some things for herself. Where have we gone wrong?" The Earl sighed and held her hands. "We didn't go wrong, darling. We did the right thing. She knows that what we are doing is in her best interest, but you know that she is exactly like you. She is dogged just like you, and would choose to believe what she wants to believe even if she knows the truth." This made both of them exchange a knowing look as they burst into tempered laughter. "So, what would happen if the Highlanders decide to strike?" Diane asked eventually. "We will do everything that is necessary to protect our people, but I am certain that they would not strike any time soon," said the Earl. "Are you so certain of it?" "Yes, but nonetheless we must hasten preparations for the wedding." "Why wouldn't the king listen to you this last time?" The Earl shrugged. "His mind has been poisoned against me. All the time I spent away, I didn't see him until yesterday." Diane sighed. "This is not fair, after everything you did for him. The men that surround him are only looking out for themselves. He is a selfish bastard. I wonder how old he was during the last war with the Highlanders. If he had not become a man then, didn't he hear of it in the stories?" "Do not talk like that, Diane. The walls have ears." "I do not care about the walls or their ears." The Earl sighed and embraced his wife. "We shall be all right, I promise." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When the carriage came to a halt, Gabby looked out through the window and was surprised that they were in the woods. Ronnie had brought them to the same place they had always spent time. The same place he had taught her how to hunt rabbits. Out of surprise, she glanced back at him. "I thought we were going to some other place." He smiled and climbed out of the carriage while helping her out. "I understand that the marriage arrangement is making things awkward for you, and I thought I should make everything better. Nothing has changed, except, of course, the fact that we are to be wed. We are still going to be best friends, and I want you to trust me as your partner." Gabby smiled as she heard that. She didn't realise he could be this thoughtful. "I must say, I'm impressed, Ronnie. Thank you very much for doing this." He smiled, and hand in hand, they went to their usual spot at the foot of a tree. The footman who had come with them brought along a basket which he placed close to where they were seated. "My parents think there will be a war. Everyone has been saying it in hushed voices. As a matter of fact, if there is going to be a war, we are likely going to be the first target." Ronnie burst into laughter. "Now, why would you think that?" "Because we are close to the border." "You must not speak of such. We are very small compared to places like Hampshire and Lottingburgh. If there is going to be a war at all, such places would be the greater target." Gabby couldn't believe that he was saying this. "But you do know that the reason why we are betrothed is because of this war." "Well, you can think that, but I believe it is because our parents know better." Gabby was beginning to get irritated, especially since he was now holding her hand and taking it to his lips. "Now, what do you say? Shall we spoil this evening because of a war which may or may not have anything to do with us, or should we make good use of the time we have together?" She inhaled with a forceful smile. "Whatever you say. Daily, I look forward to the day when you shall become mine forever." She was getting tired of having this conversation with him, especially since both of them were not on the same page yet. He had said they could be the way they used to be, but clearly things had changed. "So, we are to have our first kiss today?" Gabby had never imagined that her first kiss would start with a discussion or with a preparation for it. As far as she was concerned, it was supposed to be at the right moment, with the right person. Still, she needed to go ahead with it. After all, she was about to be permanently wed to him. "Oh, yes, of course," she managed to sound excited. She had to be. It was one thing that should get her excited despite everything. His gaze was steadily fixed on her, and softly, he placed a hand against her cheek. Gabby could feel her heart beat very fast as he bent closer to her until their lips were inches apart. When she felt his breath on her lips, she closed her eyes. Their lips touched for a brief moment. She allowed him to kiss her, more out of curiosity than desire. His lips were soft against hers. Still, when the kiss became something more and his tongue began to probe for entrance, she gasped and pulled away with an indelicate shove. "You hesitate?" he asked, looking a bit surprised. "Is it not what you have always wanted?" Gabby wished she could say no, but she lied. "Of course, it is." "You lied," he said deliberately. Of course, Gabby knew she could never lie to him. He knew her too well. She could see the disappointment in his face. "I only hesitated because it was getting deeper," she managed to say. "I still feel it is inappropriate. I apologise." He smiled and brushed her hair with his hand. "Your hesitation is natural. I should expect that in someone as modest as yourself." She heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. Once again, he was making excuses for her reluctance. He was as understanding as she was uninterested. "In 3 days' time, I am certain that you will have got over this modesty." She couldn't help but blush at the thought of spending the night with him, as her husband. The thought was disturbing in itself, and she found herself resenting it. "Maybe the fuss about first kisses is not really worth it. You should not be too disappointed," she finally said, trying to make things better. I suppose," he replied, his face hardening. "You should stop thinking too much about those love stories. Most of them are not real. Besides, once you become my wife, I would not be allowing such. You will have lots of things to be responsible for, and teaching our children some of that will be unacceptable." Gabby was surprised. She turned to respond, but she stopped. Chapter 4. The day had finally arrived, and Gabby found herself nervous beyond her imagination. She was dressed in a dark blue silky gown and was sitting down while Sophie braided her hair. The door to her chambers opened to reveal her sisters. They both had their hands behind them, meaning they were hiding something from her. They also had a wide grin plastered on their lips. "What are you two hiding?" Sophie asked before Gabby could ask. Slowly they presented their gifts. While Brooke had a silver belt, Berthie had a silver band. "We want you to wear them," they both said at the same time, handing the treasures to Gabby, who couldn't hide her tears. She was really touched. Sophie collected the two items. She placed the silver band around Gabby's head before latching the belt around her waist. "You look so beautiful," Brooke said admiringly. Gabby, unable to say more, drew the two girls to herself and held them tightly. After this, the twins left. They needed to get dressed as well. "You look so beautiful, my daughter," her father said as he entered with Lady Diane. He placed his two hands on her shoulders as he stared at his beautiful daughter. "You remind me of your mother. She looked exactly the same way on our wedding day." "That means she must have been so nervous as well," Gabby joked. "Of course, I was," said her mother, who was already halfway into the door. Gabby smiled as her mother came closer. She was also dressed in a long, flowing, deep red gown to match her father's outfit. A silver band was around her head, bearing a resemblance to the one on Gabby's head. "I am so proud of you," her mother said, kissing her on both cheeks. "I shall greatly miss you." Gabby could see the sadness behind her mother's smile, but she was not certain. "We shall see you in the threshold," her mother said as she left with her father. After they left, she looked at herself in the mirror in mixed admiration. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby gracefully entered the hall. There were many people present, filling the hall with chatter while her father sat in his special seat on the far end of the threshold. She was accompanied by her two sisters who stood before their father, greeted and then took their place beside their mother. Gabby had hoped that Ronnie would be there by now, but he wasn't. The door opened immediately, and several servants rushed in. Fear was written all over their faces. Gabby couldn't understand, but she knew something was wrong. Her parents were no longer in their seat. Everyone was now standing, and people seemed to be panicking. The only thing that came to her mind was hope that Ronnie would be all right. While all this was going on, she heard the noise of a bell ringing. She knew the sound very well. This meant that an invasion was in progress. The Highlanders had come. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In an instant, Gabby's mother was hurriedly ushering them out of threshold. People were running about in the chaos, preparing themselves to defend their land. "Gabby," her mother blurted as they ran, "take the satchels we have prepared with your sisters along the passage. Stay hidden. Do not come out unless I or your father calls out for you." Gabby nodded quickly. "What about you?" "My place is by your father," said her mother, kissing them on the cheeks. "I shall help defend my home. Now, go." Gabby grabbed the hands of both her sisters and pulled them from their mother. Then they watched as their mother ran the same route they had come. Quickly, Gabby ran to the kitchen to grab as many food she could carry and put into the sack. Then she instructed Brooke to fill the two pitchers with water. "Try not to drip the water," she instructed. "The enemy could use it to trail us." Brooke nodded, and Berthie also helped. While they did this, Gabby slipped to the east wing of the house where her father had his study. She found a hidden door behind a tapestry which she pulled away. Then she led the twins down the entrance, taking the fire torch from its holder. She followed them. The secret room led to a dark tunnel, which was illuminated by the yellow glow of the torch in her hand. Her sisters stumbled over one another before they finally got to a wider room. Here, Gabby found 3 large satchels that were stacked on top of each other. They each took one satchel before Gabby led them down some steep stairs which led them underground to the dungeons. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Many hours later, in the dead of the night, the Englishmen noticed that the Highlanders were no longer in sight. They had locked the gate of the castle to protect themselves. The attackers couldn't survive a siege, or so it seemed. 3 days had passed since the siege. Their fortress and men had fought off several invasion attempts. The number of soldiers stationed at such a castle was unusually small, so everyone had to be on the watch. This made the men really exhausted from constant vigilance and lack of sleep. Several foot soldiers prowled the bailey and the battlement, waiting for any order. "Sir," one of the men said to their leader, "there are no Highlanders afore the gates and at the sides of the gates. Perhaps some of us should go to the villages and see to the welfare of our families." "Do you say that not even a single Highlander is out there?" asked the leader. "None, sir," the man replied. "How is that possible?" the leader asked, riding on his horse and looking from one soldier to another. "We merely blinked an eye, and the Highlanders were gone," the man said. "You blinked an eye and they were gone?" asked the leader, who was the chief in command. His name was Peter. His voice was filled with disgust. "How is it possible that an entire Highlander troop would disappear with their artillery?" "I do not know, sir," said the man, looking frightened. "What I know is that you have not been vigilant enough," shouted Peter. "I hope they have left for good, having seen that we have more resources and men. Have you sent word to Edinburgh and Hamptonshire for reinforcements?" "All exits were blocked, sir," said the man. "However, our neighbours will soon realise our absence." Suddenly, a yell came from the main gate, and the men on the battlements rushed to see the cause of the chaos. Several flickering torches at the gate revealed a figure dressed in rags. "Help!" she cried. "In the name of the Earl, please help us!" "State your mission," shouted one of the soldiers. "I have treated the Mackenzie family all my life," she cried on. "State your name and your mission," another soldier bellowed. "Abby Abigail Goldstein," she cried. "I am injured. Please help." The woman fell to the ground, and the flickering of lights illuminated the blood that poured from her arms. "It is John's mother," said a foot soldier close to Peter. "It is an ambush," shouted a soldier. Before Peter could give an order, John, who was also one of his men, and who must have seen his mother, was now rushing towards her. He opened the gate. "Close the gates! Close them immediately!" Peter shouted, but it was too late. Several men covered in bloody apparel appeared suddenly, their forms visible in front of the gates. Screams of horror filled the night. The English soldiers at the gate started falling over one another as the Highlanders appeared before them. To Peter's horror, music was coming from a bagpipe somewhere, as if murder was only a dance to them. These people were truly savages. Why would they be playing music at such a time? This music instilled more fear into the hearts of the Englishmen. Some surrendered while others fled into the castle. Peter realised that the music seemed to be increasing the fervour of fight amongst the barbarians, their swords slashing and gleaming almost in accordance with the sound of music. His brows were raised as he identified the music. He thought the song was a myth. He had heard of it before. Peter's eyes widened in horror as he saw 10 gigantic Highland men making their way through the gate with a smile. They wore nothing but plaids as they slashed their swords against his men, who dropped like old fruits from a dry tree. He descended the stairs of the battlements to face the enemy. Almost at the same time, more Highlanders emerged through the open gates, riding horses larger than any horses they bred in Hawkshire. The men arranged themselves around the tallest barbarian, who seemed to be the leader. "Call your leader for me," he said in perfect English. "We have matters at hand to discuss." Peter swallowed, trying to suppress the shiver down his spine. "Who do I say calls upon him?" he asked. "The chief Lachlan Riddell of the Riddell clan," the chief said. When Peter got to the main hall of the castle, he found the Earl sitting beside the Countess, his face creased in trepidation. "My lord," he said uneasily. "Have we been defeated?" the Earl asked briskly. "It appears so, my lord," Peter replied. "If so, what are they waiting for? Why have they not marched inside the hall yet?" Lady Diana asked. "Their leader, Chief Lachlan Riddell, would like to speak to you," Peter informed him. "Take me to them?" His jaw tightened. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lachlan studied the structure of the Mackenzie castle, grimacing in disgust as to how much must have been spent on the decoration and painting alone. The walls were straight, and there were balconies on each floor, which made it easy for intruders to climb in. The number of men who guarded the bailey and battlements was preposterous. More than half of the Englishmen had been killed, and the rest had surrendered. It was really a shameful thing, something the Highlanders would never treat calmly. If any fighter were to desert a battle in Scotland, such a person would suffer a fate worse than dying. "Riddell!" a voice boomed. Lachlan turned around, and his eyes fell upon the aristocratic English Earl who walked out of the castle doors. The Earl had his hair covered in the absurd powdered wig that the Englishmen were known for. Lachlan thought it made them look ridiculous. The man was dressed in their usual attire of expensive leather shoes, stockinged legs, a cravat, brocade waistcoat, and a long brown coat. Lachlan spat in disgust. The Englishman would spend unnecessarily on clothing. "Why have you summoned me?" the Earl asked on getting to him. Lachlan dismounted the horse. "I seek an audience with ye, for as ye can see, we have taken over your land and castle, Sassenach," he said, trying to adjust his accent. The Earl chuckled. "It is quite obvious. Why is it that you seek an audience with me?" "Relax. Ye will hear of my demands soon enough," said Lachlan, walking closer to the Earl. "Ye have two options. Either we kill every one of ye that remains and then burn your castle after we take everything that we want, or we come to an agreement and prevent more bloodshed and loss." He pointed to the distant smoke. "What do you want?" the Earl demanded, raising his voice. "I have grains, I have gold and silver. You can take as much as you want. You can take them and leave us alone." "I believe ye have a daughter." Immediately the Englishman heard this. He turned white but immediately regained his composure. This impressed Lachlan. Maybe he wasn't as weak as the rest of his people. "She is not here. The king has summoned her," the Earl said. Lachlan's brow tightened as he took several steps threateningly towards the man who stood his ground. "Have ye ever heard of how the Highlanders treat liars, especially those who lie to the chief?" Mackenzie said nothing but remained silent. "We gut them alive and feed their remains to the dogs," Lachlan said calmly. "I will forgive ye for lying to me this once." Rory chuckled behind Lachlan as droplets of sweat began to form on the gentleman's forehead. "My daughter is to be married to a man whose family is in good standing with the king," the Earl explained. "If you take her, the king will be most displeased." "I dinna care what the bastard thinks," shouted Lachlan. "A man who cannae send his people reinforcements, a man who cannae defend his subjects, is nae fit to be called a king." The Earl swallowed. "What about a man who desires to steal another man's wife?" "We must take what we came for," Rory said behind Lachlan. "The chief has spoken." "He is not a chief here," shouted the Earl. Angrily, one of the Highlanders came forward and grabbed the Earl by the neck, lifting him several inches above the ground. "Ye dare to gab back to our chief?" the man spat angrily. "We ha' conquered your lane. We can dae whatever we want with ye and your folk. We shall take all your gold and all your silver, burn your castle, and leave no trace of your name behind." "Darragh, leave him be," Lachlan ordered his man, who let go of the Earl's neck before returning to his former position. Then Lachlan marched forward to the Earl. "Ye will do as I say." he said in a furious tone. "Ye shall give me your first daughter. Ye will also give me whatsoever coin I ask of ye. In return, we will nae plunder your village, rape or kill your women any more. We will leave ye in peace." Mackenzie gritted his teeth. "All right, give me time to decide." "Ye have 10 minutes," Lachlan stated. Plundering wasn't what Lachlan wanted. He only needed something for the future of his clan and to make things easy for his son when he would finally become the laird. Getting the daughter of the Earl was the best step to take for now. This would not only give him binding control of some of the English land, but it would also grant him the fulfilment of his heart's desire for his son to be married. If such happens, continuous war between Scotland and England could finally come to an end. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby stirred a little before opening her eyes. Her legs were numbed from her sister's head, which was lying on her thighs as she slept. For the past 3 days, their mother had been giving them provisions while making sure that none of the servants knew where they were hiding. She had tried to ask of Ronnie from her mother, but for now she said she hadn't heard from him or her father. There was a high chance that he was dead. Still, she promised that once everything returned to normalcy, there would be a search party sent to find him. "Gabby!" Her mother's sweet voice came through, and Gabby released a breath she had been holding. "Mother," she asked, "what is the matter?" Lady Diane came into view in a pool of light she held in her hand. She looked frightened and even thinner. The twins were all on their feet as they waited to hear what the matter was. "What is the matter?" Gabby asked again. "The Highlanders," her mother said in a whisper. She looked like something worse had happened. "Oh, God! Is father dead?" Gabby asked, unable to breathe out of terror. No, I pray it would not come to that. "So, what is it? They want you." "Why would they want her, Mother?" Bertie asked. "Yes, why would they want me?" Gabby finally asked. "I think they intend to marry you off to one of them," said her mother sadly. The twins gasped as Gabby's heart sank. Comprehension dawned on her and her heart fluttered in her chest. "Why me?" "You are the Earl's first daughter," her mother explained, her voice quivering. "No, I will not marry a Highlander savage," Gabby shouted. Things were just getting worse and worse. "What if she does not agree to this marriage?" Brooke demanded, wiping her face. Her mother looked at the girls tenderly before saying, "Then he is going to kill every single one of us. They will loot the villages, rape me and every other woman in sight. Mother, please do not do this to me. The Highlanders are terrible people. I have heard so much about them. Please, let us run," Gabby pleaded fervently. "My darling," said her mother, "the chief would not let your father out of his sight until we have brought you before him. He is guarding every room vigilantly, and there are so many Highlanders that if we try to escape, they will no doubt find us in no time." Gabby was silent. "Ye there!" A voice thundered above the tunnel, and the girls shrieked in fear. "One of them followed you here?" Gabby asked in resignation. "Yes, I am so sorry," her mother said sadly. Gabby could not stop the tears that flooded down her cheeks. Then she faced her two sisters, who were also in tears. "I am going to do this, not for anybody, but for you, my sisters, mother and father." Her mother nodded, and the four of them hugged. "You are very brave, sister," said Brooke into her ear as they hugged. "I am so proud of you. Please promise me you shall one day return." Gabby laughed sadly. "Yes, my darling, I shall return back home. One day. I promise." In her heart, she was not certain. She followed her mother up the stairs where she saw the barbarian at the entrance of the library. This was the first time she would be seeing one of them. He wore nothing but a woman's skirt. His muscular legs were bare to the knees. Through the days of her finding, she had come across the picture of one of the Highlanders, and she saw how fitting it was. The four of them followed the huge man to the great hall. There were more men with bare chests and kilts. Some of them had their faces painted in blue paint. They all seemed so huge and strong that all the English men in the hall looked small compared to them. Gabby could feel the pounding of her heart as several pairs of eyes scrutinised her thoroughly. She raised her chin as she sighted her father. Even though it was 3 days ago since she had last seen him, he seemed to have aged at least a decade. She summoned courage and walked up to him. "Father?" she whispered, ignoring the pairs of eyes that followed her. "Daughter," replied her father. His features revealed nothing, and his voice was hard. She reached out for his hand, which she squeezed tenderly. "I understand." Her father was quiet, but stared at her for several moments before diverting his gaze towards someone behind her. Following his gaze, Gabby tried not to gape at the man she saw standing behind her. He seemed to be the largest out of all the men in the hall. He looked old, yet he looked very strong for his age. His braided hair had some grey in it, and everything about him seemed strange and frightening. "This is my daughter, Gabriella," her father said to the man. "Gabriella?" the man asked, tilting Gabby's chin forward with his hand. "So, this is the beautiful Gabby I have heard so much about." Gabby felt so tiny beside him, and was also surprised that the chief spoke English well. His voice was rough, thick, and with a heavy Scottish accent. Gabby was surprised to see Ronnie rushing down towards her, but he was restrained by the Highlanders. He seemed to be in a very bad shape. He was covered in both smoke and dust. He seemed to be wearing what could have been called his wedding attire, but which was now tattered. His shoulders were bloody, and part of his face was bruised. Gabby knew he must have been fighting. "You cannot do this," he shouted at the chief. "She is supposed to marry me." Gabby gasped as one of the Highlanders raised his sword to strike him. "No, you promised no more bloodshed," she screamed. The chief sent a signal to the Highlander to leave the young man. "Ah, I see, he is the betrothed." Gabby ran to Ronnie, holding him by the shoulder. He looked really sad and terrible. "I am so sorry, Ronnie. I have to do this." Ronnie smiled weakly. "You are finally having the adventure you have always wanted. I am certain that deep down within you, you are excited about this." Gabby frowned. "What are you talking about?" Before Ronnie could answer, the chief asked the men to take him away. Gabby watched as a man lifted Ronnie up and threw him out of the door. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Minutes later, Gabby was saying goodbye to her sisters, while the Rydell men waited impatiently for her. She crouched to the height of her two sisters as they said their goodbyes. "Do not forget your promise, sister," Brooke stated, sniffing back her tears. Berthie was quiet, but only embraced Gabby. Lastly, she embraced and kissed her mother goodbye, but her father was not in sight. "Where is he?" she asked her mother, whose eyes were red with tears. "He couldn't say goodbye," she replied. Gabby knew that her father was probably hiding away in his chambers out of shame. She sighed before leaving with the Rydell men, taking several glances at the home she always knew. This was the day she was meant to leave, but she was headed in an unexpected direction. Chapter 5. Night had fallen, and the smell of roasting meat blended with the evening breeze. They had travelled far and were closer to home. Now they set their camp in the middle of the woods. The men were all seated around the burning firewood that they had built for heat. Their horses had been fed and tied to a nearby tree. Callum sat by his lonesome and looked among his men, listening to their stories and laughter. He was sitting a little distance from them, but he could still hear their voices. "So, I told my sweet wife not to leave me out in the cold, but the next thing she said was, 'We are nae married, ye heathen,'" said one of them, and the rest laughed. Even Callum managed to smile. Barclay, one of his strongest men, was narrating the night of his wedding. The men often did this any time they missed the warmth of their wives and the comfort of their home. I wrapped my arms around her wee body and then moved my hand up her wide buttocks. The next thing I knew, she was begging me to take her right there. The men cheered and clapped excitedly. "Here, here," shouted Malcolm, who was also sitting with them. Finally, the noise died down, but short snorts and conversations could still be heard. "My lord," said a man walking close to him. Callum recognised Efgarad's voice. "Efgarad, why are you nae with the men?" he asked. "Because I am tired of stories told by drunks," his friend replied, sitting beside Callum. "But ye are married. You need things like this to keep body and soul together." I know so, but what about those who are unmarried?" he questioned, giving Callum a meaningful look. "Those who are unmarried will have their mistress to think about," Callum replied on purpose. "Mistresses canny take the place of a wife," Efgarad said. "How many mistresses have ye?" Callum asked. "None," he replied. "Then ye do nae ken of that which ye speak," Callum replied. "I know one thing for certain, nae amount of bosoms could replace the bosom of my beautiful lass," Efgarad said, gulping the drink in his hand. "Careful, ye are starting to get drunk. I am nae going to sit here and listen to your stories." Both men chuckled and went silent. "Do ye love her?" Efgarad asked after a while. "Of whom do ye speak?" Callum inquired. "Your mistress," Efgarad replied with contempt. "Love? No, I do nae hate her and I do nae love her. She gives me happiness when I need it," Callum replied. "That is nae happiness, Callum. That is relief," Efgarad said, but Callum shrugged. "Means the same to me. Ye see why ye need a wife. Ye do nae even know the meaning of true happiness anymore." Callum was about to respond, but a loud cheer from the men interrupted him. Malcolm was standing up and addressing the men. He had a cup of wine in his hand, and he seemed a bit drunk. "To all our beautiful lasses at home, who we cannae wait to make love to when we get back home," he said, and the men cheered once more. "But ye have nae wife at home, my lord," said a voice amongst the men, and there was a loud murmur. "Aye, replied Malcolm. "What kind of a brother would I be if my brother mourns his wife for many years, while I warm myself up with my own wife every night?" This was followed by a loud applause from the men. "What is he doing?" Efgarad asked Callum quietly. "He is mocking me. That is what he's doing," replied Callum. "We all miss Isabella so much," continued Malcolm. "She was like my own very sister, whom I loved most dearly." "Tay, Isabella," he said, raising his glass, and the men did likewise. Callum collected the cup from Efgarad and stood up. He was walking closer to the men. Suspecting the trap, Efgarad tried to pull him back with his kilt. Callum pressed forward, and he had to let go before he stripped his friend in front of his men. "I do appreciate this unnecessary kindness of yours, sweet brother. I am sure that Isabella would be most grateful for this," Callum said and continued. "However, if I had nae misunderstood ye, did ye say ye refused to take a lasses for yourself because ye are mourning with me?" Malcolm nodded with a smile. "Aye, brother, we loved Isabella together. I will take a lass when you take a lass, albeit ye have a mistress, but I dare say she can never replace the fair Isabella." Now, there was a great silence among the men. Callum fought the urge to strike down his cousin right there, but he could see the look on Malcolm's face. It was as if he was trying to challenge him. He looked at Efgarad, who shook his head slightly, passing him a message to not do something he would regret. After a moment, he raised his glass. "Isabella was indeed the fairest of them all. I am glad that ye ken that after all ye were also in love with her for many months before she chose me." The silence grew, and so did the tension. Callum could see the anger piling in Malcolm, but then his lips twisted into a wide grin. "Tay Isabella, may she rest in peace," he shouted, and so did the men. When Callum drank the rest of his drink, he couldn't help staring at his brother, who was also staring at him from the rim of the cup he held between his lips. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For Gabby, the journey took forever. She had slept all through the night in the carriage that her father had sent along with her. The savages only had horses. Her father had made sure that she left with some comfort. When she finally opened her eyes, it was already morning, but they were still on the move. Her carriage was in the middle. She felt guarded like a prize, but she wasn't sure that was how they saw her. She finally managed to look out of the carriage. The high mountains were speckled with shades of green and brown. A large black stone and several woods were located at the centre. She thought it must be a storage of some kind. To the east rose ruined and broken grey towers, against a thatch of cottony clouds. She felt a pang for her beautiful Mackenzie castle. Her mind was full of despair, knowing she might never see its lush rolling land and gardens again. She was no longer in her wedding gown. The chief had made her change to a more comfortable gown before leaving. What lay before her right there was a dark land with harsher colours and topography than she had ever seen. The design of the huts was nothing compared to the houses in Hawkshire. She sighted a small stream splashing from the mountains, flowing weakly, barely watering the few fields to the south. She wondered how this clan of barbarians would survive the coming winter. She remembered how her father had designed their canals to lead water from the main source down to all of the crops. Now she finally understood why the Rydell clan invaded her lush land. They were certainly starving, but that was no excuse. The horses came to a halt and the men dismounted. Several men and women ran towards them. There was a loud noise of jubilation. Gabby scowled. Here they were, jubilating after causing her people sorrow. The door of her carriage was yanked open, and she saw one of the men she had seen before. He was the same man that had stayed very close to the leader. He was really tall, but not as big as the leader. Nonetheless, he was as fearful looking as the rest of them. He seemed a bit younger, perhaps in his 40s. "Come down," he said. Gabby frowned. She was accustomed to someone holding her hand, but she would never hold the hand of these savages. She jumped out of the carriage with some of her things, which she kept in a satchel. When she saw the castle, she was surprised. It was bigger than hers back at home and was built atop a hill. It overlooked a fair-sized village next to a loch. The stone walls around the bailey were about 4 stories high, a display of strength. "My father's built these in the Norman style," said the leader, looking at her as he dismounted. "The stones are mortared, and the walls are 10 times thicker than the walls your people build. Nothing will harm ye here," he said. She could sense the pride and a bit of sorrow in his voice. "It is magnificent," she managed to say. "Someone should help the lass with her things," said a voice behind her. It was the leader. A young lady who reminded her of Sophie came through and took the satchel from her. She could feel everyone staring at her. Some whispered in hushed voices while others laughed, speaking in a language unknown to her. They made their way through. The leader was telling her everything about the castle. He seemed a bit nice, and she was beginning to relax. She settled her mind on accepting the things that were happening to her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The young lady led her into a room where she dropped her bag. "Thank you," she managed to say to the lady. "I shall come back with a tub and pails of hot water," the girl said and left. Gabby smiled wearily and immediately bolted the door as the girl left. Then she sank to her knees. Her shoulders trembled as she cried in grief. She missed her home. How would she live with people she didn't even know, and whose way of life was completely odd to her? She didn't even know the man she was to marry. What if he didn't want her? What if he had no heart and treated her as a slave? A sound on the door interrupted her. She quickly wiped her face and stood up to open the door. 2 Riddell men came in with a wooden tub, and another man walked behind with 2 pails of steaming water. Lachlan and an older-looking woman followed them. The men lowered the tub beside the fire and splashed water into it before leaving. "Gabby, this is Arinda. I know you're used to having maids help you with all sorts. She will take care of you. She will help you get dressed and prepared for the arrival of your husband. Your wedding gown is still in the satchel. You shall be wearing it for the ceremony." Saying this, he left while the woman faced her. "I am Gabby," she said to the woman, offering her hand. "Arinda, I have a soap for ye," the woman said, handing her a scented soap. "Thank you. Quickly, before your water runs cold. The master will soon be here," the lady said. "I shall return with some cloths for the ceremony." Gabby watched her leave. She was relieved that the 2 women she had met had not been cruel to her. Still, she had an inkling not to expect the same from all the women she would be meeting there. Even if she married one of them, they would still consider her a stranger. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum and his men approached the castle, with flamboyant jubilation behind them. While his cousin and his men cheered with the people, he was riding fast towards his father, who waited at the entrance with open arms. He had received disturbing news on getting to the village that morning. Not only had his father invaded Hawkshire without him, he had also brought back a wife for one of his sons. "My son, ye are welcome back," said his father, kissing him as they embraced. Yet Callum was not smiling. Malcolm dismounted and hugged their father, kissing his hand. "I am glad that ye both arrived safely, and with so many victories to tell me about," Lachlan announced in front of the men and the rest of the people. "Father, why did you not wait for us to come back before you laid a siege on Hawkshire?" asked Callum. "Well, ye and I both know the reason, son," replied the father. "And what is this that I hear of, father?" began Malcolm. "I heard ye came back with a Sassenach lass." "Aye, son," replied their father. "I came back with a wife for your brother," replied the father. Callum fumed instantly. Since he heard the news of an English girl in his home, he had imagined the worst, which was happening right now. He whispered angrily into his father's ears. "Can I speak with ye in the room, alone?" "Aye," replied his father, and they both left. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Malcolm's face tightened as he heard that Lachlan had brought the lass for his son. He wasn't surprised. His uncle only claimed to love him on the surface, but he only cared for his son. He signalled to one of his loyal men, Hyde. "My lord," said Hyde, bowing to Malcolm. "Where is this lass?" he asked. "In the eastern room, close to your brother's," Hyde replied. "Ye may go," Malcolm replied. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Calm down, son, this is for your own good," said his father. "Nay, father, why would you even think of invading a town right now, with your health?" Lachlan sighed. "Calm down, I am all right. It was a mere siege. And ye could have been killed. Our men could have been killed," Callum continued. "None of them is hurt, and ye and I both ken that this is about the young lass, not about our men." "Father, I dae nae wish to marry," he said sternly. "Ye hae nae choice any more, son. This lady shall be your bride, and the ceremony shall take place very shortly. I would advise ye to gae clean up and get ready. Accept her as a gift from me to ye as the future laird of the clan." Callum frowned. Had his father finally decided to make him the laird? Before he could argue further, Lachlan left. He remembered Isabella. She would turn in her grave if he married a girl from the same race that took her life. He fell into a nearby chair. He held his head as if to crack it and end his pain. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby was dressed. The gown was a lot different from the one she had earlier worn, but it was beautiful nonetheless. Yet she didn't feel beautiful. A day before, she'd been very nervous, knowing she would be getting married to Ronnie. Now, she was even more nervous. She didn't even know who her husband was going to be this time. Her palms were sweaty and her heart was racing. This was her second wedding within 3 days. Maybe she was dreaming. She did have wild dreams. In this supposed dream, Arinda stood with her in the room, busy arranging the clothes into the closet. A rapt knock sounded on the door and the woman went to answer. After talking for a while, she faced Gabby. It is time. Chapter 6. The music started in the great Rydal Hall. Many people were present, most of whom were there to witness the marriage of their beloved future laird to a strange English lass. Some were there to see how she looked to confirm the rumours of how refined the Englishwomen were. Callum stood at the front with his father, but his cousin was yet to join them. He was angry and impatient. He still couldn't believe that his father had chosen to pick a wife for him among the people he loathed the most. Where was the sense in that, he thought. Many thoughts flickered through his mind. Perhaps he could just leave and tell his father he didn't want to be part of this. But then, if this were to happen, Malcolm would finally become the laird, and he would break his father's dying heart. He turned to his father and was about to say something, but he stopped when a collective stir from the crowd interrupted his thought. The lady appeared in a gown of ivory and gold satin. Her delicate white veil brushed softly against her face, revealing the golden brown tresses before joining the train of the gown. Pearls and beautiful stones encrusted the stiff bodice of the dress, moulding her bosom. Her thick red hair fell in waves to her hips, swaying as she moved. She looked like a medieval princess and nothing like the daughter of a liege lord. Their eyes met through the veil and he felt his heartbeat quicken. He looked away just in time to see his father looking at him. He seemed pleased. Callum cursed under his breath. He knew that his father must have realised that he found the lady attractive. He promised himself not to look at her anymore. They were married before the people and the priest. When it was time for her to repeat her vows, Callum could tell she must have been crying, for her voice shook with a great sadness and terror. After the blessing, he placed the Rydal plaid on her shoulder, and his men cheered. They were husband and wife. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. All through the ceremony, Gabby was quiet. She was frightened to her bones, especially when the priest had called out her husband's name. Callum Rydal. That was a name her people back at home had called with fear. He was the devil of the savages. It was said of him that he once drank wine with the skull of an English man. Yet, she couldn't imagine it was this fearful man that would be her husband. He didn't look like the many stories she had heard about him. As a matter of fact, she had actually been a bit relieved that she would not be getting married to an old man. Callum was a bit taller than Lachlan. His blonde hair reached almost to his shoulders. There were several marks on his face. She could tell it was as a result of numerous battles. His lips were thin and cruel. This, combined with his other features, gave him a dashing appearance. Gabby felt herself blushing while looking at him, but then he had looked away. That was before they were wedded, before she heard his name. Minutes after the ceremony, the feast had begun. They all sat at a very long table, drinking and eating. Gabby sat between Lachlan and Callum, who had earlier excused himself. Gabby was quiet. She didn't have an appetite, not even with the way the savages were eating their food with their bare hands, food they had probably taken from her homeland. She suddenly remembered stories that these people tore people's flesh with their hands. That meant it was possible that the meats they were eating were not even animals. What if it was human flesh? She could feel vomit coming and stood up abruptly. This made everyone look at her. She immediately regretted her action. "Seems our new wife is in a hurry for her duties," one of the men said, and the rest roared in laughter. "Going somewhere?" Lachlan asked. I just... Gabby stuttered, unable to come up with an excuse. Oh, she didn't even touch her food, said a woman close to her. Why? Are you afraid we have poisoned it? Asked another man. Gabby was quiet. She couldn't think of something to say. Let her be, said a voice behind her, and everyone was quiet. Oh, Gabriella, I do nae think ye ha met my other son, Malcolm, Lachlan said. Gabby turned towards the man who had come to her rescue. He was also very tall, but with darker curly hair. His chest was as wide as a barn door. His lashes were full and long. They seemed to give him a feminine look. He also had a cocky smile plastered on his lips. My lady, he said, taking her hand and lifting it to his lips. Everyone laughed as he had greeted her in a pure English way. Gabby, however, found it soothing. She smiled. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Forgive my people, Malcolm said to her as they both walked down the hall. He had somehow managed to take her away from the crowd, having sensed her displeasure at the event. Thank you. I really appreciate it, she said. They were both taking a walk down the long passageway. Still, why? May I ask, have ye decided not to eat? Our food is nae all that bad, unless ye are planning to starve yourself. Gabby smiled. I am afraid because I have heard so much about your people, she said, careful not to use the word barbarians. Malcolm laughed. Ye should not believe everything ye read or hear. We are normal people, just like ye. The only difference is the way we live and our tongue, Malcolm replied. They were now at the balcony, looking below. The view down was beautiful, but she soon saw that part of the building was in a complete ruin. How long has it been like this? She asked Malcolm. As far back as I can remember, he replied, smiling. Gabby could feel his intense glare on her, and she finally looked at him. You are very beautiful, he said, placing a hand warmly on her cheek. You should have been mine, not my brother's. Gabby couldn't decide whether to take that as a compliment and to reply with appreciation, or if she should just remain quiet. While she battled with this, a servant came in. My lord, the chief would like the lady to come back to the table. Malcolm smiled and took her hand. Ye heard the man, shall we? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum watched as Malcolm took Gabby away. He frowned. He had excused himself to have a private time alone in his chamber, which was directly atop the balcony where the two had stood earlier. From there, he could see them right below him. He saw the way Malcolm had caressed her cheek with the back of his hand. Callum was certain that his cousin could tell that he could see them. He must have brought her there on purpose. He sighed, tightening his grip. He hadn't even spoken to her yet, and Malcolm was already trying to come in between them. Anyway, he didn't care, or did he? Is everything all right? Callum turned around to face Efgarad, who had just entered the room. Aye, everything is... I came to offer my congratulations on your wedding. Callum scoffed. He walked to the table to pour himself a drink. She is such a beautiful lass, Efgarad said on purpose, but he was quiet. I hope you're nae angry at your father for setting this up. I am, Callum growled, but he had his reasons. Perhaps he believes that this will bring peace between us and the Sassenach in some way. It could, Efgarad replied. I doubt that, stated Callum. Malcolm can have her for all I care. Efgarad didn't understand what he meant by that. Why would you say that? What does your cousin hae to do with this? He questioned. Callum explained what he had just witnessed. He may just be trying to ken her, said his friend. We both ken that is nae true. Nonetheless, it is too early to conclude now. Let's just go back to the party before father starts wondering where I have gone. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The night came, and the town was lit with life. The streets buzzed loudly with music, and everyone was filled with an excitement fueled by spirits. Some wrestled and bled joyously, while others cheered, cup in hand. Gabby had never seen anything like that. The only feasts she knew were held on special holidays, or when her father had a visiting dignitary. Even at such, there wasn't much dancing and playing as she was witnessing now. Laughter and noise could be heard in every corner, and smoke somehow filled the night sky. Lachlan had earlier retreated into the castle along with his advisor. She didn't like Rory much. Her husband sat beside her all through, ignoring her and busy watching the scene of fighters or cheering them along. Sometimes he would laugh at silly jokes, but he never once looked at her. The other nice man she had met, Malcolm, stood at the other side. He had also engaged in one game or the other, but had spent most of his time looking at her. At some point, Gabby began to feel uneasy because she was liked by another brother when her husband had totally ignored her. She didn't know what to make of the whole thing. She couldn't understand, but at least she was a bit relieved that perhaps he would ignore her throughout the night and would not demand his marital right. "Is everything fine, my lady?" asked someone behind her just in time as her husband had stood up for the 100th time that night. Gabby looked behind her and saw Arinda, the lady that had dressed her up, the one that was given to her to be her maid. "Yes, everything is fine," she replied, trying to sound as relaxed as possible. It must not have worked, as she felt sick immediately after she said that. "Oh, I hope you're not about to fall sick," cried Arinda. Gabby let out the breath she had been holding in. That happened to be the time Callum said something to the wrestlers and everyone laughed. Perhaps looking at him from where she sat had given her away. "You do nae wish to sleep with your husband?" Arinda asked, but thankfully not very loud, for she would have been greatly embarrassed. "Is it that obvious?" Gabby asked. "With the way ye have been drinking, aye, it is. Luckily tae a woman and nae tae men." Gabby looked at the container in her hand, the one she had been drinking from for the past few hours. She had lost count of how many drinks she had taken, but the drink was really delicious. She hadn't taken any meal except the drink, which she had found really satisfying. Arinda stood up from behind her to come right in front of her as the noise grew louder and the people clapped. They both watched Callum from across the fire, which was at the centre. No doubt he was really a fine man, especially with the way his hair shone from the light. When he yelled, his Adam's apple moved up and down. This was one thing Gabby found really fascinating about him, yet he seemed terrifying to her. "Are ye afraid of your husband?" Arinda asked. "Yes, I am. He is, after all, the devil I have heard so much about." Arinda gasped. "Oh, that! Ye shouldna believe everything ye hear, my lady," she said. Gabby frowned. "I heard he could break a woman's bone and eat it." This made the older woman scream with laughter, but she composed herself when a few eyes turned to her. "Lord Callum is one of the kindest men you would ever know, my lady. Aye, he is ruthless, powerful, intimidating, and hard to please. Yet he is very calm and kind-hearted. Many people have faith that he would be chosen as the next laird of our clan." Gabby frowned. "A laird? What is that?" "The leader of our people," she replied. "What about the chief?" Gabby asked. "He is old and nae as strong as he used to be." "So are Lord Callum and Malcolm brothers, or—" "They are cousins," she replied without saying anything further. She rose to her feet. Gabby was about to ask more about them, but kept quiet on seeing Lachlan coming in. Everyone must have seen him, for the noise died down immediately. Gabby was confused. "What is it?" she asked Arinda, who had somehow found her way back to her former position. "I think he is about to make an announcement," Arinda whispered into her ears. "What announcement?" "Who the new laird is going to be," Arinda replied. Gabby watched as the other man, Rory, brought out a scroll and the men gathered around him. "The new laird of our gracious town has been decided," he shouted. "Ye have all been waiting, and now the time has come for new leadership," Lachlan shouted. Gabby couldn't believe that Arinda had said this man was old. To her, he still looked very strong and agile. One of my sons would he continue in my stead, for I am old, and I cannae lead ye further. Lachlan continued. Gabby watched as Malcolm found his way to the front, where Callum was standing right before Lachlan. The new laird is Callum Riddell. Immediately the announcement was made. Everywhere went agog. The noise grew louder than usual. The music increased tremendously, and the tune was haphazard this time. The people jumped and somersaulted. Gabby was stunned to see that the people could get even wilder. She could see some men lift Callum onto their shoulders while he laughed. She managed to look at Malcolm and could have sworn she saw a look of disappointment, but which was immediately replaced as he hugged his brother. Finally, Lachlan brought the two brothers together and spoke to them. They both kissed him on the cheek, and then he left, after which the music started again. Arinda, please, see me off to my room. I'm really tired and would love to go to bed soon. Are you certain, my lady? Arinda asked. Gabby nodded. Her husband didn't care if she was there or not. She shouldn't have to celebrate with him. Yes, please, she replied. Chapter 7. Callum watched as Gabby left with her maid, and he swallowed. She was his, but he wasn't quite ready for her. Congratulations, my laird. May God direct your path, said another of the elders. He bowed happily. Thank you very much, Sir Brandley, he said with a smile. He was already sitting on his father's former seat, and everyone was coming with their gifts and others with their good wishes. There were lots of gifts, apart from the ones the people had given them this morning. His people had been very kind. They loved him as he loved them. He couldn't see Malcolm anywhere, and he wondered what he would be planning next. For now, he was glad in his heart, except for the problem at hand, his new English wife. The men were laughing and cheering. He knew what they were laughing at. It was supposed to be his wedding night, and yet there he was, still laughing with his men. My lord, ye are not afraid of your lass, are ye? Asked Ewan, one of his men. Why would he be? Malcolm retorted as he walked in. She looks quite harmless, he said, lifting up a cup. Cheers to you on your wedding, and for the new position as the laird. Thanks, brother, Callum replied. He tried not to stare hard at him. No matter how nice Malcolm tried to be, Callum was sure there was something dark inside him. Now that your brother is wedded, my lord, when are ye getting wedded? Another man asked Malcolm. Here, here, shouted another. Very soon. You can all ask me that once Callum here has successfully performed his marital duties, Malcolm replied, and the men laughed. Trying to get ahead of the joke, Callum replied, Clearly, father has surprised me by bringing in a fine Sassenach lass, but we all ken what we are capable of. Sooner or later, she will be begging for my touch. The men laughed out loud before he stood up and excused himself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby lay on the bed, trying hard to sleep, but she was so nervous she could hardly sleep. Every movement caused her to open her eyes. For some reason, she was angry with him. He had particularly ignored her throughout the day. The only connection they had was when he had looked at her while they were about to wed. What kind of a man would choose not to even talk to his wife all through the wedding day and still expect to bed her? She hoped he wouldn't come. If he tried, she was ready to fight him by any means necessary. She thought about Ronnie. As strange as their arrangement felt, this was definitely stranger. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum wondered what he was supposed to say to her when he entered the room. Would she even respond? He slowly approached the door of his room as he weighed the odds. If he doesn't consummate the marriage that night, it could get nullified. However, as good a plan as that could be, the risks were greater than the reward. Moreover, Malcolm would play it to his own advantage and make him a laughingstock. He really hated the man. He was always looking for a way to belittle him in front of his men. One of his guards came up to him with a torch in his hand. My lord, is everything all right? he asked. "Aye, please go back to your post," he said to him, pointing away. He motioned towards his room. Taking in a deep breath, he pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit, but well enough to see her curled up in his bed. Her red hair shone in the light, and her breathing was almost inaudible. He removed his ghillie boots as he walked in. He had planned many battles where he defeated many enemies, but here he was, a man who couldn't think of a plan to approach his wife. He got into the tub to take a quick shower. He was very quiet, for he was afraid of waking her up. When he was through, he tied a piece of clothing around him and then walked to his bed. Carefully, he sank into the bed, leaving a considerable amount of space between them. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby held her breath where she lay, praying in her mind that this devil of a man would let her be. She was beginning to relax when he lay beside her, with enough space between them. Maybe he was also as nervous as she was, but something in her mind told her he wasn't nervous. Maybe he was just not interested in her. Still, she felt like she knew these savages by now. They did not care about consent. All they cared for was satisfying their ravaging lust. Perhaps it was best she slept now, as, apparently, he was too tired. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum took a look at the lass lying beside him. He couldn't see her face very well, for her back was turned towards him, but he had seen her in the wedding gown earlier that day. She was beautiful. Maybe that was the reason behind his weakness. He was certain that Malcolm must have found her really attractive as well. However, he wasn't ready to start another competition with his cousin. Not just yet. His mind drifted back to the times when Isabella was still alive. He remembered when he had made his intention known to his father about wanting to marry her. His father had been pleased, and words were sent to Isabella's father, who also gave his approval. Everyone knew about their love. They were always together, and there was no better match for the two of them. He was surprised when Isabella had told him some days later that Malcolm had come in the night to declare his love for her. At first, Callum had thought she was only joking, but seeing how serious she was, he could tell that she was speaking the truth. This bothered Callum because he didn't notice that his cousin had a romantic interest in Isabella. Even if he had, why did he wait so long till after he was ready to marry her? Not long after, he began to see several changes in his cousin. They stopped riding together, and he seemed bent on hating him. Their relationship worsened when Isabella died, and worse still when his father made it known that he hadn't decided who was going to be the laird. Initially, as he had heard, Malcolm's father was supposed to be the chief of the people, but he was cold, proud, and arrogant, so the people never approved of him. The position fell to Lachlan, his younger brother, who was also Callum's father. Now, both Malcolm and Callum had the same claim to the position. While they were growing up, Malcolm had never shown his intention of becoming a laird. He pointed that out many times. But after their fallout over Isabella, his character seemed to have changed completely. The peace-loving cousin he once knew was now replaced by this cold, ruthless, and bitter one. For some reason, Callum once thought that perhaps his cousin had something to do with the death of his betrothed. But there was nothing to prove that. He had loved her far too much. He turned towards the lady that lay next to him. He knew he could never love another, such as he had loved Isabella. There was no way. For some reason, perhaps out of curiosity, or probably because he was really drunk, which was hardly ever the case with him, he found himself bringing his hand closer to the locks of her red hair. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby's heart began to beat faster and faster as she felt his finger pass through her hair. If she had been asleep, she would not have even stirred, but here she was, visibly shaking from his touch. "You pretend to be sleeping, wife," he said hoarsely. She cursed under her breath. She had been discovered. Still, she remained mute and motionless. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum did not expect her to be awake, but the way she had shaken when he ran his fingers through her hair made it obvious. Now he was amused. She had been awake all the while. That would mean even while he was taking his bath. She had even seen him naked. At least that was out of the way, he thought. "I hope ye liked what ye saw when I was taking my bath," he said, half smiling. He couldn't believe he was actually talking to her. Where did that come from? "Do not flatter yourself, husband. I closed my eyes the entire time," she replied. Oh, she talked. He hadn't actually expected her to talk. Although it was obvious to him that she was trying to sound as brave as she could, he could still notice the fear in the way her voice trembled. "Have ye been waiting for me to bed ye, woman?" he questioned. For that would only explain why she was still awake at that time. "Touch me, and it will be the last thing you would ever do," she said, springing up and pointing a knife at him. He was surprised at her sudden outburst and the fact that she had been hiding a knife in her hand all the while. All of a sudden, he burst into laughter. "I never knew that Sassenach women could be this mad," he said, and with one hand, he grabbed her hand so forcefully that the knife dropped from her hand out of terror. Before she could grab it, he picked it up and threw it into the wall across the room. It stuck. Callum was enjoying the way he was intimidating her. Clearly, the lady was terrified of him, but he liked it. He never wanted her before his father brought her here. Maybe if she hadn't made herself so obvious or so beautiful and appealing to his father, maybe she wouldn't even be here. And he would not have become the laird as well, said a voice in his head. He grimaced. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby could feel her chest rising and falling. Now they were both kneeling down on the bed, and with the way he towered over her, she felt incredibly small compared to him. Who was she fooling? If he wanted to have his way, he could do it without any stress. The smile on his drunken face showed that he was amusing himself with her resistance. "Please, Sir Callum, I'm not in the mood for any foolishness. I am tired, and I would like to sleep." "If ye had wanted to sleep, little lass, ye would have done that hours ago," he replied. "Please, leave me be. I am not going to allow you to put your filthy hands on me," she spat. Instead, he hovered over her and she felt like screaming for help. But who would come to her rescue? She was in her husband's house. No one would come to her aid. If anything at all, she knew that the men would probably laugh at her. While he moved closer to her, she moved back, shutting her eyes, until her back was pressed against the cold stone wall. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum wanted to laugh aloud. He was really enjoying this, especially now that she had nowhere to go. She shut her eyes, breathing very fast. "Now, shall I kiss your cheeks?" He placed his lips to a small space closer to hers. "Or your beautiful neck?" He bent his head slowly towards her neck. Gabby felt disgusted by it all, and she squirmed. She wasn't ready for this. She didn't want to do this. She knew it was now her duty, but this was so wrong. Her breathing quickened. Callum had only meant to tease her and torment her, but he stopped suddenly once he realised what just happened. He was loving the smell and taste of her skin, and he badly wanted her, more than he had ever wanted a lady in his entire life. He sprung back and gaped at her. Gabby's chest was rising and falling. She understood that look on his face, which only further terrified her when he pulled her closer and kissed her. She gasped as his tongue entered her mouth, tasting the remnants of wine alongside her own unique flavour. She tried to push him away, but he was too strong for her. She didn't want this, but it was beginning to feel really good. She fought desperately between her pride and the pleasure that was beginning to surge in between her legs. He plunged his tongue deep into her mouth, retreating and diving again. She lost every ounce of strength that she had gathered to fight him. So, she let go. His wet mouth slipped on her soft neck, biting and sucking. The stiff bodice of her dress made it easy for him to lift her breast with his hand, kissing the tips and taking them in his mouth. He sucked, and she almost clawed him in euphoria. Callum had never felt this way with any woman. This had only started as a tease, and now he was finding it difficult to stop. His desire seemed to mount with every passing second. Gabby clung to him, desperately confused about this strange and beautiful sensation that was now coursing through her entire body. He spread his fingers into her hair, which floated around her like seaweed. He wanted every part of her. He paused on realizing she was no longer fighting him. They were now lying on the bed, and he had no idea how they had gone from sitting to lying on the bed. He wanted her desperately, but he stopped. Her eyes were closed and her cheeks were wet. Was she crying? He thought she was enjoying this. Her lips were pink from the way he had ravaged her. She was getting more striking every minute that passed. The thought of Isabella flooded through his mind, and immediately he felt regret and an overwhelming feeling of guilt and shame. No, this wasn't right. He stood up immediately and walked out of the room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby opened her eyes when she heard the door shut. She stopped crying when she didn't see him in the room. She felt relieved, but also strangely disappointed and confused. She stood up from the bed and went to the door. She opened it a bit, only to see him walking away. She closed the door, and as she was walking back to the bed, she felt moisture between her legs. She decided against taking another bath. She was too tired for that. She climbed back into the bed, nestled into the furs that covered it. The recent events flew through her mind. She wondered what prompted him to stop. She wondered if she wanted him to continue. Chapter 8. Callum settled into the bed and shut his eyes. He inhaled deeply as he began to recount everything that had just happened. He couldn't believe he had totally lost himself. Even Erlin had never made him lose control so fast. He couldn't explain it. Neither could he shake off the burden of guilt he now seemed to carry. Who was this lady, and how could she be making him feel this way? He inhaled sharply. He needed to sleep, and then, in the morning, he would go pay Isabella a visit. That should make him feel better. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. An angry Malcolm paced his room, burying his sword into the furniture. Now that his cousin had become the laird, he knew there was no chance for him anymore. He felt overly stupid. Callum always had everything. He had Isabella, he became the laird, and now he had Gabby. Why must he have everything? He thought about the last few years before Isabella had died. He remembered how he had done everything to make her love him back. It was true that he was in love with Callum's betrothed. Both of them had fallen in love with her almost at the same time, but Callum had made his intention known to the chief sooner. Malcolm had overheard Callum telling the chief how he would love to propose to Isabella. In an effort to outsmart Callum, he raced to Isabella's home to make his intention known to her before Callum could get a chance. It was almost late in the evening. When he got to her abode, she was surprised to see him. "Is everything okay, Malcolm? What are you doing here at this time? Is Callum with you?" she had asked. "Nay, he isn't with me. I have come to speak to ya," Malcolm had said. Shortly after, Erlin, her friend who was with her that night, also came out. But when she realised it was Malcolm and not Callum, she excused herself. Malcolm knew that Erlin had eyes for his cousin. That had always been the situation between the two of them. All the women wanted him. Malcolm didn't mind though. As long as he got Isabella, Callum could have anyone else. Unfortunately for him, that night, the beautiful Isabella politely declined his request, saying she was in love with Callum and not him. Malcolm could still remember feeling how his heart had broken into 1,000 pieces within his chest that night. Before the end of that week, both Callum and Isabella were betrothed. The events of that week started the rivalry between them, and Malcolm found himself hating his cousin. Sometimes he wished that Callum would die and he could have everything to himself. Shortly before the marriage could take place, Isabella was killed in a battle. The pain of losing her for life was more than the pain he felt when she had rejected his love. He blamed Callum for her death. Before he drifted off to sleep that night, there was only one thought in his mind. Callum could have Isabella and Erlyn. He could even be the laird within the little time that the chief had to be alive. Shortly, Lachlan would die, and then he would take everything from Callum, including his precious little English wife. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Everything was hazy and dark. The only thing she could hear was her own panting. He spread his fingers into her hair, removing the pins that bound them to her head. He pulled and allowed the beautiful tresses of red hair to spill to her waist. Her eyes were closed from passion. "You are so beautiful," he whispered into her ears before taking her one more time that evening. She kissed him like she had never kissed anyone before, exploring his mouth as he guided her. "I want to take you right here," he whispered. "Please do," she whispered back. He chuckled. He must have been pleased with her answer. He captured her swollen lips with his own, sucking and biting it while she did the same, trying to meet his pace. He lowered her gently to the cold floor while he kissed her neck, the hollow beneath. She could feel the heat radiating from his body. She clung to him. With one hand, he pulled down the drawstrings of her bloomers, pinning her to his body. Their skin touched, and she realized he was wearing nothing. The sensation was beautiful, and she wanted more. A loud, unpleasant noise echoed through the room, and he was gone. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby woke to the noise on the door. She had been dreaming, but it felt so real. The previous night and her dream flooded her mind. She trembled out of the furs and blankets before walking towards the door. "Good morning, my lady," Arinda's bright smile welcomed her. In her hands were 2 pails of hot water. "Morning, Arinda. Trust you slept well?" she asked as the woman walked in, pouring the water into the tub. "Aye, I did." The other girl who had helped her with her satchel also walked in with a tray of food. "Good morning, my lady," she said with a slight bow. "Hello," Gabby replied. She watched as the girl put the tray on the table. In it were 2 loaves of bread and another bowl containing something that looked like stew. "Thank you very much," Gabby said. Her mouth watered from the aroma as she saw the food. She hadn't eaten well recently. "What is your name?" she asked the girl. She couldn't have been more than Sophie's age. "Brianka," the girl replied. "Thank you, Brianka. Thank you, Arinda." The 2 curtsied. Brianka left while Arinda stayed to tidy up the room. Gabby walked over to the table and picked up a loaf of bread. It was warm, so when she broke it, steam fluttered into the air. She sat down and dipped the bread into the broth stew. She carefully ate until both loaves were gone as well as the stew. She was satisfied. There was no meat, so she need not worry if she had eaten anything unusual. Gabby tried hard not to think of the dream she had just dreamed, but she caught herself doing just that. It felt so real, and for some reason she wished it had never ended. "Are you all right, my lady?" Arinda asked, and she flushed in embarrassment. She hoped she hadn't betrayed herself. "Yes, I am. Thank you." The room was quiet once again, but out of the quiet she heard a horse galloping. The sound coming from the horse increased as Arinda drew the curtain apart. Out of curiosity, she stood up, and that was when she saw him again. Callum was riding on a black stallion. His shoulder-length blonde hair flew in the wind as he passed. The way he had pulled down her bloomers in the dream flashed in her memory, and she looked away immediately. She wasn't altogether herself. Something was wrong with her. This man had woken something up within her, and she knew she would never be the same again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum dismounted. The stallion he rode was sweating. He patted the animal's neck and signalled to one of the stable boys to take it away. He glanced towards his room where he had seen Gabby watching him earlier, but she was no longer there. He dreaded having to talk to her because he didn't know what to say. Yet, he thought he needed to apologise for how he had behaved the previous night. He believed it was the result of drinking too much. She ought to understand that. On second thought, his ego suggested that he need not apologise as she was his wife and was bound to satisfy his urges. He was the husband as well as the laird, and she should obey him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby had just finished taking her bath, and Arinda was going through some of the clothes she had brought. "What about this?" she asked the woman who was holding up a pink dress. She loved the dress so much. "Women here do nae wear cloth that covers sae much like this, my lady," Arinda said. "Why don't ye allow me to bring a cloth for ye?" Gabby sighed. They had gone through almost all her clothes, and the woman had found a reason to complain about each one. "Ye cannae be wearing just any cloth, my lady. Ye are the laird's wife. Ye must dress the part." After so much worry, she agreed. It shouldn't be that bad, she thought to herself. Excitedly, Arinda walked to the closet and came out with a red gown which she threw on the bed. Gabby picked up the dress. It was laced with several layers of ribbon around the neck. "Ye should try it on," Arinda suggested. "Only then will ye see the beauty." Upon trying it on, Gabby realised that half of her breasts were hanging out, and she covered her chest with both hands. "Ye do nae like it?" Arinda asked, looking a bit disappointed. "Well," Gabby started. She sought a good way to be nicer with an explanation so she wouldn't sound judgmental. She couldn't understand why their clothes had to show their breasts. "I am not really comfortable in this outfit. I believe there should be some part of a woman that must stay hidden." The woman couldn't understand her at first, but when she did, she burst into laughter. "Ye Sassenach lasses, you worry too much. You should learn how to show some flesh. Let the air breathe under your skin," she said, adjusting the gown and taking Gabby's hand from her chest. "Look," she said, pointing to the mirror. Gabby sighed and looked at herself. Even though the gown was gorgeous, still, she couldn't overlook the majority of her breasts hanging out. This would never do. "Get me another," she said to Arinda, but there was a knock on the door. Her throat tightened. Could it be her husband? The devil? Quickly, she checked the mirror again. She was filled with a sudden impulse to leave the gown as it was. She really wanted to see his face when he saw her in it. "Shall I get a dress for ye before opening the door, my lady?" Arinda inquired. "No, you can open the door," she replied. Her breathing quickened as Arinda walked to the door. She was thinking of what to say to him. Should she thank him for leaving her last night and not going ahead to bed her? Or should she just remain quiet? "My lady, it is Lord Malcolm. He would like to say hello," said Arinda behind her. Quickly, Gabby turned around and was about to tell her to get another dress when she spotted the man in the room, looking at her from head to toe. She had expected it to be her husband and had not bothered to cover her chest. She shut her eyes in disappointment and shame. "Lady Gabriella, wow!" he said, smiling and taking her hand to his lips. She managed a smile and replied with a curtsy. She could feel his intense glare upon her chest. She began to get uncomfortable, so she folded her arms. At least, in that stance, he could see less. He looked away, clearing his throat as he smiled. "I come bearing gifts," he said just in time when the door opened and a young man brought in 2 baskets before leaving. One of the baskets was filled with different sorts of fruits, and the other was filled with beautiful flowers. Gabby gasped. She was impressed. "You are awfully kind, sir. Thank you so much," she said. "I am certain that ye Sassenach folk prefer fruits to meats, but we Scots, we live for blood. Fresh meats," he said with a chuckle. Gabby tried not to think that he meant human flesh, so she just smiled and asked Arinda to set the baskets on the table. "I shall take my leave now. I hope you have a nice morning," Malcolm said with a bow while Gabby smiled back. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum walked down the passageway towards his room and was surprised to see his cousin coming towards him. He was smiling. "Good morning, cousin. I mean, my laird," said Malcolm. "We are still brothers, Malcolm. There is no need to get too formal with me," Callum replied, and his brother chuckled. "Very well. I just went to check on your beautiful wife. I also dropped some gifts for her." Callum smiled faintly and nodded. "I am sure that she will like them." After this, Malcolm patted him on the back before leaving. Callum sighed and motioned towards the door. He didn't know what Malcolm was planning, but he was sure that he had already started making his move. Still, why should it bother him, he thought. Even if Malcolm tried to woo his wife, it should not bother him since he didn't really think much of her. She was really nothing to him. When he got to the door and was about to knock, he stopped. Did he have to knock before going to his own room? Still, he cautioned himself and was about to knock. He stopped when he heard voices. "He seems really nice," said Gabby. "I wish his brother could be as nice as he is," his wife said, talking to someone in their room. "My lady, ye mustna speak like this. That a man brought you some flowers and fruits do nae mean he is nice. I assure ye he is up to something." He could recognise Arinda's voice. "Whatever he is up to, I don't really care. As far as Callum is concerned, I am just some piece of meat that was forced on him. He wouldn't talk to me, wouldn't even look at me. I doubt if he cares about me at all. It really is not his fault, obviously. He never wanted a wife. But he could at least pretend to care." With this, Callum stepped back from the door and went back the way he had come. Chapter 9. Callum Riddell smiled as his cousin stood up from the ground. "Are you sure you haven't had enough beating, cousin?" "That wasn't a beating," Malcolm spat to the ground, brandishing his sword. "Ye hit like a woman." Callum grinned and was fast enough to stall Malcolm's strike. "I think that's enough, cousin," he warned again, but Malcolm swiftly pushed him over with his left leg while bringing the blade closer to Callum's chest. Their blades flashed and clashed, but Callum quickly struck his cousin slightly at the shoulder before pushing him with his elbow. Malcolm lost his balance and his blade dropped. "I said enough," Callum said again, now getting irritated. "Get up and go clean yourself up," he said, offering his hand to Malcolm, who took it with a mischievous grin on his face. The two guards that had been standing nearby quickly went to the aid of their master, but Malcolm waved them away. "His wee strike did nothing to me," Malcolm said to the guards. "I barely felt it." The guards exchanged confused looks and withdrew. Meanwhile, Callum walked over to where his horse stood. He pretended not to hear what his cousin had just said. He knew Malcolm well. Nothing gave Malcolm greater joy than to make fun of him, even in front of the servants. Callum didn't want any part in the friendly fight, but Malcolm talked him into it. Now he wished he hadn't listened. His father would be angry that he struck Malcolm, even though the damage was minimal. He only wanted to teach him a lesson. He had been trying to make him look stupid all evening, just because Gabby was watching from the window. "So, cousin, I was right when I said you hit like a woman, was I not?" Malcolm asked, limping closer to Callum. His shoulder was slightly grazed and a bit bloody. "How did ye make it through the wedding night?" Callum said nothing. He was trying hard not to strike Malcolm again. Instead, he shifted his concentration to his horse, patting his head affectionately. "Ye have grown soft, cousin. Are ye certain that ye hae all it takes to lead the clan when your father passes away?" He bit his tongue and clenched his fist, but he had to be careful around Malcolm. Father had made sure of that. They had grown up together, and his father had treated Malcolm like his own son. But still, Malcolm seemed unsatisfied. He wanted the clan for himself, and everyone knew this. Callum looked up and saw his father looking down at them. He hesitantly turned to his cousin and patted him on the shoulder. "The right person has become the laird, cousin. Get over it. and stop trying to make me look stupid in front of my wife." With this, he mounted his horse. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lachlan stepped away from the window and went back to his seat. Rory chewed noisily as he waited for him to speak. They had both witnessed what had happened. "Malcolm isn't going to make this easy for my son," Lachlan said to Rory. "He does nae want to give up. He still believes that he should be the laird," said Rory. "He is as stubborn as his father," Lachlan retorted. "Ye heard what the physician said yesterday. I cannae go out as I used to, less riding and more bed resting." "Yes, my lord. I am certain that if ye have enough rest, ye will be fine. Ye are still very strong." Lachlan laughed. Rory believed he was strong, but he himself knew that deep inside he was dying fast. The last invasion had caused a great decline to his health. "I think I should tell Callum about the sickness," he said. "Shall I fetch him for ye?" asked Rory, and Lachlan nodded. Rory stood up and excused himself, but came in shortly. "I'm afraid, my lord, he is nowhere to be found." Lachlan sighed. He must have gone to Isabella's graveyard, or to see his whore. "Ye think he will some day come to love the Sassenach lass?" Rory asked. "Aye, but that is up to him. One day he would realise that I have done the right thing. Right now, he is very angry because Malcolm is smarter than he is," he said and sat upright. "My friend, after I am dead, there are certain things I need you today for me." "My lord, dinna speak of death in such manner. You are not dying any time soon." Lachlan chuckled. "I believe ye, friend, but I just need you to keep this in mind. After I ha' gone to be with my fathers, make my funeral quick. Perhaps stay everything the following day. I need to be put to rest quickly. On the third day, perform the laird coronation for my son, and he has to walk through town with his wife beside him. Also, make sure ye support him in everything and with everything. Ye are like a father to him. I want him to see ye as a father and treat him like a son. Let him have his way on everything, but he must never set aside his position or his wife." Rory inhaled and nodded. "Aye, my lord." "Thank ye, great friend. Ye have served me so very well. I shall never forget ye," said Lachlan, holding Rory's hand as he looked into his firm face. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Ye are awfully quiet, my lord," Erlyn said beside Callum. She rested her head on his chest as they both lay on the bed together. Callum said nothing. He shouldn't have come here, but he had nowhere else to go and he needed to talk to someone. Now that he was with his mistress, he was finding it even more difficult to talk. "Is anything wrong, my lord?" she asked, raising her head a bit and looking straight into his eyes. Erlyn was a beautiful woman, no doubt. Her hair was as black as a raven. Her brilliant hazel eyes complemented her green dress. To top it all off, she had a body like an hourglass hidden under the dress, but noticeable to whoever was looking. She could easily lure any man, no matter how strong, to her bed, but she chose to remain his mistress. However, their relationship was hindered by how they met. She was the late Isabella's closest friend. Perhaps that was the reason he was continually filled with guilt each time he was with her. He couldn't shake off what he felt Isabella's opinion would be if she was still alive. He felt sorry that he needed her. After Isabella's demise, she had been there for him. They had mourned her together and had found solace and comfort in each other. That was all it was supposed to be. Or perhaps that was all he had hoped for the night he got too drunk. Flashes of the forbidden intimacy haunted him as he ruminated on his role. "Is it your cousin again?" she asked, interrupting his thought. He inhaled sharply. He had once told her of the rivalry between him and his cousin. Even while Isabella was alive, Malcolm had wanted her for himself. Callum never quite understood why Malcolm always wanted everything that belonged to him. It was as if making an enemy out of him was what Malcolm lived for. My lord, Erlin started, seductively bringing her lips close to his earlobes, but he quickly rose to a sitting position. Did I offend ye, my lord? She asked. He could sense the panic in her voice. No, Erlin, he said calmly, it is nay ye at all. She also rose to a sitting position. Are ye certain of it, my lord, or is this because of your new lass? Callum had been waiting for when she would eventually bring up the topic. Absolutely nay, he replied, brushing her cheek tenderly with the back of his left hand. She means nothing to me, he stated. Then why do I feel as if ye dinna want me? Day I nae attract ye any more. He sighed and stood up. He hated it when she behaved stubbornly. I just said that this has nothing to do with ye. Then, my lord, she said, walking closer to him, tell me what bothers ye, so that my mind will be at peace, and I will know that ye and I are fine. She put an arm around him, settling a kiss on his left cheek. Malcolm is becoming an unavoidable problem for me, he finally said. Not that he actually wanted to tell her, but he just needed her to stop thinking that she was the cause. She frowned. I think everyone is aware of that. Yes, but it's becoming a bigger problem, and I dinna ken if I can withstand this any longer. But ye have been living with this all your life. Besides, ye are the laird now. Yes, but he keeps coming at me, especially with the arrival of the lass, he replied, leaning against the wall. Just like he did with Isabella, she asked. To this, he gave no reply. Talking about Isabella with her was another problem on its own. Who was he deceiving? Maybe he needed to get out of here. She made another attempt at his lips, but he avoided it, slowly laying her back on the bed. I need to get going. He could see the disappointment plastered on her face. But ye just arrived, she said. Yes, and now I need to leave. We will talk later, he said. He didn't look back as he walked out of her room, past her guards into a lonely hallway where he continued to blame himself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Erlin watched him from the window as he rode away on his horse. Her chest was heaving with anger, but she managed to keep her calm. She walked away from the window to the mirror on the wall. She could still feel the surge of anger deep down within her as she yanked off all the jewellery she had put on because she was expecting him. He didn't love her. How would he love her when he only saw her as his mistress? She had been there for him. She had always been there. Yet he kept treating her as if she meant nothing. She was supposed to be his wife, not that stupid English lass. Could he have fallen for his wife, she thought, but she was not certain. A gentle knock on her door brought her back to life. Who is it? She yelled. It is I, my lady, said Anne, her loyal maid. She inhaled deeply. Ye may come in, she said after collecting herself. The older lady came in. Why does he nae love me, Anne, so? She demanded. The woman, who was now preparing the bed, stopped to look at her. Why does he nae love me? Erlin asked again. Well, my lady, maybe he is still very much in love with the Lady Isabella. It's been 4 years he shouldn't be, Erlin shouted. When Isabella died, I thought I could finally hae him to myself. I loved him first. He was supposed to be in love with me. Isabella had everything on a platter of gold. She even got betrothed to him. That should have been me. Now that she is dead, I am only just a mistress to him. I have to be more than a mistress. But that is something. Maybe in time he will get to see ye more like you want him to. What time do I have? He is with a lass now. I keep feeling like I have lost him again. Maybe you need to be patient, my lady. He just became the laird and now he is married. He may need time to sort things out. Did you not hear what I just said? Erlin shouted at Anne. It has been 4 years already. How long shall I wait for? I cannae bear the thought of him loving some other woman. I canny day that again. I hear she be Sassenach lass, Anne said. Everyone knows the history the laird has with the Sassenach. I do nae think the marriage would last, my lady, so cheer up. Erlyn found some comfort in what Anne had just said. It was true that Callum hated the English people, and that was because of what had befallen his first love at their hands. Perhaps Anne was right. Maybe he would never love his wife. But still, how long would she keep acting his mistress? When would he finally ask her to marry him? She loved him so much that it broke her heart. Even though she had been his mistress for a long time now, he had never looked at her the way he used to look at Isabella. It was apparent then that he was in love with Isabella. "Leave me," she said quietly to Anne, who excused herself and left the room. Erlyn threw herself on the bed to inhale the scent he left behind. She was determined to have him for herself only, no matter how many wives his father got him. She would rid him of all distractions until he only saw her. Nothing would stop her. Chapter 10. Callum was angry, but he needed to remain calm, he thought to himself as he entered his father's room. Lachlan was sitting in his chair talking to Rory. He looked tired, and for the first time, he really looked old to Callum. Callum knew that his father's sickness was badly affecting him, but his father was too proud to admit it. Ideally, all Scots were supposed to be proud. Even if they were dying, they would never show or admit it. "Son, is anything the matter?" asked his father on sighting him. He sighed. He had just remembered that he was angry. He walked over to his father's bed and sat down. His face was hardened. "Perhaps the laird wants me to excuse you," said Rory. "Nonsense. He knows that I discuss everything with ye, so whatever is bothering him, he can spill it out like a man," said Lachlan. This further got Callum angry, and he stood up. "Why England, of all places, father? How could ye day this to me? Why would ye even consider it?" The two older men exchanged glances. "But I thought we were past this," said Lachlan with a frown. "Did something happen?" "Malcolm is doing something which I am yet to understand. He is being unusually nice to her, and I can see history repeating itself again." Both men exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Is that jealousy I am sensing?" Lachlan inquired. Callum scoffed. These old men did not get it. Jealousy of all things. How could he get jealous of a lady he was not interested in, someone he hardly knew? "Father, that is not jealousy. That was a very big mistake that you made. I should never ha' listened to ye and accepted to marry her. I should never ha' even agreed to become the laird, for now I dae see the purpose. Malcolm will always come after everything that's mine. I love Isabella, I always will, and no one can ever take her place, not some Sassenach whore." After saying this, Callum walked out of the room, while the two men stared after him. He was fuming, even angrier with the way his father had thought he was jealous. Jealous of who? Malcolm and his new wife? He spat in disgust. It would take more than a night with her to even begin to like her. Some minutes later, he was galloping away on his stallion, leaving trails of gust behind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "I hope I didna day the wrong thing, Rory," Lachlan said after his son had left. His friend was quiet. "My son hates me. I do nae ken how else to make him see why he needs to overlook this hatred and find true happiness within." Rory sighed. "I think he needs more time." "Dae ye think he bedded the lass?" Rory looked at his friend and shook his head. "I do nae ken, my lord. The servant said he left in a hurry." Lachlan sighed and leaned back on his seat. "I dae nae hae much time, Rory. Ye heard what the physician said. I need you to promise me one thing." "Anything, my lord. Whatever happens to me, I need you to look after him for me." Rory nodded. "Yes, my lord. Don't worry so much." Lachlan shut his eyes. He and Rory were just planning on how to tell both his sons that he was dying, and now, with everything that just happened, he doubted if he would ever get the chance. "Ye can go, but send the lass in," he said. "The wife? I would like to talk to her." Rory nodded and excused himself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "The chief would like to see me?" Gabby asked, not sure of what she just heard. Herinda nodded, still looking at the servant who had brought the message. Gabby sighed. Ever since their first encounter and after bringing her there, she had not spoken to the man who had invaded her land. She stood up. "All right." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "I hope you're no longer angry with me?" he asked as he sighted her. Gabby said nothing. She just walked in and sat down after the servant left them. "There is no use getting angry with you," she replied. "There is a reason why ye are here. Ye can call it selfish, but it is my reason," the man said. Gabby noticed he was talking with difficulty, but she only thought it was due to tiredness. "I know you brought me here to marry me to your son. That is your reason. What I do not understand is why me and why him? Clearly, he is not excited to get married, unlike his other brother, who has been nice to me since I got here." The man frowned and coughed slightly. "Callum is in pain, but with patience and with your help, he will get better. Everything isn't as it seems. You will realise this soon." He coughed more. "Give him a chance, and Day may give up on him." Gabby sighed. This was unbelievable. "You forced me to marry your son, and now you want me to be patient with him till he comes to like me. I do not care about him. Ye will love him. He is a good man who has gone through too much." She scoffed. "I understand that this can be difficult for ye, and it probably makes no sense, but ye can be happy here?" He coughed some more. "Are you sick?" Gabby asked, confused and not knowing what to do. Yet Lachlan kept on coughing. Gabby, out of fear, ran out of the room to get help. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum placed the flowers in front of the marble stone before sitting down on the grass. Most times he would come here, not say anything, but just sit and look at the marble stone. It usually gave him some comfort to think that Isabella was around him. He inhaled deeply. He shouldn't have spoken to his father that way. He felt something was wrong with him, but instead of discussing that, he was talking about Malcolm. And what was the name of his wife again? He chuckled. This was really odd. How could he not know the name of his wife? His mind drifted to what happened the other night. What was that, he wondered. He had never felt that way with any woman, not even Isabella. He wanted the lady like he had never wanted anyone before. He could still remember the way her hair smelt. He wanted to bury his nose in it forever. No, he shouldn't be thinking about that. Not there, not ever. She meant nothing to him. No one could replace Isabella. The neighing of a nearby horse made him turn around to see Efgerald tying his horse to the tree. "I knew I would find ye here," he said, walking closer to Callum. "What brought you here, Efgerald?" he asked his friend, who was now sitting beside him. "I had a thought that ye might be here. Your father asked me to find ye." Callum scoffed. He thought as much. "I dinna think the chief is doing good," said Efgerald. Callum frowned. "What did you see?" "Shortly after you left," he started coughing. "Thanks to your wife that was around, she—" "Hold on," said Callum. "My wife?" Efgerald nodded. "Aye, she was with him. The physician has been sent for." Callum sighed. "I knew something was wrong with him. I should have asked, but I was too angry." "Why are ye angry? Ye have a beautiful lass. Ye are the laird. Why would ye be angry? Ye have everything you want." "I know, but ye think that Malcolm would stop coming after me. He has already started warming his way into the heart of the lass. You mean your wife? Aye. What is her name again? Efgrold laughed. Ye dinna ken your wife's name. It wasna my plan to marry her, Efgrold. It was father who planned all this. Aye, but for your own good. Callum was quiet, so his friend continued. If Malcolm is warming his way into the heart of your wife, that is probably because ye let him. Ye dinna even ken her name. She is already your wife. Nothing can change that now. Whatever happens between her and Malcolm is only because ye allowed it. Callum was quiet. He knew that his friend was right. What about Erlyn? Efgrold asked. What about her? Callum replied. She knows you are married now. Are ye still seeing her? Callum sighed. I dinna ken yet. I canna dismiss her just because I am married, he said, standing up. It is getting dark. We should get going. Efgrold knew that his friend was trying to avoid the discussion, but he said nothing. He only stood up and followed him to where the horses were tied. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby was restless. She waited with Arinda in the room. Yet no one has come to tell her anything since the physician arrived. Malcolm and some other men entered the room after she was told to excuse the physician. Is he going to be okay? She asked again for what could have been the 50th time. I dinna ken, my lady, but they are attending to him, Arinda said. She waited in the room with Gabby. He just wouldn't stop coughing, and you should have seen his face, Gabby went on. All of a sudden, he grew so pale. I have never seen anything like that before. Was he sick before? She asked further. I dinna know, my lady. I am certain that we shall know soon enough. Gabby kept pacing. Thank goodness that Malcolm was around. What about the laird? Where is he? You mean your husband? She swallowed but nodded. No one has seen him, but I think Sir Efgrold has gone out in search of him, said Arinda. Gabby sighed, but jumped as a knock sounded on the door. Arinda quickly went to open it. It was a servant. Lord Malcolm would like you to come with me, my lady, he said. All right, Gabby said, and hurriedly left with him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum frowned as he approached the castle. There were more people than usual standing at the front of the castle. As they got closer, he could see the worry plastered across their various faces. Something was not right. Quickly, the stable boys ran to them as they dismounted. What happened? He asked one of the boys, but the two were too afraid to speak. Have ye lost your tongue? Efgrold demanded as he dismounted, running after Callum, who was now finding his way into the castle. When they got into the castle, there were more people. What happened? Where is my father? Callum demanded as he sighted Rory and Malcolm talking in hushed tones. Calm down, cousin, said Malcolm, but Callum ignored him. He was afraid for what could possibly be wrong. Where is he? He asked Rory once more. We lost him. He is dead, said Rory. At first, Callum thought someone had just slapped him across the jaw. He is what? He asked again. His voice trembled. He is dead, cousin, Malcolm replied. That was when Callum realised that both men had teary eyes. Malcolm walked up to him and held his shoulders. He died shortly after you left. We never knew that he was sick. He kept it secret all this while. Now he is gone. Callum shut his eyes and, when he opened them, saw her afar off. She looked very worried and was looking at him. He looked away and began to climb the stairs to his father's room. Where are you going? Asked Rory. I need to see my father, he replied. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When he got to his father's room, he saw him on the bed. He was covered up, and the servants were cleaning the room. Rory and Efgrold followed him into the room. Your brother is seeing to the funeral rites, Rory said, but Callum was quiet. He walked over to where the body lay. Lachlan's eyes were closed. He lay motionless, and his face had grown whiter than Callum had ever seen it. Callum bent closer to him, taking the cold hand of his father into his. "How long has he been sick?" he asked. 6 months and a few days, replied Rory. "Was there no cure for it?" "None. The same ailment that killed your mother," replied Rory. Callum hardened his face. He blinked back the tears that were now forming. "Why did he nae say anything to me?" he asked, almost in a whisper. "He did nae want to terrify ye. Besides, he wanted to tell you this morning, but you left angrily," Rory explained. "Who was there when he died?" he asked. "Your wife was here. She was the last person to speak to him," replied Rory. Callum shut his eyes and opened them. Hot tears flooded down his cheeks. He should have been here. He should not have been so angry. He should have waited to hear what his father wanted to say before leaving angrily. The whole issue of Malcolm and his wife had made him so angry and yet so blind. And now he had lost his father.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
He should have been the one to speak the last words to him. He had died shortly after Callum had been so angry with him. "Leave me," he said to the two men who bowed and left. Chapter 11. The funeral and the official laird ceremony had taken place the day before, and everything was returning back to normal. The Scots were not known to mourn their dead for long. Besides, Lachlan had given Rory strict instructions for when he died. He wanted things to go back to normal after his funeral. He knew mourning him could leave his town looking weak to the enemies. All through the time of the funeral, Gabby had seen less of Callum. Even though she desperately wanted to be there for him, she didn't have the chance to do that. It was like he just didn't want anything to do with her. On the day of the burial, she had tried to walk up to him, but he had ignored her by turning away. She felt embarrassed. "Do nae worry, my lady. He will come around. He is still mourning his father," Arinda had said to her, and she believed her. A day after the burial, she had decided to take matters into her own hands. She had no particular reason, but she just wanted to be nice to him. Perhaps due to the fact that she was there when his father died, and she really wanted to say how sorry she was. Still, he wasn't allowing that to happen. Also, he had not slept in the same room with her. Through Arinda, she discovered that he had another private chamber where he was spending the night. It was just down the hall, and not too far from the chamber they had both shared. That morning, she had stopped Arinda on the way while she was on her way to giving him breakfast. "I will serve my husband his food," she said. Arinda frowned. "Are you sure of this, my lady?" she asked. "Yes, Arinda. If he won't talk to me, I need to at least take a chance. His father wanted me to be here, and if he does not want me to be his wife anymore, he can send me back to my people." Arinda said nothing more but handed her the tray. Upon opening the door, Gabby found him by the fire. He had not bothered to see who it was that came in. His back was turned to her. "You can place it on the table, Arinda, thank ye," he said without turning around. Gabby did as she was told, but instead of leaving, she stayed, hoping he would at least turn around. Instead, he waited by the fire, staring into it, deep in thought. Gabby took the time to study him. He looked worried and sad. He looked like someone who had lots of things on his mind, but was not certain of who to share it with. She inhaled. "How is the young lass?" he asked. Gabby swallowed, knowing full well that he had just referred to her as a young lass. Well, at least he showed concern for her. "She is waiting for you to turn around," Gabby said, and instantly he turned round, quite surprised to see her. "I apologise, my lady. I did nae see you come in," he said. Gabby was quiet. She had prepared for this, but now she didn't know what else to say. They both stared at each other for a while, both not saying anything. "May I ask what brought ye here?" he finally asked. I have been trying to talk to you since your father died, but it seemed impossible. I want to say how sorry I am for the loss of your father." He managed a smile. "Thank you. I appreciate it," he said before walking to the table. Callum began to eat his food, hoping she would finally leave, but there she stood watching him as he ate, almost as if waiting to talk to him. He was confused. What did she want? "Is there anything you want, my lady?" he asked. Gabby inhaled. This was her chance. "I know you did not want me here. Your father forced us together and now he is no more. I wish to know if you still want me, and if not, can you send me back to my home?" Callum frowned and was about to talk when the door opened and F-Gerald came in. He looked surprised to see them both in the room together. "My lady," he said with a bow, and Gabby responded with a bow. "My lord, I am glad that ye both are here. Today is the parade, so I just came to remind ye," F-Gerald said, and then bowed and took his leave. Gabby was confused. She looked at Callum for an explanation. "It is customary for a Laird Tar parade his wife through the town. This is nae a request, it is a requirement. It will give ye a chance to meet your people." She was confused. "But your people are not my people. My people are back at Hawkshire," she mumbled. Callum rolled his eyes. "Ye are my wife, and I am the Laird, the leader of my people. Ye are no longer a princess. Ye rule here now." Callum stood up and pulled out a large chest from under the bed to the middle of the room. "These are your items," he said. Then he sat back in his chair and propped his feet on the table. Gabby opened the chest slowly and found cloths and other items neatly tucked away. As she went through the items, she could feel his eyes scanning her. She looked at him, only to find him biting his lower lip and done with his food. "So, this should answer your question," he finally said. Gabby was slightly disappointed. They were still married. Without saying anything else, she motioned towards the door. "I wouldn't mind at all if you want to change here," he said with a smirk. She snorted and walked out of the door, shutting it behind her. Callum laughed as he stood up to close the chest. It had been a while since he was this amused. He actually missed that side of their shaky relationship. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby looked at herself in the mirror as Arinda dressed her up. The red gown was sparkling, and thankfully this time, all her cleavage was not in the open. "This is lovely," said Arinda, but Gabby gave no reply. She was very angry. "Is everything okay, my lady?" Arinda questioned, looking at her. She sighed. "I hate him," she declared. "I hate the fact that I bothered myself so much just because of him. I hate that I was worried about him and I had to go see him, only for him to force me into a stupid parade." Arinda chuckled. "The parade is indeed a requirement for the people to see the wife of the Laird. It will earn ye more respect." "Will you be coming with me?" she asked. "No, my lady. This is just for ye and the Laird," Arinda replied. While they were talking, a knock sounded. "I think it is time," Arinda said, and Gabby nodded. They both walked towards the door. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum waited outside, hoping the lass would hurry up, and finally the door opened, and Gabby emerged in the red dress. It showed off her hips, some cleavage, and her waist perfectly. He had to blink a few times as he saw her. She was really beautiful. He regained his bearing as his servant came over to drape the fur cloak onto his shoulders, while he clasped the metal chains at the front. One of the stable boys brought over his steed. This time, Gabby was already standing beside him. "Brace yourself," he said to her, but she wasn't paying attention. So, when he suddenly grabbed her by the waist and set her on the horse, she suddenly screamed. Her face had turned bright red and she glared. He couldn't stop laughing. This lady really knew how to amuse him. "I did warn you, my lady," he said, climbing onto the horse. "Are we riding on one horse?" she finally asked, a little surprised seeing him behind her. "Definitely," We are married. Do I need to keep reminding ye of that, my lady? He kicked the horse and it moved forward. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby was not comfortable with him behind her. They were cramped on one horse with no breathing space between them. His chest was literally bouncing against her back. But of course, what else would happen? It was not as if she could have it any other way. She sighed as they headed towards the village. The village had woken up and there were people passing by going about their usual business. People scurried around. There were children playing with dogs as they passed through. Are they going to accept me? She asked. Aye, they will. But I know of the enmity between the English and the Scots. I do not think they will like me. Ye are one of us now. Ye are their leader, they hae no choice, he said. She inhaled when she heard this. Besides, I am behind ye. Ye dare nae hae to be afraid. She almost smiled as she heard that. That was perhaps the nicest thing he had ever said to her since she got there. He was right. The people were friendly. Many waved at them, while children followed behind them, laughing and clapping. Callum watched as his wife looked upon his people. She looked at them with wonder. She looked happy, and he was impressed. Crowds formed here and there, and many stood on their toes to catch a glimpse of Callum's bride. He pulled the horse to a halt and slid off, reaching up to Gabby. She willingly slid into his arms. People crowded around them, and two girls came forwards to present Gabby with flowers. When she saw them, she immediately remembered her two sisters back at home, Brooke and Berthie. She missed them so much. She held in her tears. It would be embarrassing to allow these people to see her tears. The girls handed her the flowers. Thank you so much. These are so beautiful, she said. I shall treasure them forever. The girls laughed, and so did she, before they finally went back. While all this was going on, Callum was addressing a group of men while she attended to the women. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Many hours later, they were back at the castle. Gabby was telling Arinda all about the parade. She clearly was excited. The people were so kind. The women asked me several questions about Hawkshire, the type of food we ate, the tea we drank, and so many other questions. Some that I didn't even know the answer to. It was really interesting. Arinda smiled. She was laying the bed for Gabby as she talked. Happy that ye could see that our people are good people. Yes, they are. And the girls that gave me flowers, oh, they were so adorable. They reminded me so much of my sisters. Ye have sisters? Arinda asked. Yes, I do. Berthie and Brooke, they are twins. Arinda looked surprised. Twins? They must be very beautiful. Oh, yes, they are. I miss them so much, Gabby stated. Arinda was done with the bed, so she was set to take her leave. I assure ye, you are going to like it here, my lady. Just give it time, she said, then excused herself and left. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. She was good with the children and the women, Callum said to Efdrel. He was telling his friend about the parade, how his lass had made the children and women laugh. Even though he was with the men most of the time, he couldn't help but glance towards her, and each time he did, he was impressed. Are you saying that everything is good between you two? Efdrel asked. Oh, nay, nay at all. When we were coming back, we did talk. She was happy, but then we got back to the castle, and everything went back the way it was. Women are a mystery, said Efdrel, especially yours. I donnae ken what she wants. One thing I know is that she makes me laugh. I have found out that teasing her can be really amusing. Efdrel shook his head. You may need to stop doing that, my lord. Women generally do nae like to be seen as an object of amusement. I donnae ken how to talk to her otherwise, or what to say to her, Callum retorted. I couldnae help but notice that she isn't like the whore ye call your mistress. Callum scoffed. I tease her just to start a conversation. That does nae mean she should be an arrogant priss, Callum continued. It actually does, his friend replied. The more you tease her, the more she will hate you. I think she misses her family, Callum finally said. He could remember how she had looked when the two girls had brought her the flowers. Of course, I think it is obvious that she misses her family, her sisters, father, mother, said Rory as he came in. And perhaps that scrawny boy that father said she was to be married to. Well, from what I heard, she didn't really care for him. She expected to be wed to him, and since they grew up together, they had a connection. But since she discovered she was to wed him, she lost her fondness for him. She misses her people, her family, and she is tired of being teased and harassed by ye Laird Callum, Rory stated. Callum noticed Rory's stern tone, but he understood his concern. I ken ye better than anyone, said Efgerald, who was now standing up. Ye do nae want to hurt this woman, dae ye? Callum shook his head in agreement. Then let her adjust and try not to force her into doing what she does nae want to do, Efgerald concluded. Callum almost turned red. Did everyone know what happened on his wedding night? Before he asked, Efgerald turned and left. Rory also moved closer to him. Ye are my son, just as much as you were your father's son. Your father made me promise that I will look after ye. The lass is a good woman. Try to be kinder to her. Callum was quiet and watched as Rory left as well. He lay on his back as he started to think about his situation with Gabby. Maybe they were right. Chapter 12. When Callum walked into the chamber, which they both shared, he found Gabby scrubbing her skin vigorously as she took her bath. She hadn't heard him enter. He had been told that, for a large man, he moved quietly, almost like a panther or even a wolf. He took pride in his stealth and folded his arms while he watched her. Gabby, as he had come to know her name, was even younger in the warm orange glow of the firelight. Her wet red hair floated in the water around her, her eyes closed in bliss. He thought of talking, but then that would disturb her, so he was quiet. He moved to the bed and settled. All of a sudden she looked up, clearly startled by his presence. Her cheeks reddened and she covered her chest with her hands. He was surprised. Why do ye act like this? We are married. You shouldn't be ashamed of your body in front of your husband. Husband, you should have knocked before coming in, she said. And why is that? He questioned. This is my room, and I can go and come as I please. This is our room, not only yours, she corrected. And sometimes people need their privacy. Besides, I thought you already got yourself another room. I was not expecting you here. Callum chuckled. He loved her bravery and intelligence. If ye were not expecting me, then why did you not lock the door behind ye? She did not respond and was trying to get out of the water. Do ye need my help? He asked, but she was quiet. I can help myself out, thank you, she replied sourly. Callum adjusted on the bed without looking at her while she got dressed. His mind drifted back to what Rory and Efgerald had said to him. He was told to be kinder and nicer. Maybe he should try that. I want to say thank you for going with me to the parade today, he said. She didn't look at him. You do not have to thank me. You already said it was not a request, it was a requirement. Aye, but still, thank ye. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby was quiet. She packed her hair into a bun and then went to lie on the bed next to him, but with a considerable amount of space in between them. Well, you are welcome, she finally said. She couldn't understand why he was suddenly being nice to her. So, those are your people now. What do you think of them? He asked. She frowned and turned to look at him. Was he really trying to start a conversation? Well, she started, they seemed nice. I like that they didn't hate me as I had feared. he scoffed. You thought they would hate you? Yes, I did, but I was impressed. They were all very nice. Everyone has been nice to me since I got here, except you. This got him laughing, and she was surprised. He was actually laughing from something she said. So, are you saying that I have been mean to you? He asked. Yes, you have. Do you even know my name? The other day, I heard you referring to me as the young lass. She scoffed. Callum laughed more. I beg your pardon, my lady, but I ken your name. It is Gabby, is it nae? She hid a smile. Impressive. They both laughed and then remained silent. Gabby couldn't believe what was happening, but she loved it. Your men seem so loyal and devoted to you, she said after a while. They are not like our people. Callum chuckled. Why would you say that? You do nae ken them. Besides, every team has both good and bad men. Believe me, nae all of them are loyal. But why would you say such of your people? She recounted how it was her people that had told Lachlan where she was hiding before her mother had to come to get them. You must not blame them so much. They were probably afraid for their lives. Gabby inhaled. He was right, but she still couldn't forgive them. I was told that ye were with my father right before he died, he started. Yes, I was. I am happy that you were with him, thank ye. But why did he send for you? He asked. He wanted to talk to me and make sure I was comfortable here. While we spoke, he started coughing. He was quiet, so she continued. I heard he had been sick for a long time. Why did you not do anything about it? It was a sickness that had no cure. He should have just told me before he... His voice trailed off. Gabby felt sorry for him and she turned to her side. He took her hand into his. Mother died from the same sickness many years back, so it must have been really tough for him. I am so sorry, Gabby said, but he seemed really strong. No one would have believed he was sick. He smiled. Well, he was the chief. He was nae supposed to show his weakness at any time. So, that is what being a Highlander means? That is what being a leader means, he replied. He was still lying on his back and not looking at her. Was that why you couldn't shed a tear in front of your people when your father was being buried? She asked. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk? Callum was surprised. He turned to look at her. She had paid close attention to him all through that day. Yes, I was looking at you. I felt so sorry for you and I wanted to talk to you, but you were not making it so easy. He smiled, quite aware of the fact that she was still holding his hand. Well, yes, ye are right. I cannae cry in front of my people, no matter how much pain I am going through. What kind of a leader will that make me? A leader must never show weakness at any time. I have never heard of this before, she said quietly. How much do ye know of the Highlanders? He asked, looking at her. Well, I know that they can be very bloody. All you think of is murder, rape, and siege. He gasped. Ye Sassenach are weaklings. Ye chose to believe everything ye hear. Was that why ye did not touch your food on the night of our wedding? It was her turn to look surprised. You were watching me, or... ye kept on drinking. Ye barely touched the meat. Gabby laughed, now dropping his hand. I thought it could be human flesh. When Callum heard this, he burst into laughter. Human flesh? We are not cannibals. They both laughed and then grew quiet. Callum realised that within the time they were discussing and laughing, the space between them had reduced far enough that he could barely move without at least touching her. This sudden awareness began to give him some familiar sensations, similar to those he had felt earlier that day when they were on the horse. The warmth of her body was calling out to him, and he desperately wanted to pull her closer. Rory's statement kept ringing in his head, but so was his own desire. Gabby, on the other hand, loved the feeling of being close to him. She felt like reaching out to him and curling up on his broad chest, but she was afraid. They were lying so close that she could smell his musky male scent. It was igniting some exciting feelings inside her. What could this be? Was it because he had been nice to her, or because of the dream she had about him? She shut her eyes as the dream flooded back into her mind. She desperately wanted it to be her reality. She wanted to see how it would feel, but how would she even make him see that she wanted this? She inhaled and opened her eyes, only to see him looking at her. A knot tightened in her throat as she saw that familiar look in his eyes. It was the same she'd seen on the night of their wedding. "Do nay move," he said to her, and then pulled her closer, capturing her lips with his. Gabby felt his tongue touch her lips for entrance, and she willingly let him in. She felt hot all of a sudden, and her heart began to race as she kissed him back. She wrapped her arms around his neck while he held her tightly by the waist. Shivers ran down her spine as Callum's hand roamed her body. He was being gentle with her. Gabby was excited, terrified, and nervous at the same time. She wanted more. The thought of his muscled fingers running down her back made her shiver again. A growing need built up inside her. She needed to feel him. She needed to see him. These feelings scared her. She knew how to solve this, but it terrified her. This was a man whose father had invaded her home and killed some of her people. Callum moved down to her neck, and a moan escaped her. She couldn't restrain it any longer. "Callum?" she asked quietly. He stopped kissing her. "Will you bed me?" Callum's lips broke into a smile as he heard this. He had long waited for this. "Are you certain? You do nae hita if you are nae ready." "I am ready. I want this," she said, nodding nervously. Callum heard the want and nervousness in her voice. Gently, she began to slip out of her dress. Gabby didn't know what she was doing, but she kept on doing it. He watched in interest as her shaking fingers undid the laces of her dress. When she was completely naked, he watched her cheeks redden in awe. "You have a stunning body. Do nae be ashamed," he whispered. He could tell it was her first time being with a man. He nipped her neck, and her fingers held onto the locks of his blonde hair. Callum blocked every thought of guilt or Isabella from his mind. All that mattered to him right then was Gabby, and not hurting her on her first time. He travelled his lips down her neck to her breasts that rose and fell with her quick breaths. The new feelings that spread through her entire body were causing her to squirm, but for no reason. She trusted him. She gasped when his lips came into contact with her nipple. The tip of his tongue circled around the pink bud until it peaked. If he was standing, her lusty moans would have brought him to his knees. Gabby felt his other arm grasp her other breast. Her body shivered against his moans. "Callum." She whispered his name. Callum had never heard anything more beautiful. He was certain that she had never called his name before. It sounded strangely exotic. Before she could utter any other word, he locked eyes with her and wrapped his mouth around the other nipple. "What are you doing to me?" Callum chuckled and once more released her nipple, causing her to whine in protest. Gabby felt him move further down her body until his mouth was nearly equal with the apex of her thighs. He could tell how much effect he was having on her. Something was building up in her stomach, and she badly wanted to let it out. Slowly, he spread her legs and settled in between them. His rough hands ran up and down gently, reassuring her that he would not hurt her. Gabby bit her lower lip gently, waited patiently for his next move, trusting him. Quickly, he untied his kilt and she gasped as she saw him. Just like every part of him, his manhood was also big. Gabby felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment and shock. He chuckled, hovering over her and admiring her beautiful face. "Will it, Gabby began, unable to find the right words. He chuckled and nodded. "Aye, it will, but you will need to relax." Callum had waited for this moment, but he never knew it could come this fast. He couldn't believe that she would give herself to him willingly. His movements were very slow and very careful as he prepared her for insertion. Bringing his lips down to hers, Callum began to push himself inside her. She squeaked with surprise. She wanted to push him away, but she couldn't. It was indeed a painful pleasure. Gabby wrapped her arms around his neck to kiss him deeper and to feel him closely. This went on for some time before he finally was sheathed all the way in her. Gabby whimpered and whined at the fullness that now lay within her. "Look at me," he whispered into her ears. "Relax." Gabby tried to open her eyes and looked into his eyes, which showed nothing but care and admiration. He felt her relax, and then he slowly began to withdraw before pushing further inside her. Gabby had never felt this way before. It was the most intimate feeling she had ever had. Being so close to him, skin to skin, their bodies intertwined in the closest way possible. Her pain was fast replaced with pleasure. Callum heard several moans slip from her beautiful lips. He was happy he wasn't hurting her. "I have never felt this way before," she went on, unable to stop herself. "I am the one that can day this to ye," he said. "I will be the only one to give you this pleasure, because ye are mine and mine alone. Love, ye are so beautiful." Gabby keened and called out his name, and he suddenly finished inside her, nearly collapsing on top of her. They both lay weak and breathless. Callum managed to withdraw from her and lay next to her. This was the last thing Gabby remembered before drifting off to sleep. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum woke up in the middle of the night. While Gabby lay beside him, Callum couldn't help but look at her. Even though he could feel some guilt for having feelings for someone besides Isabella, he couldn't deny it. He was falling for his own wife. He ran a hand through her hair. She was his little virgin. He looked down at the red stain that was on the cloak. If she had seen it, he knew she would have been embarrassed, and he tried to imagine her cute face. It would be clean the next morning. He sighed and turned on his back. He had never felt so relieved in a long time. Ever since Isabella had died, he had always carried this feeling inside of him, as if something was holding him back. But with what had just happened between him and his wife, he felt he had just been freed. Before he closed his eyes again, he hoped Isabella was pleased with him settling down with another woman. Chapter 13. Gabby woke up the next morning, feeling pain everywhere. The memory of what happened the night before hit her, and a wave of shame washed over her. She had made love to the man whose people had happily invaded her home, the one whose father had forcefully taken her away from her family. She pulled the blanket over her naked body, but was relieved to find that Callum was not in the room. Why had she allowed herself to be vulnerable with him just because they got along for one night? How could she have been so stupid? A knock sounded on the door, and for a minute she prayed it wouldn't be Callum. Eventually, she opened the door for Arinda, who had a bucket of water in her hand. "Morning, my lady," she said with the warmest smile. "Morning, Arinda," she replied, closing the door after her. "You slept for a long time. It is almost midday," Arinda said as she poured water into the tub. Gabby was surprised. "It is almost midday?" "Aye," replied the lady. "My lord woke up a long time ago. I saw him leave," she said, eyeing the blood-stained cloth. Gabby realised what was on the bed, and she froze. "You do not need to wash that. I will wash it," she said, hastily gathering the cloth with her hands. Arinda laughed. "There is nothing to be ashamed of, my lady. It is a good thing. Shows ye are a woman, and I am certain that Laird Callum must be so happy. Please, allow me to wash it," Arinda insisted, collecting the cloth from her. "I shall return with cleaner cloths," she said, leaving. Gabby sank into the bed. Now she was certain that everyone would know she had been an innocent English virgin. She shivered at the thought of everything that had transpired between herself and her husband. It was the best thing that had ever happened to her. She had never experienced anything like that. She wondered where he was and what he would say upon seeing her. She would probably die of shame. She stood up and climbed into the tub, leaving the blanket behind her. After taking her bath, she got into a clean dress while Arinda brought in fresh clothes for the bed, along with her breakfast. "So, you said you saw the laird leaving?" she asked while eating. "Aye," replied Arinda as she made the bed. "So, do you know where he is?" she asked. For some reason, she was missing him and really wanted to see him again, even though she also dreaded it. "I think he should be at his wife's graveyard," Arinda stated. Gabby looked up sharply. "What did you say?" "At the graveyard, visiting his dead wife. That is where he usually spends most of his time." Gabby leaned back. This clearly came as a shock to her. "He was married." Arinda raised her brows, realising what she had just said. "Oh, nay, my lady, but they were almost married before the Sassenach attacked us and killed her." Gabby looked even more shocked. "I have never heard of this before. Seems there are lots of things I do not know about my husband." Arinda smiled. "Well, Lady Isabella was a graceful woman, beautiful and elegant. She meant everything to him. When she died, it was like he also died inside." Gabby was quiet. All this came as a surprise to her, but why shouldn't it? She didn't even know her husband, and just because they finally made love the other night didn't mean she would earn a right to all his secrets. They were still strangers despite the intimate moment they shared last night. "How long ago was this?" she asked. "A few years ago, about 45 years now," Arinda replied, hanging some clothes in the closet. Gabby sighed. This would take a while before she could process it properly. "Do you mind leaving me alone for a while, please?" she asked politely. "Aye, my lady," Arinda replied and left. When she left, Gabby washed her hands and inhaled deeply. She felt sorry for Callum and began to put herself in his shoes. She tried to imagine losing her one true love and then being forced to marry another. She finally understood why he had been so withdrawn from her when she arrived. She began to see why he treated her in whatever way he did, but even so, she didn't deserve it. She didn't ask to be his wife. She inhaled one more time as she was feeling jittery. Perhaps taking a walk and getting some fresh air would not be a terrible idea. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That was a terrible thing to do. No matter how many times he thought about it, Callum could not get past the previous night. It was the best feeling in the world. He couldn't imagine how a woman, an English woman for that matter, would make him so weak that he lost all his senses. He forgot about his promises to Isabella. How could she do that to him? What was so special about her anyway that he found so irresistible? He sighed and picked up more stones from the ground. He threw them into the distance as far as his arms could reach. He had gotten to the graveyard early that morning to clear his head. The more he tried to do so, the more he realised he couldn't stop thinking about Gabby and how much he might still desire her. The English had always been his enemy, and now one of them was fast becoming his weakness. What exactly was their problem? He looked at his horse where it was tied. It had been a while since he got here, and nothing had changed about him. He was at a point where he still couldn't entirely choose between his past life and his new one. He was overrun with overwhelming guilt and irresistible desire. He wondered if he would be able to keep his hands to himself when next he would see her. Still, he wondered what would be going through her mind with all that had happened. She had willingly given herself to him the other night. Would she be filled with regret? This, he realised, was not going to be as easy as he hoped. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby and Arinda were taking a walk around the town together. Gabby met some people on the way whom she had seen the previous day. They were incredibly nice to her, and for that, she was happy. Some waved to her, some only smiled at her. "Seems our people like you," said Arinda. "Yes, they have been really nice to me," she replied. "The parade was really exciting yesterday. I have never felt so much love, even from my own people." Arinda smiled. "Well, many people fear the Highlanders, but the majority do nae ken that we can be the nicest people as well." "Well, I believe you," Gabby replied. "We must not walk too far, my lady. I do nae want my laird to be angry that I put his wife through so much trouble when we could have taken a horse." Gabby smiled. "I do not expect him to be so worried about me." "Why would ye think that?" "Well, we are husband and wife, but not by choice. We do not owe ourselves anything," Gabby replied. "Oh, do nae say that, my lady," Arinda said as they walked. "But it is true. I do not know him. He does not know me either. We made love last night, and now I'm even afraid of seeing him. I don't know what he even thinks of me. Ye assume the worst of Laird Callum, my lady." "I know. I assume the worst so that I will not be disappointed." Arinda said nothing but stopped all of a sudden. They were close to an open field which had lots of people either running around or just relaxing under the shade of the trees. "Why did you stop?" Gabby asked, looking at Arinda. "It is Lady Erlyn," Arinda said, looking ahead. "Who?" Gabby asked, looking where Arinda was looking. A lady approached them. Her hair was full and black, reaching down almost to her waist. She obviously intended to flirt, as her cleavage was out in the open in the revealing purple gown she wore. Her lips were full and red. She was very striking, and she also had something domineering about her, especially with the way she looked at Gabby. "My lady," said Arinda with a slight curtsy. Gabby could tell that Arinda wasn't at all pleased to see this woman, whoever she might be. "Oh, Arinda, how day ye day?" she asked Arinda while staring at Gabby. "Very well, my lady," Arinda replied. "Isn't this the Sassenach lass that I have heard so much about?" she finally asked. Gabby frowned, unable to understand anything. "Hello to you too. My name is Gabriella, and yes, I am the laird's wife." "Who might you be?" The lady laughed and walked around them as if trying to assess Gabby. "Well, little lass," she started with a smile. "I am Lady Erlyn Banolt, the laird's mistress. Do tell him that I shall be seeing him tonight. I am certain that he will tire of your Sassenach self soon enough." Gabby gasped as she heard this, but the lady only laughed and walked away into the carriage that waited for her. Arinda and Gabby watched as she waved, and the carriage drove away. "Is that true?" she demanded from Arinda, who was afraid to look her in the eyes. "Yes, my lady. Having a mistress is nae an uncommon thing among the Highlanders," she said. Gabby's face tightened as she heard this. She could feel the anger building up inside her. "What else do I not know about her?" "She was also Lady Isabella's closest friend," Arinda explained. For a while, Gabby found it difficult to put everything together, but then it finally dawned on her. "Hold on, Lady Isabella was Callum's betrothed, and she and that whore were friends. Well, my lady, Gabby didn't wait to hear more. This was unbelievable. Her husband was sleeping with the best friend of his former lover and betrothed, and here she was, feeling sorry for the loss of his beloved. She gasped. She had slept with him. She had shared the most intimate moment with him. She was actually hoping that something could happen between them, and now she just discovered that she wouldn't be the only one who would be sharing his bed. She had been so stupid. My lady, I assure ye, there is a good reason behind everything. Ye need to be patient, please, I beg of ye," Arinda said, running after her. But Gabby would not hear of this. She was angry, jealous, and even angrier. What reason could there be, Arinda, other than the fact that I've been very stupid to let my guard down? But he is still your husband. Yes, I know, but next time I am not going to allow him to touch me. He can go to his mistress. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He needed her again. That was the only thought in his head as he got back to the castle. Still, he knew it couldn't happen that way. First, they needed to talk about what had happened the previous night. He needed to know if she wanted him the same way he wanted her. He was almost certain she would feel the same way. He was, after all, her first. Thinking about that alone caused some excitement deep down within him. "My lord," said Efterold to him as he mounted the stairs. "Efterold, have you seen my wife?" he asked impatiently. "Oh, yes, my lord. She took a walk with the lady servant, Arinda. She is yet to return. Meanwhile, the elders would like to hire word with you. They are waiting for ye in the courtroom." Callum sighed. Seeing and talking to his wife would have to wait. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby was boiling with so much anger that she could barely see where she was going. While climbing the stairs, she missed a step and could have landed on her face if not for a firm grip on her back. "Careful, my lady, we dain't want you to injure yourself." Gabby smiled as Malcolm held her steadily. "Thank you very much, my lord." Malcolm returned the smile. "That reminds me, I think, now that we are a family, why don't we use our first names? Malcolm will day just fine." Gabby smiled. "I would really like that." "So," started Malcolm, holding her hand, "where are ye coming from, and where is your maid? You shouldna be walking about without a maid. What if I wasna here to help ye? You could have injured yourself." "I must have left in a hurry. She couldn't catch up," she said, looking behind her. She could see Arinda dashing towards them. "You left in a hurry? What could have happened? It is a beautiful day to hear a beautiful walk," Malcolm said as they both climbed the stairs together. Gabby sighed. She had no idea whether to tell Malcolm about this or not, but when he shot her a beautiful smile, she was certain that it wouldn't be a problem at all. "I ran into Lady Bernalt," she said, and they stopped walking, just when Arinda bowed and walked past them. "I can see you know her," Gabby said, but Malcolm only smiled, and they continued walking. "Aye, I do. She has been your husband's mistress for some time. I knew this would happen, but just never expected it to be this soon." Gabby sighed and shook her head. "I couldn't believe it when she said it to my face. She wasn't even afraid of me." "Well, for her, ye are a rival. As a matter of fact, you're both sleeping with the same man. So ye need to develop your courage. Scottish women can be very competitive when it comes to their men. Unless ye dain't love your husband. Well, I do not care who he sleeps with. They both deserve each other." Chapter 14. Callum watched from the window. His face hardened as he sighted his cousin and his wife laughing and walking together. He had completely forgotten about this, but apparently it was still a problem. "My lord, did you hear everything we just said?" asked one of the men of the court. He turned around to look at the men. He hadn't even heard a single word that had been said. Instead, he was busy looking out the window at his cousin and his bride, who were climbing down the stairs. What could they be talking about? "Aye, I heard all ye have said, and I dare say ye ha' all spoken well. My right-hand man, Sir Efgerald, will act according to what ye have said, and ye shall see positive results." Efgerald frowned at him, but he ignored it. "Will that be all, gentlemen?" he asked the 7 elders that had summoned him. "Aye, my lord," they chorused. "Well, then, I shall excuse myself, my lords," he said with a bow and left while Efgerald followed closely. "What was that all about?" asked his friend. "What are ye talking about?" Callum asked him back. "I ken ye weren't listening to those men. You were busy looking out of the window, my lord. Ye seemed confused when they questioned ye," Eftred accused him. Well, good thing you were listening. I am certain ye can handle whatever it is that they want. I didn't make ye my right-hand man for nothing now, did I? Eftred swallowed. May I ask what took your attention? I saw the way you were looking outside the window. Ye didn't look too pleased. They finally entered his private room, and Callum shut the door behind them. I saw my cousin and my wife laughing and climbing down the stairs together. And then I saw her get into his carriage. Where could they have gone to? And why would she even follow him to some place without asking me first? Eftred was quiet for a while. He observed the laird as he spoke. Are ye certain that this is only because she left without telling ye, or are ye afraid that something may happen between the two? Are ye jealous? Callum was furious that the only thing he could do to show his displeasure was to scowl at his friend. Then he turned around to attend to something. Well, I only asked, my lord. I am sorry that ye feel bad. I am not feeling bad. Can we forget about this? His friend sighed and nodded, but while Callum went through some papers on his table, he couldn't help but feel his friend's intense glare. Would ye say whatever is on your mind and stop breathing all over? He snapped at him. Eftred smiled. Well, my lord, ye two finally made love, didn't ye? The question came as a surprise to Callum. He knew that his friend could be very nosy, but he hadn't expected that he would already know. He stared at his friend for a while and then shrugged. It didn't change anything. Apparently, Malcolm still came in between us and talked her into joining his evil group. Eftred gasped. Ye slept together? That is such a pleasant surprise. Tell me, how did it all go? I am not going to tell you about it, friend. Oh, please, I told you about more, pleaded Eftred jokingly. I told you to stop. I am not going to say anything. Ye are nae getting anything from me. Eftred smiled. Ye are trying to avoid it. It must have been really good. Stop it, he ordered, unsmiling. Now Eftred was confused. He couldn't understand what must have gone wrong. Ye know ye need to talk to me, my lad. Why are ye nae talking? Callum shook his head. Not now. Go and see to those things, whatever it was that the elders said they needed. Eftred nodded and left. Callum sat down on his bed and inhaled deeply. While he was doing this, a knock sounded on the door. Who is it? He groaned. A message for ye, my lord, said the voice of one of his servants. Come in, he ordered, and the lad entered with the letter. He handed it to Callum with a bow. Fetch me Arinda, he said to the lad, who nodded and left. Callum frowned when he saw the seal of House Benaut on the letter. It was definitely from Erlin, he thought. He took another deep breath, wondering what the letter would contain. With one hand, he tore it open and began to read through. The content was not much. My lord, I shall be coming over later tonight. My body misses ye. We need to talk. After reading this, he crumpled the paper and threw it close to the fireplace. He had forgotten about the woman. He didn't even remember that he had a mistress somewhere. For no reason, he had no desire to see her. While he kept battling with the reason for these recent changes, it dawned on him that this all started when Gabby became his wife and he became laird. He simply didn't have time to think of much else. He was too busy with duty and the thought of fondling his wife. Another gentle knock rocked the door. Enter, he said. Arinda came in and took a bow. My laird, ye sent for me, said Arinda without looking at him out of respect. He looked up. Yes, I did, Arinda. Could you tell me everything that happened after I left this morning? Well, my laird, Sir Belov and Sir Andrew duelled. Arinda started. Nay, I was asking for things pertaining to Gabby, he stated. Arinda raised her brows. Oh, apologies, my lord. Well, Lady Gabriella and I took a walk, and as we were returning, we ran into Lady Benaut, she said, still avoiding his gaze. Callum sprang to his feet. "Ye did what?" "Aye, my lord. She introduced herself to Lady Gabby," Arinda continued. Callum couldn't believe his ears. "What exactly did she say?" Arinda was finding it difficult to utter, but finally it came out. "She said she is your mistress and that ye will get tired of her soon." "Oh!" Callum knew that this was bad. He would need to talk some sense into Erlin's thick head. How did Lady Gabby react to this? He wanted to know. Well, she wasn't pleased at all. In fact, she was angry. Angry or jealous? He asked before realising what had just come from his mouth. Well, it was difficult to say. We didn't talk at all. She hurried home, and before we could talk, she was talking with Lord Malcolm. I'm sure she was. Where did he take her to? I have no idea, my lad. He sighed. Thank ye, Arinda. You may go. The maid left, and Callum sat alone in his room. Now he knew he would have to talk to his wife about his mistress, but did he really have to? It was a common thing to have a mistress among the Highlanders, but the truth was, he felt like he didn't really need Erland so much as before. All these years, she had always been around to satisfy his ravaging lusts and to make him feel better in bad times. Now, he couldn't remember the last time he actually spoke to her. He hoped Malcolm would come back with his wife soon, and then perhaps he would have a chance to talk to her. However, what he would say to her eluded him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. By the time they got back to the castle, Gabby was exhausted, and it was getting late. Malcolm helped her out of the carriage. I hope you enjoyed your day, Gabby, he asked with a smile. Oh, yes, I sure did. It was fun going to the lake and seeing all the beauty that this place has to offer, she replied. As they were talking, a man walked up to them and whispered into Malcolm's ear. When he finally faced her, she knew he would have to go, and she was relieved. Apologies, my lady, but this is where I shall say my goodnight, he said with a bow. No problem. I'm also tired. I shall go to bed, she said, and after Malcolm left, she turned to leave for her room as well. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby found Arinda in the room, busy knitting. The maid stood up immediately. My lady, you're back. How was your outing? Gabby inhaled slightly before lying on the bed. It was good. He is really a good man. He said so many beautiful things to me. He was so kind. He took me to see the lake and the mountains. He showed me more of the beauty of this country. I have never seen such a beautiful wonder of nature. Arinda smiled. Well, happy ye enjoyed your day, but I believe it could have been more enjoyable if ye had gone with Laird Callum. Gabby didn't expect that. She sat up straight. Why is that? Well, he asked for ye, and he wasn't at all pleased to know that you went out with Lord Malcolm. Now, Gabby was getting angry. I do not think he has the right to choose who I should spend my time with. He was nowhere to be found. Besides, if he has no problem with keeping mistresses that will confront me in broad daylight, he should not have a problem with me going out with his cousin. Arinda sighed. This is getting interesting, she said to herself. Hold on. Why would he even ask you where I was? Was he looking for me? Well, he summoned me and asked me where you went with his brother, so I think he must have seen the two of you together. Gabby stood up. She was beginning to pace. Then she stopped. Was he angry or jealous? Arinda gasped. This was the same thing that Callum had asked about Gabby as well. Well, I think it was a little of both, but the fact remains that he was sad about it. I think you need to talk to him. Did you tell him that his mistress confronted us? Arinda nodded. I did, and I think he felt sorry about it. Gabby rolled her eyes. I am certain that he was... Arinda stood up. Well, my lady, since you're back now, I think I can take my leave. Still, I will advise you to talk to your husband, she said and left. Gabby said nothing. She went back to her chair. The truth was, all the time she had spent with Malcolm, she had spent thinking about Callum the previous night and the mistress that walked up to her. She was jealous that Callum would make another person feel the same way he had made her feel. She felt stupid for feeling very special. If he could share his bed with someone else aside from her, despite their marriage, then she had no reason to feel special. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Your wife is back, my lad, said the servant to Callum immediately. He opened the door. He had told one of the servants to let him know at once. Okay, thank ye, he said, and the servant left. He walked towards their shared room and hesitated before opening the door. He was surprised that it was bolted from behind. He knocked twice. The door opened. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby was not surprised when she saw Callum. She had actually been preparing for this. She left the door open and walked back to the bed. He walked in and shut the door behind him. They were both quiet. Callum, on one hand, had no idea how to start the conversation. He was angry that she had gone out with his brother, and he was also sorry that his mistress had confronted her. Maybe he could begin with an apology, he thought. He walked closer to her where she sat, but he didn't sit with her. I learned ye and Erlin met, he started. He felt like the voice didn't belong to him, so he cleared his throat. Gabby was quiet. She said nothing, so he continued. She was my mistress for a while, before ye came. That is all that is between us. Yes, except that she was your ex-fiancé's best friend. Have you no shame? This statement caught him off guard. How did she find out about that? Malcolm must have told her lots of things she didn't need to hear. Now he was getting angry. Spending time with Malcolm and listening to whatever he tells you isn't going to be healthy for this marriage, he stated sternly. He is your cousin. You call him brother. Besides, you cannot tell me who I should see and who I should not see, she said, standing up to him. Gabby, he shouted, taken aback by her disrespect. Ye are my wife, and ye are going to do as I say, he shouted at her, moving closer to her so that they were inches apart. Gabby found herself feeling angrier than she was when she first found out, and his closeness to her was not making things easy for her. I have no right to tell you if you should see your whore or not, but what I will not tolerate is for her to confront me. She must never speak to me again. I do not care how old she is, or how wealthy. You need to draw a line. Callum had never seen her this angry and so strong. He was impressed, but he dared not show it. Her anger even made her look more beautiful to him. He was inches from her, and so were her lips, for he was looking down at her. She was indeed short. He could lift her in one hand and have her right there. They were both panting and looking at each other. The desire was evident in both their eyes, but the moment was interrupted when a knock sounded on the door. Who is it? He shouted. Someone is here to see ye, my laird, the servant said, holding something back. Who is it? This time he screamed dangerously. My lord, Lady Benaut is here. He blurted out her name out of fear. When Gabby heard this, she walked angrily to the door and opened it for him. Callum shut his eyes and wanted to talk, but she wouldn't listen. Without saying anything, he walked out and she slammed the door after him. She threw herself on the bed and cried. Chapter 15. My laird, Erlin said with a curtsy before standing up to put her arms around his shoulders. What are you doing here? He asked, removing her arms from around him and placing them gently to her sides. Then he brought out a chair for her to sit. They were in his study. Erlin was surprised at his gesture, but she said nothing and sat down. Ye ask me why I am here. I am here because ye have stopped coming to see me, she stated. If I needed to see ye, I would have summoned ye. Ye shouldna come when I do nae summon ye. The lady gasped and stood up. Ye have changed, my lord. Ye speak to me as if I were a total stranger. It is I, Erlin, she said, moving to him seductively, thrusting her chest at him. Callum backed away. Erlin, I suggest you sit down and let me talk. A look of disappointment came across her face and she went back to her former position. I'm listening. Why would ye day that time my wife? That was going too far. She shrugged. I merely introduced myself to the lass. She is younger than I thought. Ye do nae have any business with her. Do nae speak to her or even smile in her direction. Ye two have nae business together. But we have one thing in common. Ye. And ye cannae blame me. You refused to see me lately. What was I to do? I stopped seeing ye because I am married now. It is my father's last wish that I make my wife comfortable, he said, walking into the chamber. His study had a door which linked to the chamber. My lad, ye do nae expect me to day nothing, day ye? Callum was tired of discussing this with her. He went further into the chamber to change his robe, leaving her in the study. By the time he removed his cloth and was turning around, he realised she had entered along with him and was closing the linking door. He frowned. What are you doing? Erlin stood, smiling with her back against the shut doors. I love ye, Callum. You know I never stopped, and I always will, she said, walking seductively to him and putting her arms around his neck. Gently, she began to kiss him around the earlobes and the neck. She was a tall woman, almost of the same height as him. Most of the Scottish women were as tall as their men. Callum pushed her away. Stop it, I say! He snapped at her, but she did not stop. Callum, ye cannae day this to me, please. I love ye, she went on, kissing him all over. Finally, he pushed her to the bed. What do you want from me, Callum? She cried. Why can't ye get rid of her and make me your wife? I do nae want ye any more. Do ye not understand that? He shouted at her. Erlin gasped as she heard this. Ye do nae mean that. I would die, my love. Without saying anything, he grabbed his robe and left the chamber. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby opened her eyes. She just couldn't sleep. What could be happening between those two? What else could be happening apart from her husband making love to his mistress right under her nose? She couldn't take this. It was too much. She stood up and began to pace. Her whole body shook with unease as she was being tormented by the thought of them making love to each other. Something told her that perhaps he wouldn't do something like that to her, but in her right senses, she knew he didn't respect her that much. He could have sent her away, but instead he chose to leave his wife in the chamber to meet his mistress. Her anger was quickly turning into bitterness. Perhaps she needed to leave the area and go out to get some fresh air. Maybe she could meet Malcolm, who would make her feel better. Quickly, she grabbed a robe and left the chamber. She closed the door behind her and turned around, only to come face to face with the mistress who was coming out of his chamber. Upon seeing Gabby, Erlin paused. She pretended to adjust her dress before walking towards the exit, grinning. Gabby said nothing. Instead, she went back into the chamber and shut the door. Then she shut her eyes. She didn't expect their lovemaking to be so fast. How dare Erlin try to adjust her clothing in front of her? Apparently, he must have removed it during the process of their lovemaking, just like he removed hers. She hissed angrily and removed her robe. Then she flung it over the bed before jumping on it. The previous night had been heaven on earth for her, but this one was absolute torture. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. My laird, said Efgerald as he caught sight of Callum walking into the court chamber. It was unusual for the laird to be walking about at that particular hour. Efgerald, I wasn't expecting ye here. What are you still doing? He asked. Well, you asked me today what the elders said, and that is what has been keeping me awake. My wife misses me, but I have a duty to attend to, Efgerald said. Still, why are you not sleeping? Erlin came around. She was all over me, said Callum. Gabby is furious with me. She wouldn't listen to any of my explanations. Efgerald laughed out loud. The trouble of keeping two women. Callum sighed and sat. Indeed, my friend. I told Erlyn that I do nae want her any more, but she wouldna leave me be, so I left. Efgerald sighed. What about Gabby? She is in our chamber. She must think the worst of me. Aye, she would probably think ye are somewhere making love to your mistress. You need to end this, my lad. You need to sit down with Gabby and help her understand. I will day that tomorrow, Callum replied. Tomorrow? Ye have forgotten so quickly, said Efgerald. What did I forget? Callum asked. Tomorrow is the Roger Festival. Everyone will be there. All the lords and ladies of the town will be present. Both ye and your bride are expected to be there. Callum sighed. He had completely forgotten. The Roger Festival was done every fortnight. Different clans would come together and take part in dancing and wrestling competitions. Do ye think she will be willing to gae with me? He asked. Well, she has no choice. She is, after all, the laird's wife. Callum sighed. I hope so. I shall go back to my chamber. Hopefully, Erlyn will have gone. Efgerald smiled. Good night, my laird. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Do I have to go to this feast? Gabby asked Arinda, who brought out a cloth from the closet for her. It was the next morning. It was a miracle that she was able to sleep throughout the night with everything that was happening to her. After taking her bath, Arinda told her there was going to be a feast that morning. Aye, my lady, I am surprised that Laird Callum has not talked to ye about it. Gabby scoffed. She was certain that Erlyn must have made him forget everything that was necessary. Well, if he forgot about it, I am certain that Malcolm will be happy to accompany me, but I am not missing that feast. Arinda frowned. She wondered what her attitude was about. Get me the blue gown. I prefer that. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum tightened his last button and then sighed. What was left was for him to go meet his wife. He had no idea why the lady had so much hold on him, but he dreaded having to confront her. This was so unusual. He was never afraid of anyone. Not an English man and never an English lass who was actually his wife. However, the circumstances were different. There was too much bad blood now. He didn't understand her and she didn't understand him. And why should she? The idea of a mistress was probably uncommon where she came from. They were so pretentiously civilized. He knew he had to connect with her, but he had no experience in that regard. Everyone he ever knew showed him respect and instant love, and those who didn't paid for it with their lives on the battlefield. All he knew was winning, and winning to him didn't involve settling anything. Finally, he summoned courage and left his chamber. When he got to their chamber, the door was wide open, so he strolled in without knocking. Arinda left on seeing him, but Gabby only ignored him. She looked breathtaking in the blue gown, which seemed to glitter every time she moved. They both watched each other from the mirror. She didn't look happy to see him. He thought that was only fair. I am surprised that you're dressed. I forgot to tell ye last night, he started. Oh, I am sure that your mistress made you too busy to remember anything, she retorted. He expected that. Are you ready to go? He asked. With you? She asked. Of course. I am your husband. Who else would you go with? He asked. Well, Malcolm is taking me. I thought you would be going with your mistress. Now that he hadn't expected. Are you ready, my lady? Asked Malcolm, standing with pleasure in front of the open door. Gabby smiled and walked over to where Malcolm stood. Yes, my lord, she replied with a smile. Hello, brother, said Malcolm to Callum. I thought you were unwell. Well, I am perfectly fine, brother, he replied, trying to sound as normal as he could. This was, after all, between him and his wife. I can see ye are taking my wife to the feast. I hope ye day no have any problem with that. Of course not. It is fine by me. I shall join you soon, Callum replied and excused himself. Gabby smiled as he left. Shall we? Asked Malcolm, taking her hand. Certainly, she replied, and they climbed down the stairs together. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby and Malcolm took the carriage down to where the feast was being held. Gabby had never seen so many people in one place. They were all luxuriously dressed. As expected, there were also lots of cleavages on display. But this was no longer unusual for Gabby. She was getting used to this. She sat between Callum and Malcolm. Next to Callum was Efgerald, then Rory, along with other members of their clan. There was a big tag at each sitting, which had the name of each of the clans. They were at Clan Riddell, and the gathering was arranged in a very large circle. When Gabby saw the lady who was directly sitting opposite her, she swallowed. It was Lady Erlyn. And she was looking at Callum. Callum, on the other hand, she could tell had not seen her. He was busy whispering to Efgerald. Gabby shifted anxiously in her seat. After making love with her husband a few hours ago, she had to be here again. She sighed. Of course, this was supposed to be a feast that would involve all the noble Scots. She was, after all, a noblewoman. There was no way she wouldn't be there. The feast had started, and performers were dancing at the centre of the stage. Everyone was clapping and laughing at the same time, yet Gabby was bothered. When the lady shifted her gaze from Callum to Gabby, Gabby could feel her tiny hand coil into a fist. The lady looked at her coldly, and then looked away. When Gabby looked back at her husband, she couldn't find him. He and Efgerald were no longer seated, so she assumed they must have left together. She turned her gaze back to Lady Erlyn, and was relieved to see that she was still in her seat and he had not gone to see her. That would have been the height of it. The performers were blocking her view, so she couldn't see her again, but after a while the lady also disappeared. Are you all right? Malcolm asked her. Yes, I am, she replied. You look like something is bothering you, he said again. Well, I am fine, she replied, inhaling some air as she saw Callum coming back. Later, Malcolm stood up to excuse himself. Are you not going to follow him? Callum asked as he spotted his cousin leaving. What do you mean by that? Asked Gabby. The same way you went to see your mistress, she questioned, drinking from the cup she was served. Callum grimaced. He realised that Erlyn must have been around. You asked Malcolm to bring you here to make me jealous, didn't ya? Why would you ask me? You are too occupied to be jealous, aren't you? After all, you have two women sharing your bed. Callum laughed. Now he could see that his wife was jealous of his relationship with Erlyn, and he was enjoying the little game they were both playing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Erlyn was boiling where she waited in her carriage. She didn't expect that the English lass would come with Callum after what she saw. She had thought that finally she could eventually have him to herself and perhaps talk some sense into him, but the lass wouldn't just give her the chance. She was afraid. What if things didn't go back the way they used to be between herself and Callum? She ruminated on her position until the carriage door opened. She was startled, but when she saw Malcolm, she became calm. Malcolm, what are you doing here? Why are you not at the feast? She asked. Malcolm closed the door. I am here to help ye, Erlyn. She frowned. What are you talking about? I know what you want, and I can give it to ye. What do you say? Chapter 16. It dawned on Erlyn that Malcolm's plan could actually work. Hold on, are you saying that ye are interested in that lass? She asked. Malcolm nodded. Aye, she and I have a connection. She should have been mine in the first place. Their relationship is only for show. She was quiet for a while, then she smiled. This is good. I shall help ye, she said, and then he smiled and left. After he left, Erlyn began to think. Things began to seem clearer to her. It didn't feel strange. Instead, it felt like everything was being reset in her favour. She remembered how Malcolm had once visited, to ask her if they could make a plan together, a plan to separate two lovers, to make Isabella fall for him instead while she could have Callum. She realised that Callum was feeling some affection for his wife, and that was why she was becoming more and more of a memory to him. Else, why would he ignore her all of a sudden? She never felt the need to split them more than she felt now. With Isabella, she suffered in silence because she was her best friend. Now, she was going all out. Nothing was going to stop her now. Still, she wondered what Malcolm's problem was. Why he always wanted everything that belonged to Callum. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When Malcolm walked back to his seat, he kept smiling to himself. He hadn't actually told Erlyn what he planned. His real plan was to take the laird position from Callum. His little lass would only come as a bonus. Of course, he knew he couldn't tell Erlyn that. The only thing the whore wanted was to be wife of the laird. He hissed. No wonder Callum never wanted her. Her reasoning was too shallow. She would never have accepted to go with the plan if she knew his true motives. All he had to do was give her what she wanted. If she thought that there was a chance to split the couple, she would do anything he asked her to do. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. All through the feast, Callum and Gabby wouldn't stop taunting each other. They were both enjoying it until the feast came to an end, and it was time to leave. Callum expected that, now that they were going home, she would at least follow him back home, but he was surprised when she left with Malcolm. "Why do you look so surprised, my lad?" asked Eftgerald behind him. He had been listening to what they were both saying since the beginning of the feast, and he had a good, silent laugh about it. "Did you not expect that she would go home with the man that brought her?" Eftgerald questioned. As Callum was about to answer, his late father's friend, Sir Rory, came close to them. "My laird," started Rory, "you need to be careful with how much time your wife spends with your cousin. I am afraid that this isn't going to end well for anyone. Right now, you may think it is nothing, but I believe it is something to watch out for." Callum sighed. This was his fault, and he would do the right thing, he thought. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On getting home, Callum waited for her at their chamber, hoping she would come back soon, but she didn't. It had been 2 hours since they all left the feast, and none of his servants had seen either her or his cousin. "Maybe he has taken her out to see more of the town," said Arinda after she was summoned. This further infuriated Callum. He should be the one to be doing that and not Malcolm. "This lass is not making it easy for me," Callum grumbled under his breath. "I do nae ken what she wants." Arinda smiled. "My lord, if only ye take some time to study your wife, ye will see that she is the easiest woman on earth to please." Callum raised his brows. "How so?" "All she wants is your attention, my lord. She wants your attention and an assurance. Once she has those, she will behave as ye need her to." Callum inhaled deeply. But clearly she's seeking attention from a man who is not even her husband. Arinda laughed. "Yes, my lad, because she knows you are also seeking satisfaction and love from another lass. The only way to get back at ye is to make ye feel jealous as well. Fair is fair, my lad." "I knew it," Callum stated excitedly. This was what he suspected that she had been trying to do, to make him feel jealous. But for what purpose? "My lad, I believe a woman would only try to make a man feel jealous if she has some feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't care, which would be worse." Callum didn't get that at first. "She's falling for me." "Aye," Arinda replied. He chuckled. "I appreciate your wisdom, Arinda, but I do nae believe that. We donna even know each other. We rarely talk. If we talk, we are fighting. She is so difficult to understand, and I do nae even know what she wants." Erinda smiled. My laird, if ye are so worried about her as well, and about how much time she spends with Lord Malcolm, I dare say ye are falling in love with her as well. Callum rolled his eyes. No, my dear. Love is not in my plan at the moment, Erinda, but thank ye may leave. The older woman smiled and left. Callum shook his head. Love was the last thing on his mind. The only reason why he was worried about his wife was because he didn't want Malcolm to win her over. Even though his cousin had been a little quiet for a while, he didn't trust him, and he didn't want to be caught off guard. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The door opened slightly, and he stirred. He saw Gabby come in, but because the room was dark, she hadn't spotted him yet. Callum watched as she got out of her blue gown and went on to hang it on the chair. She removed her bloomers and carefully walked into the bathtub. Quietly he waited, watching her in the dark as she washed and then got out of the tub. She cleaned her body with a piece of cloth before jumping on the bed next to him. She shrieked in panic as she realised she was not the only one. Quiet, wife, he hushed. Quickly she tied a robe around her naked body. You should not be sneaking up on people like that, she hissed, turning her back towards him as they lay on the bed. She also put a considerable amount of distance between them. This is my room, and I can sneak up on my wife any time I want, said Callum. What took you so long? He demanded. What do you mean? Don't tell me you were waiting up for me, she hissed. Of course I was. Where did Malcolm take you, Tay? He demanded, keeping his tone down. That is none of your concern, my lord, she retorted. Angrily, he held her hand and turned her around so that she was facing him. Leave me alone, she cried. Are you sleeping with my cousin? He demanded angrily. When she heard this, she laughed. You think I have no shame like you? This at least gave him some sort of relief. So where did ye go, Tay? That is none of your concern, husband. I never ask you where you went or what you did with your whore. Stop being so stubborn, he shouted. She was struggling, twisting her arms which were within his grip. Still, she was no match for him. Stop fighting, he shouted. Leave me alone, she demanded angrily. Her chest was rising and falling as part of the robe covering her chest had fallen off. Why are you so angry? I didn't touch her when she came last night. Liar, she shouted, still struggling against his firm grip. I am the laird, he shouted at her, shaking her vigorously so that she kept quiet. Why would I lie about anything? I do nae fear anyone, not ye, not her. Ye are my wife, and ye are going to behave. Now, believe me, I did nae touch her. I respected ye, and I left the room. Gabby was so shocked by his fierce honesty that she kept mute. She blinked, and the next thing she felt were his lips crushing down on hers. She thought about fighting him, but she dismissed the idea when his tongue entered her mouth. She moaned as she moulded her body to his. He pinned her against the bed with one of his legs in between hers. He dived his tongue further into her mouth, retreating, then diving again. She clung to him, kissing him back until she was out of breath. Quickly, he cupped her breast in his hand, while planting several kisses down her soft neck with much urgency. His fingers spread into her hair. Every single sound she made seemed to encourage and arouse him. I have missed ye, Gabby, he breathed into her ear, capturing her swollen lips and kissing her passionately. Ye are so sweet, yet so stubborn. She chuckled as she heard that. All the fighting was over. Now what she wanted was him and him alone. He seized her hands and placed them to her side. Then he hungrily sucked on each of her nipples. She gasped and arched her body, only to thrash against him when he withdrew from her. Slowly, he pulled the robe completely from her body and positioned himself properly. He entered her, deeper this time. She dug her nails into his back, causing him to groan as she moaned. A few moments later, he trembled on top of her and fell gently on her body. She felt suddenly cold, but he did not roll away. Instead, he began to kiss her, touching her the way he was before. The sensuous strokes caused liquid heat to spread all over her body once more, and she leaned into his touch. "I want more," she moaned. He didn't stop. "Do not fight it," he said softly, kissing her to distract her. The sudden need was building up inside of her, and she exploded with a short scream. She thrashed, moaned, and cried his name. Both of them lay breathless and weak. Callum managed to roll off of her and then lay next to her. His smile was all that she saw before she drifted off to sleep. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby woke up the next morning with one thought in her mind. Perhaps he had left again that morning, but when she turned to her side, she was relieved to find him next to her. He slept with his hands behind his head, arms flexing. She reached up and kissed his cheek, then she withdrew instantly, unsure of how he would react. He lazily opened his eyes and stretched. "Morning, wife." For the first time, Gabby smiled at the way he had called her that. It felt amazing, like something out of a fairy tale. He pulled her closer to him and she leaned in, kissing his chest. Then he wrapped his arms around her to hold her tighter. Gabby had never known a greater happiness than the one she was feeling with him at that moment. Her head was resting on his chest as she listened to the soft rhythm of his heartbeat. "I thought you would have gone," she said. "Gone?" he asked. "Yes, the last time you left. I woke up alone. I thought you were disappointed, or maybe you were angry." He looked up at her. This was when he could really see how innocent and fragile his young wife was. "Why would you think that?" She shrugged. "I love that you are here now. I do not want you to leave after you make love to me. I want to see you when I wake and be lost in your embrace." Callum smiled and kissed her on the forehead. "I am sorry that I left that day, Gabby. I was ashamed you may hate me." It was her turn to be surprised. "Why would you think that? Ye were a virgin. I gave myself willingly to you." I ken. The truth was that after I left, I didn't go to Erlin. I went to see Isabella." Gabby knew this, Arinda had told her. "I heard about Isabella. How old was she when she died?" she asked softly. 22, he replied. "I am so sorry," she whispered. He pulled her closer and kissed her on the forehead. "Erlin has always wanted me, even when I was with Isabella. When she died, I was in grief and she was always available to comfort me. It was easy and it was nothing special. She was just there to satisfy me. I dare not have any feelings for her." Gabby smiled as she heard that. Even though there was another thing she would have loved him to say, she thought it would be too soon. "I am so sorry that she confronted you the way she did. She was just afraid that she was losing me, but she never had me. I needed her when I didn't have someone to hold, to care for, and to call my wife. But now that I do, I dare nae need her any more. I told her that last night." Gabby's heart was singing as she heard all this. "So, nothing happened between the two of you?" she asked, holding him closer. "Nothing. I left her in the room when she wouldn't let me breathe. I went to the courtroom where I found Gerald. We talked for a while. Before I went back, she was gone." Callum secretly praised himself for being so gentle with her. Gabby smiled. "I saw her when she was leaving. She was adjusting her cloth. She tried to remove her clothes in my presence. This was why I left. It wouldn't be fair to ye if I were to do something like that to my wife. She was my lover, but not anymore." Gabby smiled more. "Malcolm only took me to sightsee the town, but even while we were together, I kept thinking about you. I couldn't wait to come back and be with you." They both chuckled as they lay in each other's embrace. For the first time since she arrived in Scotland, she felt truly comfortable. She prayed that this would last forever. Chapter 17. The men were seated at a table, deeply engrossed in their meeting. Winter had arrived, and they needed a plan to make their people comfortable. Callum sat at the head of the table, between Gerald and Malcolm. They listened to the men as they talked. Callum had become a happier man since the night that he and Gabby had made love. Even though they were both yet to declare their feelings to each other, it was apparent that they were in love with each other. "Well, I assure you, gentlemen, that all your needs shall be met. Thank ye for coming," Callum said at the end of the meeting before the men left. "You are getting better at being laird, brother." "Good job," Malcolm said to him. Callum smiled. "Thank ye, brother. Everything is going on well because I have your support." Malcolm smiled. "You need to stop this altruistic attitude of yours, brother," he said, standing up and leaving the hall. Callum smiled and drank more wine, but was surprised by the way Gerald was looking at him, smiling. "Come out with it. What is it you want to say?" he asked. Gerald shrugged and smiled. "Ye are different. Ye are no longer sad or disturbed, and ye have not even grumbled for days now." Callum laughed, and Gerald was more surprised. "What happened to ye?" "Nothing. I am just happy, dear friend." "Dear friend?" Gerald asked once more. "I cannae remember the last time ye called me that." Callum smiled, setting down his cup as his friend continued to look at him suspiciously. "How is the Lady Gabriella?" he asked. "She is doing well, thank ye," Callum replied. "I can see she is the one making you happy these days, isn't she?" Callum smiled and leaned back. "Aye, she is." Gerald banged the table excitedly. "So now, ye agree that it is good to be married?" I see your point." "Well, cheers to your lasting marriage," said Gerald, raising his glass, and they cheered. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While they spoke, Malcolm listened from beyond the door, where he had stopped to talk to one of the elders. His face hardened as he heard all that was happening. The time to take things slowly was now past. He needed a new plan. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Desperately wanted to impress him by catching a rabbit on her own dot. Gabby hastened her pace, her ears twitching in the direction of the north. It was her first time hunting alone. Callum had spent the morning teaching her how to hunt a rabbit. Now, he sat waiting for her by the stream which she had left behind minutes ago. She pulled the string of her bow while holding the arrow in the other hand. She could feel the familiar tightening at the base of her arm. It was a very hot day, causing her to squint in the light. The sun was very high, and the back of her dress was dampened with sweat as a result. She felt a quick movement by her left side, and she held her breath just before turning quietly. She could spot the little animal hiding behind a dry log of wood lying on the ground a few inches from her. She inhaled deeply and quietly, just as Callum had taught her, and then she released the taut pull of her arrow. It shot out through the air with a whooshing sound. Her eyes followed the arc until she heard the tiny squeal that made her realize that the deed was done. She screamed excitedly. She had just made her first kill. However, the triumphant feeling was short-lived, and she soon felt a cold feeling of guilt washing over her. Quietly, she murmured a silent prayer. Even though all the meat she had been eating had suffered the same fate, those weren't by her hands. She still felt sorry for the little fellow. "What is it? Don't tell me you're feeling guilt," Callum said behind her. "Well, I am. Does that make me a bad hunter?" she asked as he pulled her closer. "Not quite so. It only shows how small your gut is," he joked, kissing her on the neck, and Gabby scowled at him. She watched as he walked forward to pick up the dead rabbit. "Ye are becoming a strong Scottish woman," he said, and Gabby smiled. "Tell me other things that Scottish women do," she asked, collecting the rabbit from him and putting it into the bag they had brought. "Well, they sing, they dance," he said, sitting on the ground while she sat between his legs. They get drunk, he continued. They fight, but I dinna want you to become too wild. Gabby frowned. But why? You do not want me to be a Scottish woman. Nay, of course I do. But I dinna want you to change who you are just to please me. He stopped as he realised what he was about to say. He was about to confess his love. Gabby, however, didn't seem to notice. Well, that was really a kind thing to say, she said, kissing him on the lips. The long moments of his embrace seemed like minutes to her, and she wanted more. When her hands began to pull at his plaids, he laughed at her. No, you are becoming a lustful Scottish woman. Oh, be quiet. You are the devil who keeps making me want you more, husband. He held her hands, stopping her. I feel the same way ye feel, my beauty. I want ye every minute of every day. We shall miss supper if we stay here any longer, he said, standing up. He walked to the spring, dipping his hands in the water. He splashed his face with the cold water. He badly needed to cool the blood his wife had caused to boil in his veins. Her innocent kisses could soon be his undoing. He was glad that they were now completely free with each other. She could tell him how much she wanted him any time she wanted him. What are you grinning about? She asked, looking at him sourly. Nothing, he lied, half grinning. She stood up and walked towards him. You are a bad liar, Laird Callum, she said, dipping her hand in the stream. As soon as he was distracted, she splashed the water at him, running away and laughing excitedly. He narrowed his eyes when he realised that his kilt was drenched on one side. He smiled, so she wanted to play games. He ran after her, but she was unexpectedly fast. Her body was limber and strong. How could such a little woman run so fast? He finally caught her by the waist, twisting her body so fast that she landed on top of him. She laughed excitedly, propping one elbow on his chest and making him wince. You are fast for a big man, she said. Ye are too fast for a little woman, he replied, raising a brow. She frowned. I am not little, you are just huge. All you Scots are big. We are. That is why most women find us irresistible, he joked, and she hit him on the head. Finally, they both fell silent while just looking at each other. The way he was looking at her, she could see the golden flecks of his eyes more clearly in the sunlight. She could feel her heart beating faster. When she felt the warmth of his body seeping into her own skin, melting her bones, she realised it was best to remove her body from his. Shall we go home now? He asked, and she nodded. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That night when they finally got home, Efgerald and Callum were busy talking in his study. Gabby was not with them. Almost confessing his love to his wife confused him a little. My laird, I dinna think ye need to worry yourself about this. Love is a beautiful thing. Why do ye act so surprised? Callum swallowed. Do ye think she is in love with me as well? When I almost said it, she didn't seem to notice? Or do you think she ignored me? Efgerald shrugged. Well, ye do love her, dinna ye? He asked. I do very much. I just never realised it until now. I swore to Isabella that I would never love any other woman aside from her, but now I am in love with someone else. Do you think Isabella will be angry with me? Efgerald sighed. One thing I am sure of is that when Isabella was alive, she wanted you to do anything that would make you happy. She was never selfish. She is dead, but with the kind of person she was, I am certain that she wouldn't have a problem with you starting a new life with another good woman. She would want you to be happy. Callum sighed. The feeling he had was beautiful and pure. Being in love with his wife was exciting for him, and he couldn't wait to let her know. I am going to tell her tonight. I dinna care if she doesn't feel the same way yet. She makes me happy. I am willing to wait till she is ready. Efgerald smiled. Now, that is a selfless love. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Erinda was plaiting Gabby's hair into a large ponytail, as she noticed this was the style most Scottish women wore. "Your hair is so long and thick," Erinda said. "Yes, I know. It is just like my mother's hair," she replied. "You must miss your family so much," Erinda asked. They were both alone in the room. Gabby smiled. "Yes, I miss them every day," she replied. That was the truth. She missed her sisters and parents incredibly. Even though she was enjoying every day with her husband sometimes, she wished she could go back home to check on her family. Yet she knew that, if she was to leave, her people might pay for it. Her presence was the only thing that was protecting Hawkshire from being invaded by the Jacobites. Still, she couldn't deny the fact that she desperately wanted to see her family one more time. She did make a promise to return someday. Her thoughts went to Ronnie. She hoped he would have forgiven her. "Ye are so quiet, my lady. A penny for your thoughts." She smiled. "I just remembered the man I was supposed to marry back home." "You miss him too?" Erinda asked. "Not as much as I hoped. Things got awkward between us when I realised we were to wed. He used to be like a brother to me. He was my closest friend. When the chief came for me, he was angry." Erinda sighed. "I am sorry about everything, but you're happy here. Ye and the laird are getting on quite well." Gabby smiled. "Yes, they were." "Yes, I know. Things have been better, and I think I am beginning to feel something." Erinda gasped. "Feel? Ye are in love with him?" Gabby smiled. "Well, I think so. I am so happy with him these days, and I feel like I don't want to be without him. Everything is going well between us, and I am starting to trust him completely. I think I love him, Erinda." The older woman smiled. "This is good news, my lady. Does he know this?" Gabby shook her head. "No, I don't want to put any pressure on him." Erinda tied the last strand of hair and then faced her. "What? Do ye mean ye dinna want to put pressure on him?" "Well, knowing he has only ever loved one woman, Isabella, I don't want him to feel compelled to love me back. I love our relationship right now, and I am beginning to understand him more." Erinda smiled. "Well, from what I have noticed about him, he definitely feels the same way about you." Gabby sighed and smiled. "Thank ye, Erinda, but how come ye happen to know so much about him?" Erinda smiled. "I was 7 when Lady Frederica, his mother, gave birth to him. I fetched the water that bathed him. I have been serving in this house before he was born. I was also his mother's first maid before she died. So I know a few things about him." Gabby was surprised. "Now, I know why you know a great deal about him." Erinda chuckled. "Check your hair in the mirror, it suits ye. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." When Callum arrived home and saw her hair, he laughed. "I still dinna know why ye are so bent on impressing me by looking like a Scottish woman," he said as they lay together that night. "I just wanted to make you laugh," she said, resting her head on his chest. "Well, it looks gorgeous on you, my beautiful English-Scottish lass," he said, kissing her on the neck, but she hissed in pain. "What is it?" he asked, removing his hand to reveal a bruise on her neck. "One of the marks your savage kisses left behind," she recited. Callum smirked, satisfied with his handiwork. He rubbed it lightly with his thumb and felt her shiver. He knew he was getting to her. "Do you want me to stop?" he asked. Gabby was getting aroused again. That happened very often lately. She didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Callum's arms snaked around her waist, pulling her closer to his chest. She found it difficult to contain herself. She felt she needed to say this, but she was afraid of spoiling the moment. He kissed her neck softly. He could feel as she resisted, but slowly she began to give in. Suddenly she stopped, breathing fast and looking at him. "What is it?" he asked in a low growl, confused as to why she had stopped. "Tell me." I love you, Callum, she stated. Her heart was beating so fast as she waited for his reaction. When he heard this, he almost jumped as he pulled her closer to him. I love ye so much, my jewel. This was a happy moment for both of them, and they kissed even more passionately than before. They were like wild rabbits, always together. He was getting to know more about her, and she was beginning to understand her husband even more. She thought maybe her mother was right. Fairy tales didn't do justice to the origin of love. Chapter 18. Callum opened his eyes. It was not morning yet. He looked over to where Gabby slept without clothes and without worries beside him. He took a minute to proudly admire the love of his life. He leaned over to kiss her on the neck before standing up to grab his robe. Some minutes later, he was back in his study and had hardly sat when a knock sounded on the door. "It is I, my laird," said Efterald. "Come in." "I was hoping you'd leave your wife early enough today. I need to speak with you," Efterald said, pouring himself a drink before settling in a chair. Callum chuckled. "Why are ye awake and here, friend, when ye could be home with the lovely Corotia?" Efterald smiled and lifted his cup to his lips. "Many weeks back, you asked me why I spent most of my time at home instead of helping you here. I have had to spend time with our men. We all know the only thing you can't get enough of is Lady Gabby." Both men laughed. "But what is the problem?" Callum asked. "Because you hardly spend time with the men these days, Malcolm is beginning to stir doubts amongst them." Callum sighed. "That is nothing new." "Well, as accurate as that may be, your absence has made it worse. We need to day something, and quick. You are the only thing standing between Malcolm and what he considers his birthright. If he has enough support from our men, he might attack you without warning in an unfair fight where he won't spare your life." Callum listened attentively. He began to realise he was in danger. Efterald continued, "The whispers I have been hearing lately don't bode well for you. Our men see him with your beloved. If they believe she is on his side, they will rally behind him faster. You need to end their relationship. Malcolm will use anything or anyone he can get his hands on." Callum drank from Efterald's cup. "What do you suggest? Is it possible to tell her who he really is and why he warms up to her?" Callum thought for a while. "Nay, she will only think that I do nae want them to be friends. With the time that I have spent with my wife, I know she is nothing more than innocent. She believes that Malcolm is a genuine friend and that I'm too hard on him. She needs to see him for what he is by herself." Efterald waited. "What if we organise a sword fight? It will give your men chance to see that you are still in shape and—" "Aye, but I think we can kill two birds with one stone there," Callum interjected. "What do you mean?" asked Efterald. "I will challenge Malcolm to a friendly duel. More often than not, he sees our duels as an opportunity to eliminate me. He will take it too far, and all I have today is let my wife see his true colours as he tries to kill me." "Ye plan to lose?" "Aye, my friend." Efterald frowned. "But that will bring ye shame in front of your men." "One step at a time, my friend." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby opened her eyes and realised it was the middle of the day again. The sun was up as the winter had passed and the spring had finally arrived. They really needed to take a break from the consistent lovemaking, she thought while smiling to herself. Her husband was no longer with her. She frowned. She didn't like it when she woke up too late and couldn't see him. He had responsibilities as the laird that required him to be up and about early in the morning. She quickly took her bath and changed into a piece of clothing that Arinda had laid out for her. She looked at herself in the mirror and realised that she was glowing. She blushed. She was certain that everyone in the castle could hear them making love every day, but she didn't care. While at it, she heard a grumbling sound in her stomach. She was suddenly hungry, but then she saw 2 covered plates on the table. She inhaled with huge relief and walked over. While eating her food, she heard voices downstairs, and she stood up to see what was going on. Directly below her, she could see the courtyard. Swords flashed in the sun. Shields collided. Their metallic clang echoed in the vicinity as the 2 men fought as if they were fighting their last battle. There were other Riddell men standing in the corners, cheering with encouragement. Gabby frowned, squinting to identify the men that were fighting. She gasped when she noticed her husband's tall and lean frame, his blonde, shoulder-length hair and rugged, hard features. The other man was Malcolm, his brother. Even though these 2 were of the same height now, from where she stood, she could see how Malcolm's body bulged with muscle like no other. Callum fought splendidly, using his cousin's body mass against him. All of a sudden, Malcolm tackled Callum to the ground. He laughed satisfactorily as his hands enclosed around Callum's throat. "My brother is busy with his wife day and night, and now he is too weak," Malcolm said, laughing evilly. "Callum!" she shrieked. Her heart fluttered with panic, and quickly she ran out of the door and then rushed downstairs. By the time she got to the courtyard, cold hands grabbed her arm. "My lady, the sparring field is no place for ye," Barclay said. "Unhand me," she said fiercely, looking at Callum, who seemed to be struggling with his cousin. "Your laird is about to be throttled by his brother, and ye do nothing. He is going to kill him." Her words caused everyone to be quiet. Malcolm released his cousin. Barely wincing, Callum rose to his feet. "Are you all right?" she asked. Callum appeared surprised for some reason. "Aye," he replied. "Why would he not be?" Malcolm demanded. "Are you saying that your husband lacks strength?" "I suggested no such thing," she shouted, raising her chin. Callum walked up to her. She could see the amusement in his eyes, and she couldn't understand why he could be amused at that time. "I will wait for you by the old courtyard," she said coldly to him. He raised a brow. "Why not the bedchamber?" She didn't know either. "I do not feel like it," she replied. "Well, I shall meet you there in an hour," he said. She gasped, looking surprised. "An hour?" "I am not done here yet, woman," he said, half smiling. Gabby was now boiling with rage. She had been so stupid to even come here at all. Clearly, he wasn't as terrified as she was. "Fine. You want to kill yourself. Go ahead and do it," she grumbled, and was about to turn when he swung her around so quickly and kissed her roughly but passionately, causing the heat to rise in her cheeks and, worse, in front of his men. When he finally released her, she gasped for breath, too embarrassed to look at the men. "Corotia, take her away," he said to someone behind her. She looked behind her and was surprised to see a woman who seemed a few years older than her, but with strangely blue hair. She smiled at her, beckoning her to come with her. Her hair was in several braids and rolled into a bun. She was, indeed, pretty. If her husband said she should follow her, then she must be trusted. Gabby had never seen her before, but she left with her since her husband had... She stopped and looked behind her. The men were getting ready to fight again. Callum was having some cloths tied around his arms while Malcolm was looking at her, warmly and smiling. If it was before, she could have smiled back, but for what he had just done, trying to hurt her husband while mocking him for making love to her, making his men laugh at him, that was too much. She didn't return his smile. Right that moment, she didn't actually see why they were friends in the first place. She had always wondered why he and her husband never got along, and now she felt she could see. She followed Corotia out of the courtyard without looking back. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum watched as his wife left with Efterald's wife. This had been part of the plan. He had seen the look Gabby gave Malcolm when he had smiled at her. The plan had worked. He had also purposely kissed her in front of his men to send him a message to steer clear of his wife. He was certain that his cousin would get the message, He turned around, flashing his sword. It was time to show his men that their laird could land a woman and still win a fight. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby followed Corotia to the part of the castle that she had never seen before. She had to admit that the Highlands were beautiful, although as rugged as they may look. They were lush in their own unique way. ODH, the castle was starkly austere, showing the general lifestyle and nature of the Riddells. "This is beautiful," she said, unable to keep it to herself any longer. Corotia smiled and turned to face her. "Yes, it is," she replied. "I am Efgerald's wife, in case you have been wondering who I am." Gabby gasped. "Oh, I am so happy to meet you. Efgerald is a good man. I wonder how Callum's life would turn out if he didn't have his friend." Corotia laughed. Finally, both women made themselves comfortable on the rocks they found around. "How long have you two been married?" Gabby asked. 5 years, Corotia replied. "Oh, that is such a long time. Have you any children?" Corotia nodded. "Aye, a boy and a girl. The boy is 6 and the girl is just 4. "Beautiful," Gabby said excitedly. "I love children. You must bring them sometime. I would love to meet them." Corotia laughed. "I will," she replied. "So, tell me, how many children would ye like to have with the laird?" The question came as a shock to Gabby. Of course, she was married. They were making love every day. She could become pregnant and have children. She couldn't reply. She was really so surprised, and many things were going in her head at the same time. "My lady, you look surprised. Have you never thought about this?" Corotia asked. "Well, I know this may sound stupid, but I have never imagined myself becoming a mother." Corotia laughed even more. "Well, you need not be embarrassed. It happens to all of us, but you should be prepared. It can happen at any time." Gabby inhaled. It was too much to think about all at once. "Well, now that you brought it up, I will start thinking about it." Corotia smiled. "When I was told that my laird had married an Englishwoman, I decided to talk to you." "I see. Is there anything you would like to talk about in particular?" asked Gabby, grateful that Corotia changed the topic. Still, she was apprehensive, thinking that the woman had something to say about her country. "Well, while growing up, I was rebellious and really open-minded. I have always had this strange interest in England. Sometimes, when I asked my parents, they would always scold me never to ask about the Devil's Land." Gabby burst into laughter. "The Devil's Land? I grew up knowing that Scotland is the Devil's Land." "Well, when I heard you're from England, I thought of asking you some questions, but taking care of Samantha and Crane, I never did have the time until today." Gabby smiled. Those were the names of her 2 children. "But today, Efgerald is back at home, and I have the chance to talk to ye." Gabby smiled. "Well, I am going to answer all your questions." "How is England different from here?" she asked. The question was simple and open-minded. It required Gabby to explain a lot about herself, her homeland, her people, and her culture. After spending a long time with Corotia, who found satisfaction in all the answers she received, she was pleased and left later that evening. Gabby was glad that she had made a friend amongst the Riddell women. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Throughout that day, Gabby was lost in thought. If she got pregnant, then that would mean she was never going back home again. But how could she be thinking of going home when everything was going on very well with her husband? She had never been happier than in the last couple of months. But once children arrived, then everything would change. This was the kind of time she wished she could actually talk to her mother. "Is everything okay, my love?" asked her husband, who was lying next to her that night. She thought of bringing it up, but then she fought against it. She didn't want to make things awkward between them. "Nothing," she replied, leaning into him while he put his arms around her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Malcolm recalled everything that had happened that day. He was angry that his plan was not working as intended. The laird and his wife were spending too much time together these days, and he couldn't even get a chance to get her attention. He was pacing to and fro in his chamber. He had wondered why it was easy to beat his cousin at the first duel. He had actually thought that perhaps he was getting weaker, like he had hoped. But then, one of his spies had made him realise that it was a plan, one that Callum had made with Efgerald to sever whatever likeness his wife may bear for him. He had been so stupid. He should have known that his cousin would never back down like that. He had done it purposely to make him look bad in front of his bride. And he, Malcolm, had enjoyed it because he thought it was revealing his true nature to his men, the men Malcolm was trying to convince that Callum was not good for them as the laird. Even though they had duelled the second time, Callum had fought like he would normally fight and could have defeated him, if not because he chose not to. He hated it whenever Callum made him feel weak, trying to show him some kindness. It was just condescending. He sighed just when a knock sounded on his door. "Yes, do come in," he replied. "My lord, the Lady Banaut waits outside in her carriage. She asks me to give you this letter." Malcolm collected the letter, read it, and then faced the servant. "Where is the laird?" he asked. "In his chamber with his wife." "Good. Take me to Lady Banaut." Chapter 19. Erlyn waited in the carriage. She was really disturbed. Nothing was working. No matter how much she tried to see the laird, it just wasn't working. She was tired of having to wait for Malcolm to do something. She decided to come see him before taking matters into her own hands. The carriage door opened and Malcolm stepped in. He sat opposite her. "Evening, my lady," he said coldly. Erlyn said nothing. "This is not the time for pleasantries, Malcolm." "What is going on?" Malcolm's face hardened. "I should ask you that. As far as I can see, you have not been doing anything as regards what we discussed." Erlyn looked at him sharply. "I have been doing what I think is necessary, but nothing is working. I canna get him alone." "Ye are a woman. Ye should find a way to get to him, or are ye out of your charm already?" "What about you? I thought the high and powerful Lord Malcolm had enough charm to land a woman, or is it that Callum only has everything and you have nothing?" "Keep quiet. You have no idea what you're talking about." "But I do. You are staying in the castle, and you couldn't do anything about separating them. Do not blame me for your incompetence." Malcolm was quiet. He knew that no good thing would come out of their disagreement. "Why are ye here, Erlyn?" he finally asked. "I canna lose him again, Malcolm. He is not coming to see me anymore. I am afraid and alone. We need to act." "I think that Callum knows that I am onto him and his wife. I thought he would have let down his guards by now, but he is not as stupid as I thought he is." "Letting his guards down? How?" she asked. Malcolm knew this would make him talk about being the laird, so he decided to change the topic. "Now that the spring is here, several feasts will be taking place. There is one coming up tomorrow at the Augustina Hall. You can get the laird alone and seduce your way back to his heart as you have always done," Malcolm began. "Or you can wait until we go for the coming raid. The women will be having their gathering and Gabby will be joining them. You can sneak into Callum's chamber and wait for him. Gabby hardly visits the room." "That should be easy for you." Erlyn should be offended with what he had just said, but he was right. The truth was that she was actually getting tired of trying to win him. It was tiring. "So, if I do that, what will you do as regards the wife?" "I will try and get closer to her. If this does not work, then we can finally settle for the bigger plan, which I've been cooking up for a while." "What plan is that?" "Not now. You will know soon enough. Handle your side, and I will handle mine." After this, he got out of the carriage. Erlyn sighed and signalled to the coachman to take her out of the place. While they went on their way, she couldn't help but glance up towards Callum's window. She hoped to see him, but he never appeared at the window side till they left the castle behind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Just as Malcolm had said, there were several feasts which she prepared to attend, but Erlyn was disappointed in each one. Callum was never alone. They were always together, and it seemed almost impossible to get him away from his wife. "Why does she follow him everywhere like a hawk? Can't she just give him breathing space?" she demanded angrily as she got home from the third feast. Anne was in the room with her. "Well, I heard that their marriage is really strong, and that they are always together, my lady." "Ye think I do nae know that?" she questioned angrily. She hated her maid sometimes. "I apologise, my lady," Anne quickly said. Erlyn inhaled sharply. "I have a gathering to attend tomorrow. The laird's wife is the only one required to be there. Hopefully the laird would nae be there this time." The women's gathering was the gathering where the women of the land would get to spend time with their laird's wife. This should give her the chance to sneak into Callum's chamber. His wife will be too busy attending to the other women, and when the laird returned, she will be waiting. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Do you know that this coming gathering is the only one I will be attending without you?" Gabby asked as she lay with her husband that night. Callum smiled. "Are you afraid that someone might steal me away from you?" he joked. Gabby laughed. "Nothing frightens me anymore," she said. "I trust you completely." Callum smiled. "I am happy to hear that because you have nothing to worry about. You are becoming really strong and bold, like a Scottish woman would. I am so proud of you," he said, kissing her on the lips. "So, what will you be doing while I attend to the women?" she asked. "I had an important meeting tomorrow with the farmers tomorrow." She sulked. "Do you think the women will love me?" she asked. Her husband smiled. "You have a certain charm that makes everyone like you, my love. Just be yourself." "So, what exactly are we going to be doing at the gathering?" she asked. "Well, it offers a chance for you to understand our culture, and then you women can gossip as much as you want about us." She laughed. "I'd prefer the last one." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The gathering took place outside the castle. Gabby breathed in the scent of the dew-stained grass, glowing bright green in the morning sun. When she appeared, the women were amused by her gloves, boots, and hat. She had packed some of these with her from Hawkshire. Even though she appreciated the way of the Scottish women, she couldn't bear to leave her skin in the sun unprotected. The women were all assembled together, talking and giggling. Some were sitting in groups, busy talking to one another. Some were holding fabrics in their hands, perhaps. They were talking about fashion. At first, Gabby was confused. She didn't even know where to sit, as there seemed to be no place for her to sit. "All the women are talking about how the laird had kissed you openly days ago," Corotia said behind her. When Gabby saw her, she was happy to see a friendly face. She couldn't help but blush. "I see. How are your 2 children?" she asked. "They are very fine, thank you." "So, what are the women saying about the kiss with the laird?" she asked as they both found a place to sit next to a group of women. "Oh, a lot, my lady," said another lady next to them. She looked a bit younger, almost like her age. She had blue eyes and looked pretty. "I'm Isabel, Barclay's wife," said the woman. Gabby remembered Barclay. He was also one of her husband's men. "Oh, well, I'm happy to meet you too," Gabby stated. "You know, we are all happy that the laird kissed you openly like that, so do not be so embarrassed," said Isabel with a smile. "Now our husbands will find it easier to show us affection in public." "Aye," replied Corotia, laughing. after all, jumps away if I so much as touch his hand at the dinner table. This discussion was beginning to get the attention of the rest of the women in the hall, as they were all now facing them and listening. Gabby was glad to be the centre of attention, so she took her time to enjoy the moment. So, is this how you publicly show affection in England? Asked another woman, whom Corotia said was named Aileen. Affection is not shown openly in England either, Gabby explained to them. It is considered poor etiquette. Well, that is not how it is here, replied Isabel. The men here believe that showing public affection undermines their strength. It has nothing to do with etiquette. Later, the women sang a song in Gaelic as they spun the wool into threads on the wireless spindles that were called dialgans. Corotia passed Gabby a thread and wool, but when she attempted to follow suit, her fingers tangled terribly in the process. Aileen, who had been watching her closely, laughed. I thought English women were good at spinning, she remarked. Not spinning, replied Isabel. They are good at embroidery. Gabby sighed. Well, the truth is that I'm terrible at both, she admitted, and the women laughed. Tasks like that should be second nature to you, said Heather a bit coldly. When will the men return? Isabel asked, changing the subject. Gabby was surprised. From the meeting with the farmers. I didn't know all the men had to go for that, she said. The women exchanged glances. What exactly did you think the laird went to do? Asked Heather, smiling. Gabby frowned. To meet the farmers, like he said. I was only surprised that all the men would have to go. What exactly did you think the laird meant when he said he was going to meet the farmers? Asked Isabel. Now Gabby looked up and was surprised that all the women were looking at her, hiding smiles on their faces. She was confused. In England, when anyone says they are going to meet the farmers, it usually means that they would be meeting farmers in real life. Is there another meaning to that here? She asked. Corotia smiled. Did you see the laird this morning at all? Gabby shook her head. What about my husband or any of his men? None, Gabby replied. She had only seen the servants. There was not a single man in sight. Well, my lady, started Isabel. When the laird said they were going to meet the farmers, what he meant was that they were going to raid... Gabby frowned. I am sorry, I do not understand. Raiding other clans, of course, Heather replied, and the women laughed. You mean stealing? Gabby asked in dismay. She couldn't understand why her husband had not bothered to tell her this. 'Tis not thievery, my lady, replied Isabel. These men have stolen from us days ago. They had stolen our sheep and goats. Some of these animals were with child. The elders are angry. Bridget, another woman, explained. Gabby sighed. So, correct me if I'm wrong, she said slowly. This clan of farmers stole from you and now you are going to steal from them? Aye, replied Isabel. We are going to steal back our animals and then steal theirs as well. Gabby was aghast. The women were talking about the erring ways of their men so casually. How was she to explain to them that the raiding they were talking about meant stealing? And stealing was also one of the worst possible sins. So, which of these clans are they raiding from? She asked. A Gore, replied Isabel. So, any time the men go to raid, you women stay together? She asked, for she was trying to understand. Aye, my lady, Heather replied. Gabby swallowed. That would mean that they were all gathered like this on the day her home was raided. The women started singing again, and Gabby slipped closer to Corotia. This raiding? Does it not seem like a bad thing to you? She asked, hoping that Corotia would at least see things from her angle. The woman frowned. Aye, it is a bad thing, but it is also the Highlanders' tradition, and not all traditions can be changed. Do you think it will start a war? Gabby continued. In most cases it does, but now it wouldn't. Not now that clans are coming together for the Jacobite cause. Gabby said nothing more after this. Is it okay if I excuse myself for some time? I shall be back. Corotia smiled. This can be overwhelming for a foreigner. It is all right, you can leave. You needn't ask. You are the wife of the laird. Gabby smiled and stood up, leaving the women behind as they were busy singing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lady Erlyn could see the women from afar. She sat in her carriage, looking at them while they chanted their ridiculous song. She was unable to see the English lass among them, but she knew she didn't have a choice but to be there. Stop here, she said to the coachman, who brought the carriage to a halt. She stepped out and found her way into the castle. Just as she had expected, it was just the servants that were in sight, and they knew her well enough not to send her back. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby climbed up the stairs and stopped in front of Callum's chamber. She thought of entering. The only time she had entered was on the morning she had served him his food. She had never actually looked around the chamber before. Perhaps she could enter and sleep in his bed. He would be surprised to find her there when he eventually came around. She opened the door which led to the study. She walked in and glanced at the table. The only things she could see there were drawings of war plans. While she was going through these, the door of the study opened and she looked up. When she saw who had come in, her face hardened. What did this whore want again? Hadn't Callum said he had sent her away? Chapter 20. When Erlyn saw her, her heart sank and she was furious at the same time. She wasn't supposed to be here. Gabby walked up to her. Evening, Lady Bernalt. How may I help you? She asked, folding her arms and trying hard to cool her temper. Erlyn rolled her eyes. I do nae need to speak to ye, lass. I am here to see the laird, she said. Well, I am certain that he told you that he doesn't need you anymore, Gabby stated. Erlyn instead laughed. You are such a little girl, what do you know? I am going to wait for him till he comes. No, you will do no such thing. If he needs to see you, he will come and see you, but I doubt that he will do anything like that. Erlyn laughed. You are fast becoming a Scottish woman, lass, but you still have more to learn, she said. She walked closer to Gabby, who barely reached her shoulders. He will tire of you, you know. Soon he will come back to my bed. We have been together for years before you came along. Soon he will miss the moments we had together, and he will come back into my arms. I am sure you heard of Isabella. She died. You are too young to lose your life for a man. It has always been the two of us, and that is how it will stay. Gabby gasped and watched as Erlyn walked towards the door. Well, you should stop wasting your time, lady. He will never come back to you. He loves me far too much. I am certain you have heard of what everyone is saying around these days about the love between the Highlander and the Englishwoman. Such is rare, and you do not even stand a chance. Like he told me, you were only there to help him warm his bed when he needed a woman. But now that he has me, your service is not needed anymore. The words hit Erlyn straight and hard. Without wasting any more time, she walked out of the room, slamming the door after her. Gabby laughed as she left. She was so proud of herself. Weeks back, she would never have been able to talk like that to anyone. But now, she was having this courage and strength. Maybe it was all due to the fact that she was married to a laird, she thought. Feeling proud of herself, she walked back into the chamber, determined not to go downstairs until her husband was back safely. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. So angry was Erlyn that she blindly ran into Malcolm, who was coming on the way. Erlyn, how was it? He asked. The lady didn't reply, so he took her hand and led her to his room. What happened? He asked one more time. Erlyn recounted all that happened to him. That lass is becoming a problem, Malcolm. We need to get rid of her quickly. He sighed. I think that this is the time for the next plan. You go home. I will see you soon. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A knock sounded on her door shortly after. She rushed towards the door but was disappointed to see Malcolm. Yet she was surprised. "Malcolm, are the men back from the raiding?" she asked. Malcolm smiled. "Oh, no, I didn't go with them. I had to attend to other things." "All right," she said. Her disappointment was visible on her face. Also, since the whole sword fight between Malcolm and her husband, she had not really spoken to him. Not that she was interested in him. She felt disrespected with the way he had spoken to her husband that day, and she was not ready to forgive him. "I thought I saw the Lady Bannot leaving in a hurry. What happened between you two?" he inquired. "Well," she started, unsure whether to talk to him or to remain quiet. Malcolm smiled. "My lady, if I'm not wrong, I'd say I think you are cross with me. And thinking about it now, we used to be friends. You have changed ever since the whole friendly fight with my brother, who is your husband. I hope you do nae think that I would hurt my brother in any way." Gabby was quiet, so he continued. "Well, it was just a moment when we have a change from our usual self. I never planned to hurt you in the process, and I apologise for anything I may have said in the process." It was a momentary display of strength. Gabby thought for a while and then managed a smile. "Well, it's okay. It's nothing." "Are we still friends?" he asked, giving her a sweet smile. "Of course we are. So, can I come in?" Gabby didn't know if to say yes or no, especially since the room was her husband's study. Still, they were brothers. It shouldn't be a problem. "Yes, do come in," she said, and they both entered the room. "Been a while I came into this room," he said as he sat down. "I don't think I have ever seen you here before," she said, sitting down in the study with him. "You and Callum never spent much time together." "Well, that is because he is the lad. You get to see him every time because you are his wife." Gabby smiled, so he continued. "So, tell me, do you not miss home?" he asked, leaning back on his chair. She nodded. "Of course I do," she said with a smile. "I miss my sisters so much." "But why have you not tried to write to them?" he asked. Gabby frowned. Why had she never thought of that? "I never knew I could do that. Who will deliver the letter for me?" she asked, getting excited all of a sudden. "The servants will do that, of course. Didn't Callum talk to you about doing something like this?" She shook her head. "No, he didn't." "Well, you have no problem about that. You can write to them, say everything you need to say, and I will make sure it delivers by tomorrow morning." Gabby couldn't hold back her joy. She was really happy. Quickly she stood up, looking for an inkwell and a paper to write with. "Here," Malcolm said, passing her the ink pot and 2 sheets of paper. Gabby was surprised. Where did those come from? Anyway, she was too excited to start questioning things. Quickly, she collected the materials from him and started to write, one for her sister and the other for her mother. Malcolm waited for a while until she was through. Then she folded both and handed them to him. "Thank you so much for doing this for me." Malcolm smiled and stood up. "Once the servant delivers the letter, I will let you know, but make sure you do nae tell your husband about this." Gabby frowned. "Why not?" "Well, you do nae want to hurt his feelings. You never brought this up with him, and he can be very jealous sometimes. You can still tell him, but not now." Gabby was reluctant about this, but she remembered everything that happened when she was getting close to Malcolm, and Callum was not comfortable with it. Besides, he said she could tell him later on. She would still tell him eventually. "Well, no problem, as long as the letters get delivered and I get to tell my husband later." Malcolm smiled and stood up. "It shall be our little secret, and who knows, maybe your sisters can come and visit you." "Oh, I would like that very much," she replied excitedly. She would really be very happy if Brooke and Bertie could come spend time with her. "Well then, I shall be on my way. I shall tell you as it goes." Gabby walked him to the door before he left the room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Erlyn waited in her room, recounting all that she had gone through that day. She had never been so embarrassed like that. What was actually her problem? She had lots of men that she could go for, but the only man she had ever desired was Callum. She had him for a while, and now a young English lass who never knew what she had to go through just came from nowhere to destroy all that she had worked on. She was not going to take this, not anymore. This was her turn. A knock sounded on the door and Anne came in. "My lady, Lord Malcolm is here to see ye," she said. Erlyn stood up and followed her out to the drawing room, where Malcolm was waiting for her. "So, what next?" she demanded as she saw him. Malcolm signalled to her and she asked Anne to excuse them. After the lady left, he walked closer to her and handed her the little letters. "What are these?" she asked. "These are letters from Gabby. Master her handwriting, for we are changing the content of the letter. The address and everything we need is there." "I do nay understand," said Erlyn. "Listen carefully," said Malcolm. "We are going to deceive the English and cause a war between Hawkshire and our clan." Erlyn frowned. "I still do nay understand." "You are going to write exactly the way she has written. We are sending a letter to Hawkshire pretending to be Gabby. We are going to tell the Earl of Hawkshire, who is her father, that they can strike any minute from now. In fact, I am going to give a specific day that I know Callum will be caught off guard. Isabella's death anniversary is coming up in the next few days. He is going to plan towards it like he has always done." Erlyn nodded. He was right. The day had always been very special for him. "So, once they get the letter, they shall think it is Gabby, and I will also tell you details of how they can get in and strike. I shall direct them to the graveyard where he will be. But are you sure that they are not going to kill him? For I do not want any harm to come to him." "Callum is a strong man. He will get wounded, but he shall survive. You shouldn't worry about that. Gabby is going to be taken from here, and once again he will be sad and dejected, and then, as always, you will be there to pick him up." Erlyn sighed as she heard this. "This is really good, Malcolm. Why have you not thought of this plan all this while? Why take so long?" "Well, I wanted to make sure we had used up all our plans before we finally came to this." She collected the letters from him. "So, once I write the letters, what else?" "We are going to write it together. First, you need to master her handwriting. I have with me the Riddell seal. This will serve as proof to them once they receive it." "What about the other 2 letters? Are we sending those?" she asked. "No, we are only sending the one that matters. Now, let's begin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Why didn't you tell me you were going on a raid?" Gabby asked Callum later that night. He sighed, for he was exhausted internally and externally. "I didn't want you to have to start thinking about how you got here. I didn't know how you would feel. Besides, I didn't lie." "Well, you didn't lie, but you didn't tell the truth either. I got to know that meeting the farmers meant an actual raid," Gabby replied. Callum smiled and drew her closer to him. "This is the way of the Highlanders. I am sorry if you feel bad about it." Gabby shrugged. "I just wish you'd tell me things more often. Stop thinking about my feelings. But I have to. You are my wife, and I need to consider your feelings in everything," he replied, kissing her on the forehead. Gabby sighed. She debated on telling him about the letters. "What is it?" he asked. He could tell that she was about to tell him something, but was unsure. "Erlyn came over today," she finally said. He frowned. "What did she want?" "What else? She wanted to find a way of seducing her way back into your heart. What else?" Callum smiled but shook his head. "So, how did you find out?" "I had just got to know that you went to raid another clan. I was still trying to get used to the fact that this is the normal way of here. So I decided to come back to the castle." On getting to your study, she just opened the door and found me in there. Callum chuckled. So, what did she say? She thought I was going to be afraid of her like the last time. I told her services were no longer required. He laughed out loud when he heard this. You told her that? She nodded. That was the bravest thing. I am so proud of you, he said, kissing her on the lips. You keep surprising me, Gabby. I love you. She chuckled. You and I are husband and wife. No one is going to come in between, she said, returning his kisses. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hawkshire, England. Lady Diana sat in front of her mirror, busy brushing Brooke's hair. Mother, will Gabby ever come back home? Asked Brooke. Diana couldn't reply anymore. She was tired of hearing this question all the time. She also missed her daughter very much, but ever since the Highlanders had taken her away, everything had fallen apart. My lady, you have a letter. One of them is from Gabby, said Sophie, who had just entered the room. Chapter 21. Hawkshire, England. Lady Diane sat in front of the mirror, busy brushing Brooke's hair. Mother, will Gabby ever come back home? Asked Brooke. Lady Diane couldn't reply anymore. She was tired of hearing this question all the time. She also missed her daughter very much, but ever since the Highlanders had taken her away, things had fallen apart. My lady, you have some letters. One of them is from Gabby, said Sophie as she entered the room. Oh, she is coming back now, isn't she? Asked Brooke one more time excitedly. Lady Diane didn't respond. There were 2 letters in her hand. One was for her husband, also from Gabby, and the other was for her. She tore open hers and read through. As she read, tears came to her eyes and she placed a hand on her chest. Gabby spoke of how much she missed her and everyone else. She couldn't wait to get home, and it seemed she had found a way to come home. With trembling hands, she wiped her face. Mother, what does it say? Brooke asked. She misses us all, Lady Diane said, sniffing back her tears. I will go give this to your father now, she said, hurriedly leaving the room. Brooke grabbed her mother's letter that was lying on the floor. She took it with her as she ran out of the room to another room, which she shared with Berthie. Her twin sister was lying on the bed, busy reading, but she looked up sharply as Brooke entered. What is that? Berthie asked. A letter from Gabby, she said, and Berthie sat upright. Gabby wrote to us? Berthie asked, and together they went through the letter and finally embraced each other as they sobbed. I miss her so much, Brooke whimpered. Me too, replied Berthie. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lady Diane met her husband in the study. Ever since Gabby left, they hadn't actually done much talking to themselves. He was on his own at most times, and he hardly spent any time with his family. Can I talk with you? She asked as she opened the door slightly. Henry looked behind him. He seemed surprised to see his wife. Yes. Is everything all right? Gabby, she wrote us letters. This is yours, she said, walking towards him and handing him the letter. A confused frown creased Henry's brows as he collected the letter slowly. Then he tore it open as his wife waited, expectantly. Lady Diane watched as his face went from being soft to getting hardened, and then he stood up quickly. What does it say? She asked again anxiously. She found a way to get back home. I need to get help. Quickly, he said, grabbing his jacket and rushing out of the room. Lady Diane whimpered, holding her hands together. She wished he could just talk to her more. She walked out of the room and collided into her 2 children. Berthie still had her letter. Mother, is Gabby really coming home? Brooke asked. Lady Diane smiled as she looked down at her 2 children. She pulled them closer to her and kissed them one by one. I think we are going to be a family again. The twins shrieked in excitement and they all embraced. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ronnie swung his sword in the air. The The blade glistened in the yellow sunlight, and he cut through the air, swiftly. He ducked and did it again. His footman hurried towards him and whispered into his ear. He stopped suddenly, his brows deeply furrowed in a frown. "Where is he?" he asked the footman. "On his way over here," replied the older man, and just at that moment, Lord Mackenzie walked in. Ronnie didn't look so pleased to see him. As a matter of fact, since Gabby was taken, he hadn't returned to the castle. "Ronnie, how do you fare today?" the Earl asked, stopping a few inches away from him. "Very well, my lord," he replied with a slight bow, turning to face him. "We hardly see you in the castle anymore," Henry put in. "Well, I do not have much business there anymore, my lord," Ronnie replied blandly. "Well, I believe you are angry and disappointed, but you must know that Gabby asked for you." His eyes lit up so suddenly. "Is she back?" Henry smiled and shook his head. "Not yet, but she wrote to us." "Oh," he said as the light died from his eyes. "Yes, but do not look so disappointed because she is coming back home. She just wrote to us about the best time to strike." Ronnie looked excited again, so he continued. "She has also given us all the secrets that can be used to take them down and to make our rescue plan even easier." Ronnie nodded. "So, what do I need to do?" Henry smiled and walked closer to him. "Exactly what I needed to hear. You and I will be going to the prince. This is a good opportunity to get back at them for all the times they have hurt us. We have their secret, and we know how to breach their border undetected. We shall strike when they least expect. We have been given 4 days to prepare, and on this 4th day we shall descend upon the Highlanders." Ronnie nodded. "I shall get dressed and join you immediately, my lord." Henry watched as Ronnie went back into the manor to get dressed. He pitied the young man. His beard was overgrown, and it seemed he had not shaven in months. Having your spouse taken from you on the wedding day can break a man. "Ready, my lord?" asked Ronnie, riding towards him. Henry nodded, and they both proceeded to where his horse was tied. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby and Crotia had become good friends. Gabby was glad for the companionship apart from her brute of a husband. She had decided to visit Crotia, and they were both sitting in Efterald's home. They sat together watching one of her sons playing. A large wolfhound sniffed the boy, and each time he did, the boy would tumble backwards, laughing as the hound tickled him with its cold, wet nose. Gabby really liked Crotia's son. "So, how are things with the laird?" Crotia asked. Gabby didn't want to talk much about it especially, knowing they may end up talking about her having children. "Everything is all right. Not much to say," she replied. "I heard you were betrothed before leaving Hawkshire." Gabby was surprised, but she nodded. She didn't know that this had been going around. "Tell me about him," Crotia said. Gabby sighed as she reminisced about her friend. "He used to be my best friend," she said. "Used to be?" Crotia asked. "What changed?" "Well, we were to be wed, and everything changed." Crotia smiled. "You were lucky to be betrothed to someone you knew and liked." Gabby frowned. "My parents said the same thing too, but for some reason I didn't feel lucky. I felt like I lost my best friend." Crotia sighed. "I and Efterald grew up together. When we wedded, it was quite easy for both of us. We got closer, and then we fell in love." Gabby smiled. "Lucky you." "You love the laird, don't you?" she asked, observing her closely. Gabby laughed. "Well, I am in love with my husband, and I think it is the best feeling in the world." Crotia laughed. "Well, I am glad you feel that way," she said. "So, tell me, do you ever think of going back to your family? I am certain that you miss them." Gabby smiled and stood up. She walked a bit further from her before turning around. "Yes, I absolutely do," she said softly, her eyes gazing into an empty space. "I can still remember the softness of Brooke's hair when I hugged her before I was taken away. I can still see my father's sad eyes as he watched me leave. Bertie, Mother, her voice trailed off. But why have you not talked to your husband? I know he loves you so much. After all, tells me everything. I am quite certain that he will do anything to make sure you see them one more time if he knows you miss them so much. Gabby sighed. I know, but I cannot do that yet. Being here is the only thing that protects my home from being invaded by the Jacobites. I cannot leave right now. Well, if that is the case, then you can always find a way to bring any of your family members to come visit you. When Gabby heard this, her eyes lit up. This is true. Could that be possible? Of course, Corotia replied. Seems I haven't been thinking of many things these days, Gabby said, walking back to Corotia. What do you mean? The other woman asked. Well, lately Malcolm asked me to write letters to my family, and I never really thought about it until he brought it up. Wait, Malcolm? Corotia asked, looking a bit confused. Aye, Callum's brother, Corotia scoffed. Malcolm is giving you family advice? Gabby frowned but nodded. What? Is anything wrong with that? Corotia inhaled deeply. Efterald doesn't trust him, and neither does your husband. I know, but he meant well. Well, just be careful around him. Gabby, not quite certain why Corotia was talking like this, finally nodded. Well, I will. Thank you. So, what about the other thing that we discussed? Gabby frowned. What other thing? Callum is bedding you often now, is he not? Gabby gasped at how Corotia mentioned it as if it was nothing, but talking about it made her feel exposed in some way. What? Corotia asked, seeing the look on her face. Gabby smiled, shrugged, and went back to her seat. Well, yes, we make love every night. If that is the case, then you need to talk about getting pregnant. Gabby inhaled. I really do not think it necessary. If so, then do not be surprised when it happens when you least expect. Gabby took more quick, short breaths. All right, I will talk to him, but I need to make it a special occasion. Corotia frowned. What special occasion? I mean, I need to make the discussion truly special. We could discuss it when we are alone and enjoying each other's company like a picnic. The look on Corotia's face made Gabby think that probably she had never heard the word before or was just not into the idea of a special occasion. What is a picnic? Corotia finally asked, and this made Gabby laugh. The Highlanders were totally odd. Well, it is when you and your spouse decide to have a private time alone, usually outside your home, far away from every other person. Corotia nodded as she finally understood. Oh, I see, you need to teach me that. My husband and I would like a special occasion too, like a picnic. Gabby laughed. It is quite simple. All you need to take with you are a few things that you will need. Anyway, I will teach you all about planning a great picnic. But first, I need to plan mine. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. You Sassenach people are something else entirely, Callum said as he dismounted before carrying his wife off the stallion. They had been riding for a few kilometres. Well, you Highlanders get too busy with raiding and killing that you forget to learn how to have enjoyable moments with your wife. We enjoy ourselves every night, do we not? Callum teased as they walked hand in hand towards the foot of a tree. Gabby chuckled. Trust me, husband, this will be worth it. He sighed, but said nothing more. That morning, Callum was surprised when his wife had woken up with the idea of leaving the castle and going somewhere alone with her. He was surprised that she actually knew her way around, but what she didn't realise was that the place was just next to the graveyard where his Isabella was buried. How did she know this place? He asked as they finally settled at the foot of the tree. She had brought a plaid with her which she spread on the ground for both of them to lie down on. Well, Malcolm brought me here the last time we went out together. He said that if I ever want to get away, or perhaps I want to have a time alone, this would be a great place, and he was right. It came in at the right time. Callum's face hardened. Malcolm had brought her here because he knew that it was close to Isabella's graveyard, and that if he knew, he would be displeased about it. That bastard! Gabby, who noticed his unusual silence, turned to him. Callum, what is it? Surely the idea of a picnic is to have fun. He was quiet, but lay on the plaid nonetheless. There is something I need to tell you about Malcolm, he started. Gabby nodded attentively. A deep frown creased her brows. I am listening, she said. Ye cannae trust him. He is my cousin truly, and we were friends once. But in the past few years, we have been anything but friends, and he tries to take anything that is mine. She frowned. I don't quite follow, Callum. He wanted Isabella for himself, even after we were betrothed, he growled angrily. Even while father was alive, he did everything he could to make sure I was not chosen as the laird. The only reason why he is nice to ye is because he wants to make me feel jealous and possibly steal you away from me. Gabby gasped. Is that so? Aye, it is. I am sorry, I never knew this. But why did you never try to tell me this? Because... He started and then stopped. I didn't want you to hate him or think I day not feel safe in my own marriage. I dinna want ye to think that I day not trust ye, because I day. Gabby inhaled and leaned in closer to him, putting her arms around him. I am so sorry, Callum. I shall be more careful, she said. There is something I need to show ye, he said softly into her ear. Gabby frowned but stood up to follow him. Chapter 22. The entire landscape was surrounded by tall trees. It was a quiet place. She remembered how she had felt when Malcolm had brought her there. The only thing on her mind was how she would love to spend time here with Callum instead. When they finally left the forest behind, they passed through a narrow path which led them to an open field. There were lots of tombstones arranged in rows. Callum seemed to be taking her somewhere in particular. She stopped in her tracks as she saw the name that was chiselled on the tombstone in front of her. Is that... She stuttered. Aye, this is where she was buried, Callum said, holding her tightly to his side. For some reason, he was actually glad that the time had come for the two women he loved most in his life to finally meet. I thought, since Malcolm had shown ye half of the way, I could show the rest. Callum, you must believe me. I am indeed sorry and... She was silenced as he kissed her briefly but passionately on the lips. I am not upset. I am relieved. I am happy that I am here with ye, he said as he stared into her eyes. They both sat down in front of the tombstone. This was where you came on our first night together, she asked, resting her head on his shoulder. He nodded. It was. I used to come here to clear my head, but I stopped doing that. Now, I think it is time to introduce you to Isabella and to bid her farewell. Gabby smiled, putting her arms around him. You never told me how she died. It was few days to our anniversary, he started. We were attacked by England. It was an attack we didn't prepare for, and it left lots of people, including women and children, dead. War is war, but that one killed my Isabella. She looked at him, deep concern etched all over her face. That must have nearly killed you, he chuckled. It almost did, and it made me what they call me nowadays, the devil. I was really brutal then. I had no control. All I craved was blood and more blood. I just wanted every last one of them to pay for it. Then, your father went ahead to bring you a bride from England. From the people you hated the most, Gabby said quietly, looking at him. Callum chuckled and nodded. You must have hated me so much then. I did, he replied. But then, I fell in love with ye, and all the hatred is now gone from me. Ye have made me a happy man once again. Gabby smiled and kissed his cheek. She felt this would be the best time to discuss something else. What do you think of, children? He looked at her so sharply that Gabby was startled. She wasn't sure of what he was going to say next. Are you with child? He questioned, looking at her stomach. No, I am just asking. Judging by our unending love-making, I believe the possibility is high, she explained. He smiled and drew her closer. Having a child or children with you will be the best thing in the world. She smiled, finally relieved. It gladdens my heart to hear you say that, my love. They stayed for a while before finally returning back to where they were seated earlier. They joked about many things, but Gabby kept thinking about Malcolm. My love, you have been quiet. If you are bored already, why don't we head home? He asked as they lay together on the plaid. There is something else that I need to tell you, she said, frowning, unsure if this was a good idea or not. Do tell. Go on. She took a deep breath. I miss my family, she blurted out, and then looked at him to see any sign. I know, he said. I was hoping when you finally decide to talk to me instead of Karatia, we could decide when they can come visit you. When Gabby heard this, she jumped on him out of excitement. You knew? Of course. Do you think the only reason I wanted you two to be friends was so you could talk? I wanted to know everything on your mind, things you're afraid to tell me. He kissed her hands. I want you to be happy here, my love. You know you can't go home, not yet, but they can visit ye, not all at once, but 1 or 2 at a time. Maybe your sisters can come first. Gabby could feel those tears welling up inside her as she embraced him and fought back the tears. Thank you so much, Callum. I am so grateful. Ye are welcome. You have no idea how relieved I am, she said, pulling away from him. Now that Karatia had told him everything through F. she was certain that he must have known about the letters too. I wasn't sure whether to write those letters, but now that you are telling me I need to be careful of Malcolm, I became afraid. Callum frowned. He had no idea what she was talking about now. What letters? He asked. Gabby frowned and chuckled. The letters I wrote to my family. Didn't Karatia make mention of that? Ye wrote to your family? He asked again. Yes, I did, Gabby replied. I thought she told you everything, she said, now regretting having spoken so soon. Wait, did Malcolm ask you to write to your family? He asked again. Gabby nodded, feeling really bad about the whole thing. Why didn't you tell me about this, and when did this happen? He demanded. Some days back, when you went to raid, she replied soberly. Why didn't ye tell me ye two spoke? Why hide this from me? He demanded, getting up. Gabby sighed and got up. She was regretting everything. I am really so sorry, Callum. Believe me. He just came, and he was nice, and I told him I missed my family, and ye are not meant to tell him all these. This is why ye have Karatia, someone ye can talk to. Gabby could see the effect that her closeness with Malcolm had on Callum. I didn't know about your family feud. You hadn't told me. So, these letters, what was the content? He asked, facing her. Just to tell my father and everyone else that I love them, that was all. And that I missed them. Are you absolutely certain that that was all? He asked again, and she nodded. Callum breathed in and then closed his eyes. You cannae trust Malcolm, Gabby. I want you to be careful around him. Never discuss anything about us with him again. She nodded. I promise, she said, and then walked closer to embrace him. I am so sorry. Callum gathered her in his arms and kissed her on the head. I am sorry too. It makes my blood so hot to think about ye and him. Even while they kissed, Callum couldn't help having a bad feeling about all this. Malcolm would never be this kind unless he had something to gain. Hold on, my love, he said, pulling away. The day that Malcolm came to ye, was it the same period that Erling came? Gabby shook her head. No, It was after she left. I remember because I told him all that happened between her and me. Why? He shook his head. He couldn't tell her why. He didn't want to have to tell her that Erlyn declared her feelings for him just before Isabella died. Isabella had overheard Erlyn and Malcolm discussing how they could both get what they wanted. When Isabella told him then, he thought it was nothing. What are you thinking? You possibly are not thinking that those two may be working together, are you? Gabby asked. It is possible, but I am not certain, he replied. When I get home, I will ask him about the letter. Nay, dare not have any conversation with him unless he approaches you. Also, be very careful. He has spies everywhere. Be mindful of things you say to anyone, even Arinda. Gabby frowned but nodded. She didn't think he had to be worried about Arinda. As they continued their evening together, Gabby could clearly see that her husband was greatly troubled, and he was not as attentive as before. Should we go home? She finally asked. Aye, we should. I am sorry, but I hate to feel in the dark. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. All through their way home, he was unusually quiet, and Gabby couldn't stop feeling responsible for everything. She had let her guard down totally, yet she knew that some letters to her family should not be a problem at all. She had only written to them on how much she terribly missed them. They had gone a little farther out of town, so they spent some time on the road. The sun was setting quickly, and the moon was eager to replace it in the sky, but that did not stop them from seeing the black smoke that rose up in the far distance. What is that? Gabby asked as she clung to her husband on the back of the horse. Fear gripped Callum's heart as he slowed down. A distant memory had found its way to his present. Callum, she asked again, hold tight, we are riding faster. That was the only thing he said. She could feel his heart beating faster now. She couldn't tell if it was due to the speed at which they were going or if it was something else. She knew this was a wrong time to ask, so she didn't. She clung to him tightly. Callum raced his horse along mountain streams and game trails in the moonlit night. When he heard the loud horn that was blown, he knew for certain that his people were under attack. Callum, what is that? Gabby asked. She seemed out of breath, and he felt sorry for her, but now was not the time to be emotional. Gabby, no more questions, please! He shouted as loudly as he could. He kept kicking the horse to go faster. His blood surged and he clenched his jaw. This had happened when he was not home, when she had decided to take him out of town. All of a sudden, he slowed down and dismounted. Buildings were on fire and the people ran out of them haphazardly. Screams filled the air. Pain and anger gripped his heart, and he screamed. Why are we stopping? She asked, but he lifted her from the horse to the ground. Gabby watched him. She couldn't understand what was going on. She didn't understand the smoke or why Callum was looking at her like that. She didn't understand why they were being attacked. This reminded her of when her home was first raided. Did he ask you to do this? He demanded in a low tone. Gabby frowned. Who? What are you talking about? She asked, but stopped as she heard the noise of screams and gun shots growing louder. Callum, we are under attack, she shouted. Did he ask you to do this? He asked again, shouting at the top of his voice. Gabby gasped. What are you talking about? What is going on, Callum? From behind, a sword whistled past his ear. Just in time, he rolled, causing the blade to glance off the edge of his shoulder. He swept out his foot with a grunt, knocking the enemy soldier to the ground and stabbing him through the side. Blood shot out of his side as he tried to block the hole. Gabby screamed. With one hand, Callum dragged the dying man and threw him at Gabby's feet. Dare ye not recognise the colour of this uniform? Or don't you see that these are your people? He roared as a second soldier kicked him from behind. Why would you do this to... He yelled as he fell. He sprang up to his feet. Deflecting a thrust of the enemy's sword, he grabbed the soldier's head. He held his head in place under his arm, grabbed his knife and plunged it deeply into his neck. the body hit the dust, close to where Gabby stood, screaming in terror. "Ye lured me outside my home! Ye pretended! How could ye?" Gabby's heart raced as her head ached in confusion. She was too afraid and confounded to utter a word. Callum was accusing her of something she didn't do. She couldn't understand. From nowhere, about 10 to 15 men surrounded them, all attacking Callum at the same time. "Leave him alone, please!" she cried, but at that moment she felt someone grab her hand. She fought desperately to be freed as she was being pulled by the unknown man. "Stop fighting, Gabby! It's me!" shouted a familiar voice. When she finally saw his face, she gasped, "Ronnie?" The young man smiled proudly, and he embraced her. Callum collapsed to the ground as he got slashed and kicked by multiple men. He could have fought back and at least killed some of them, but the pain of being betrayed disabled him. He could see a young man happily embracing his wife, who still looked shocked. He watched as his wife was mounted on a horse and was taken away from him. He let the darkness overwhelm him as he passed out. Chapter 23. All through the journey, Gabby kept thinking of how everything had happened. Things had happened so fast that there was not enough time to understand and digest it all. Several times her mind went back to Callum, who had collapsed just as she was being taken away. She wondered if he was going to be fine. She wondered how they had gotten there and why Ronnie had come to rescue her. She wondered about so many things, but she couldn't bear to ask him. "Ronnie, please, I don't understand. What?" She had tried to ask so many times, but each time he had given her the same response. "Not now, Gabby. Wait till we leave this nightmare behind us. We have come to rescue you. You are going back home finally," he had said each time. Many of their men were also wounded, but the rest of them had gone back with them. Gabby sighed as the men cheered on their way home, leaving the burning town behind them. Gabby felt terribly bad, but she also so felt helpless. She was going home to see her family, but she could feel a pang of sadness for the family she was leaving behind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Wake up, Gabby! We are home!" She stirred and opened her eyes to gaze upon the gigantic castle she often saw in her dreams during her first week at the Audh castle. She could see that it hadn't been repaired since the assault. The east wall of the battlements had almost fallen from the fire the Rydels had set to the structure. She bit her lips as they drew closer to her home. She reached for the end of her cloak to pull it closer to her body, but then remembered she had removed it when they reached the lowlands. Her body had grown used to the harsh climate of the Highlands. There were several soldiers at the gate who, on seeing her, shouted a loud cry of victory. She swallowed as Ronnie helped her dismount. Quickly, she ran into the castle and into the study, where she knew she would find her father. He looked astonished and happy to see her. There were tears in his eyes as he held a hand to his mouth. "Gabby!" he shouted. She ran into his waiting arms, tears slipping from his eyes. In that moment, she forgot about Callum or her guilt. "Are you well?" he asked, cupping her face. "Yes," she replied excitedly, sniffing. "More than well." He hesitated, looking at her stomach as a dark shadow passed across his features. "Are you with child?" she gasped. "No, of course not," she replied. "Good," he said with a sigh. "Where is Mother? Where are my sisters?" she asked. "Up in our bedchamber," he said, but Gabby couldn't help but notice something changed as he replied. "Did something happen?" she asked. He inhaled and held her hands. "I need you to know that this is not your fault." She frowned. "What is not my fault?" "Well, since you left, your mother and I have not been on talking terms. I have been avoiding her and I feel terrible about it. I just felt so guilty that I couldn't protect you." He gulped inaudibly as tears spilled from his eyes. Gabby hugged him fiercely. I am back now. Everything will be all right, she said. One thing she knew for certain was that her father and mother loved each other so much. This could only happen if something bad happened to any of their children. Her father hadn't even said goodbye to her on the day she was taken away. Carrying such guilt for 3 months probably made him push her mother away. After a while, she pulled away before rushing to her mother's chamber. When she pulled the door open, the first pair of eyes she saw were Brooke's. Her sister had grown thinner. Her round cheeks had sunken in. Bertie also didn't look so good, and when she saw her mother, she let out a cry and ran into her arms. The 3 of them cried and hugged for as long as anybody could. Gabby couldn't stop the tears. They just kept on pouring. I have missed you so much, she said to her sisters, kissing them one after the other. We missed you too, said her sisters at the same time. Gabby smiled. We have so much to tell you, Brooke said to her. Well, I am certain that it can wait since she is back with us now. Now, you two need to excuse us, as I need to talk with your sister. The twins exchanged glances, but quickly hugged Gabby once again before leaving. My daughter, said her mother, pulling Gabby to her on the bed. They both sat down. How do you fare? She asked, looking at Gabby all over, as if looking for anything the Highlanders may have done to her. I am well, mother, she replied. Are you with child? Gabby gasped. Why was everyone asking her that? No, mother, I am not. Father asked me that earlier, and I said no. Oh, he spoke to you, said her mother, looking away. Gabby sighed and squeezed her mother's hands. You shouldn't push him too hard, mother. He told me everything, and he is sorry about it. I never pushed him away, Gabby. He just blocked every chance to get close to him. I never blamed him for your abduction. He chose to put that on himself. I tried reaching out to him so many times, but he just never allowed me to get close. Well, now that I am back, everything will be better until I go back. Then you can come and visit. Her mother frowned. Going back to where? To the Highlands. Her mother laughed. That was funny. The Highlanders must have rubbed off some humour on you. Nice. Have you spoken to Ronnie? Gabby shook her head. No, he wouldn't speak to me ever since I was rescued. Her mother sighed. You must give him some time. Since you were taken, he has been withdrawn. He became so bitter and cold. You need to talk to him. As they were talking, the door opened suddenly, and Sophie walked in. She seemed out of breath. Sophie! Gabby cried and ran to hug her maid. I have missed you so much. So have I, my lady, said Sophie as they pulled apart. I apologise for rushing in without being called. I just had to see her and make sure that she is indeed around. Excuse me. Both Gabby and her mother chuckled as Sophie left hesitantly but full of joy. She missed you terribly, said her mother as Sophie left. I sometimes think that perhaps she missed you most. Gabby smiled. I missed her as well. So, I want to hear everything about the Highlanders. Are those stories we heard about them all true? Gabby laughed. Not all true, mother. But right now, I need to bathe and sleep. Then I will go talk to father. You can join us. Her mother rolled her eyes. I shall think upon it. Gabby smiled before walking out of the room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When Gabby finally got to her room, she locked the door behind her and took in a long, deep breath. She didn't understand any of the things that were happening, but she was relieved to be home. Had they just come out to rescue her, or had someone tipped them off? She was going to ask them all that later, but first she jumped into her bed and inhaled its smell. She had really missed this bed a lot. Finally, she washed up and rejoined her family for breakfast. All the time that they spent in eating, her sisters kept on talking about how darker she had become, but how fresher she looked. They also told her about all the things that had happened since she left. Normally, their parents would have stopped them from talking while eating, as they considered it bad manners. but instead they contributed to the conversation. She was really happy to be with her family once again, but she needed to know what happened. She felt like she was missing a lot, and unanswered questions swamped her mind. "Do you know that Ronnie rejected all the ladies that his father wanted him to marry?" Brooke asked after they were done eating. "Brooke!" their mother shouted, the warning clear in her voice. "But mother, she needs to know all these," Brooke said stubbornly. Gabby was surprised. "Why would he do that?" "Because he knew you were going to come back and he still loves you," Brooke replied. "All right, that's it, children. To your room," their mother shouted. The twins stood up and left, but not before maintaining meaningful eye contact with their sister. That meant that Gabby must come to their room later that night. After they were both gone, she was alone with her parents. Sophie was cleaning the table. "But was that true?" Gabby asked her mother, who nodded. "I think it is a normal thing you do when you love someone and you hope that one day they will turn around and come back to you," said her father. He hadn't talked earlier, but when he said this, he was looking at Lady Diane. "Well, you two need to talk. I am certain that he will show up very soon," said the mother, ignoring the look her husband was sending her way. Gabby nodded. "Well, that is something I will deal with later. First, the two of you need to be a couple again, mother." "What are you talking about?" asked her mother. "Yes, you and father need to repair whatever is broken. I know that when I was taken away, something happened between the two of you, and I really do not care whose fault it was. All I care about is that I need my parents back, closer than ever." Henry stood up and faced his wife. "Would you ever forgive me, my darling, for pushing you away?" Lady Diane shook her head. "We were supposed to be a couple, for better, for worse, remember? Instead, you chose to shut yourself out, putting all the blame on yourself." "I know. I just thought you would hate me for everything." "Why would I do that?" asked her mother, sniffing back the tears. "I was the one who went to fetch her out from where we hid her. So why would I blame you? I was the one who handed her over to those people, so I expected nothing else for not protecting our child. But I do not hate you." Gabby watched as her parents resolved their issues, and then embraced before kissing passionately. She swallowed as it reminded her of her husband. She prayed he would be fine wherever he might be. Later, Lady Diane left to give both daughter and father some privacy. "I'm glad that you both are back together. I do not want to be the reason why my parents are not together anymore," she said after her mother had left. Her father only smiled. "Gabby, not having you around was really hard for me. You didn't write, and we heard nothing about you. I found myself hoping you were alive." She smiled. "I was okay where they took me. Well, at least they had the decency to take care of my daughter. I will give them that." They both chuckled. "So, it was my letter that brought you down there?" Gabby asked, determined to get clarity on everything. "Yes, Gabby. It explained everything and I knew what to do." She frowned. What did he mean by it? Explained everything? "I knew you were alive and I just didn't delay any further. I had to do something. But why did you not write sooner?" "Well, I never knew it could be possible to have the letters delivered to you. Not until Malcolm told me." She stopped. "Malcolm? Is that your husband?" he asked. "No, his cousin." "Hold on, father. How many letters were delivered to you?" she asked. "Just one. Your mother also received one." She sighed. But she couldn't understand. Was it the content? "Hello, Ronnie," said her father, interrupting her question just as Ronnie came in. "My lord?" Ronnie said, bowing slightly. "I shall excuse you both. We shall talk later," said her father before leaving. Gabby looked at Ronnie. He had a few injuries on his face, but he had grown larger and even seemed taller. He looked more like a man than the childhood friend she had grown up with. They stared at each other for a while before she stood up and walked to him. "I am so sorry for everything," she whispered. Ronnie smiled and took her hand into his. "Why do you have to be sorry for anything? You didn't plan any of the things that happened," he explained. He looked at her for some time. "Are you with child?" Gabby scoffed. "Please, why is everyone asking me that?" He shrugged. "It is only normal to ask. You were, after all, married, weren't you?" Gabby wanted to correct him by saying she was still married, but she changed her mind. She would deal with that later. "Well, I am not with child." This made Ronnie smile, and he pulled her closer to him as they embraced. Gabby nestled into the comfort of his body. She missed his smell and everything about him. She shut her eyes, and they stayed like that for some time before pulling away and walking out with him. "So, tell me, did you find the adventure you have always craved?" he asked. "Well, not all those stories we were told are true. They do not drink human blood, and they actually do not eat human flesh. They eat the normal food as we do, but they are just less civilized. So, why did you not even try to write to me? Not even once. Even when you tried to write to your parents, I expected you were going to write to me as well." Gabby was immediately overwhelmed with guilt. She didn't write to him because she was busy loving her husband. "I am sorry, Ronnie," she said. "I am really so sorry that I didn't. As a matter of fact, I never did know that I could get someone to get the letters delivered until recently." He smiled and waved it away. He put both hands on her shoulders as he faced her. "You look even more beautiful and more mature," he said, studying every bit of her face, but then stopped as if he had just figured something out. "You are no longer a virgin, are you?" Chapter 24. When Gabby heard this, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. She couldn't maintain the eye contact that he was giving her while trying to read her. "You didn't answer," he said, staring into her eyes as she avoided his gaze. There was no reason for her to be ashamed, was there? She was married and she loved her husband. "Gabby?" he asked. "There is nothing to be ashamed of." "I know," she said, backing off. "And no, I am no longer a virgin." There was an awkward silence for a while. Ronnie walked a few steps away from her, his back turned towards her. Then he turned around and walked back. He placed a hand warmly on her chin. "Was it painful?" he asked. She frowned and thought about the first time. It was indeed painful, but why was he asking her all this? "Why are you asking me all these asks?" "Because we used to be very close, and you used to tell me everything. But now things have changed, and I want to get to know you again, to give us a chance." Now this was getting confusing. "To give us a chance?" she asked, then walked closer to him. "Yes, we were supposed to be married. Have you forgotten that?" "Of course not, I didn't." "Did you at least remember me or think of me while he was making love to you?" He spat. Gabby swallowed. She couldn't understand why he was this angry and jealous. "I remembered you, all right? I didn't ask for myself to be taken away," she shouted at him. Then he calmed down and murmured some apology. They were both quiet for a while. "Were you happy?" he asked. The more questions he asked, the more uncomfortable she became. "I tried to be," she replied, and then changed the question. "Why did you rescue me, Ronnie?" At first he frowned, but then responded, "What are you talking about?" "You asked to be rescued." That didn't sink in very well. "I did." Ronnie chuckled. "Are you joking, or what are you trying to do, Gabby? Did you not want to be rescued?" "No, I am serious. Please, tell me you came just because you wanted to rescue me," she pleaded, looking into his eyes for a kind of conviction. "No, I don't understand what you're saying at all. You wrote those letters, didn't you?" Yes, I did, but She stopped. She would need to ask her father later on. "Is there anything wrong?" Ronnie asked. She inhaled. She couldn't tell him that she didn't want to be rescued. It would hurt him a lot. "I am tired, and I really need to speak to my father." He nodded and walked closer to her. He held her at the shoulders. "Tell me, did you miss me at all? Because you haven't mentioned that since you got back." "Yes, I did," Gabby quickly said. "I really did." That seemed to calm him down a bit, and he pulled her closer for yet another embrace. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Later that evening, she found her father in his study as always. She needed to know some details about her rescue. "Father, are you busy?" she asked. "Not for you, my darling," he said, turning around as she entered. "What about Ronnie?" he asked. "He has left," she replied. Henry observed her for a while as she sat in front of him. "Is anything wrong?" he asked. "Yes, he has. Changed. It's like I don't even know him anymore." "Well, he has changed," replied her father. "He kept asking me so many questions that I was afraid of answering," she said. Questions like, "What?" asked her father. "If I was a virgin, if I was happy." "Well, were you happy?" Gabby looked at her father and slowly nodded. "I was happy, father. I didn't need to be rescued at all. Callum was willing to have you visit me." "Hold on," said her father, leaning forward. "Who is Callum?" Gabby swallowed. "My husband." Her father watched her and sighed. "Your husband? He was willing to have us visit?" She nodded. "Yes, he was, and then I was surprised to see the English army fighting to rescue me. I didn't ask to be rescued." Henry frowned. She could see the look of disappointment in his eyes. "You didn't ask to be rescued? Then if you didn't want to be rescued, why did you write those letters?" "But writing letters to tell my family how much I missed them shouldn't be a problem," she grimaced. "Well, you wrote more than that, young lady, personally to me." "Really? Please, can I see this letter?" she asked. "It's not with me anymore," said her father. "What do you mean it's not with you anymore? Did you toss it away? Burned it?" "No, I needed proof to show the prince. If not for the letter, he would never have dispatched all those soldiers that came to rescue you." "But I didn't need any rescue," she shouted at the top of her voice. She was close to losing her temper. The door opened and her mother stepped in. "What is going on?" asked her mother, bewildered. "I think the Highlanders have done something to our daughter. I honestly do not know what has gotten into her," said her father. "What happened?" her mother asked. "Mother, please, can you remember the content of the letter I sent to you?" Lady Diane nodded. "Yes, you talked about how much you missed all of us, and that was all." "Yes," she replied. "That was all I wrote." "You also stated that you have a plan to get rescued, and that you will see us soon." Gabby frowned. That wasn't part of what was written. No, something is wrong. May I see the letter? Please tell me you have your own letter." "Yes, I do," said her mother. "I will go fetch it right away. You are acting really strange, Gabby." Lady Diane walked out of the room, leaving Gabby and her father. "What are you implying, Gabby? I do not understand where all this is coming from. Are you not happy to be home?" She sighed and walked closer to her father. "Father, I am very happy to be home. But I really need to know that it was the same letter I wrote that you received." The door opened and her mother came in, holding the letter in her hand. Gabby collected it from her and began to go through. She could feel her parents' eyes on her as they waited. She went through the writing. It was everything that she wrote except for the ending. The writing looked like hers, but it seemed off. "This is not my handwriting," she finally said. Both her parents exchanged glances. "What are you saying?" asked her mother. "I am saying that I did not write this letter. This was not the letter I wrote," she stated loud and clear. "So, what does that mean?" her mother asked. "It means that the content was changed, and the person who wrote this had a motive." "I wish I could lay my hands on the other letter," she turned to her father. "Please, do you at least remember some of the things that were written?" "Yes, it explained some escape plans as well as the date to breach the town with the cavalry." Gabby gave a loud sigh. "Oh, no! Malcolm." "Malcolm?" her mother asked. Gabby sank. She couldn't even begin to explain. Callum had warned her about Malcolm and how he wasn't to be trusted. She remembered how he had told her that Malcolm had always wanted everything that belonged to him. He was also the one that had brought up the idea of a letter. Apart from that, he had come in right at the moment when Erlyn entered. She also recalled that Callum said the four of them, including Isabella, were all friends. What if Malcolm and Erlyn were truly working together? She wanted Callum to herself. She could get Malcolm to help her. Gabby stood up all of a sudden. "I need to go back home." Her parents exchanged looks. "You are home." "Father, Mother, you do not understand. Callum is in danger. He is none of your concern anymore. You are back with us and he is over there with his own people. You have no business together anymore," shouted her father. "But please, he needs to know that I didn't do—" "Be quiet, Gabby," shouted her mother. "What is wrong with you? Have the Highlanders fed you with so many lies that you do not know who your family is anymore? We are your family, and soon enough you are going to forget about them. You should try not to be an ingrate." Gabby watched as her mother left angrily. She faced her father. "Father, please. I do not mean to be ungrateful or anything of the sort. I just need to go back before it is too late." Her father stood up. He was obviously shaken with disappointment. "If you leave this town, then you should forget you have a family here." Without speaking any further, he left. Gabby watched as he left. Then she broke into tears. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "I do not know what to do, Sophie. I am so confused," she said as she lay in her bed that night. She had missed talking with Sophie. "Try and understand your parents' perspective, my lady," Sophie said, sitting beside her on the bed. "You have no idea what they went through when you were gone. I was there. I saw everything. The once peaceful home I knew degenerated into dullness. Brooke and Bertie were always at loggerheads. Your father and mother were not talking. Ronnie became someone else too. It took the people weeks to recover from the trauma. Your father became withdrawn, almost going mad. He started talking to himself and wouldn't eat for days. Your mother developed the winter sickness. She was very sick, and your father was not helping." Gabby shut her eyes as tears flooded down her cheeks. "Mother was sick?" Sophie nodded. "She was. She still is, but she is getting better. This is why she is always in her room, and if you've not noticed, she limps. They went through a hard time when you were not there. Now that you are back, everything is going back to the way it was. The family is reunited again. Please do not think of leaving them again." "But I have a family over there as well," Gabby said. "I love Callum so much, and when he said I had betrayed him, I could see the pain in his eyes. I can't let him live with the thought of being betrayed by his own wife. Our people have hurt him once. They took the first woman in his life, and now, if he thinks I have betrayed him, he will lose all hope. I cannot live with that, Sophie. You have to try, for your sake and the sake of your family. You need to forget about the Highlanders and focus on your family here. They are your true family." "So, how long do you think I will spend without thinking of Callum? Do you think it will be easy for me to just forget about my first love, the man who made me into a woman, the man who taught me how to love?" Sophie gasped and looked at her in wonder. You only spent 3 months, my lady, and you are this way. What would happen if you spent a year? Gabby inhaled. Sophie, I love Callum. I love everyone there. Whatever we heard about the Highlanders is wrong. They are not savages. So, they do not kill people? Brooke asked as she came in. Gabby could tell that she had been listening to the conversation all along. And when they burned our homes and stole from us, how far did that go to show how honourable they are? She asked. Gabby could see how angry she was. Brooke, please, this is not a competition, Gabby pleaded, rising up. Oh, I think it is, because if you are trying to defend them, then maybe you are no longer part of us. Mother told me you want to leave. How can you be so selfish? You just returned yesterday and you cannot wait to go back. Brooke, Gabby started, you have really changed, Gabby. Do you care about your family at all? About Ronnie? Do you know what he went through because of you? I love my family, and I can never choose you over anybody. But I need to make things right, Gabby cried. This is not about me. Yes, this is about your savage husband, isn't it? Gabby stopped crying and her face hardened. Yes, he is a savage, isn't he? We used to call all the Highlanders that, or have you forgotten? Maybe you have become one yourself. Look at you, Gabby. I used to admire your strength and courage, but now I don't even know you anymore. Chapter 25. Callum opened his eyes to terrible pain. His arm throbbed as if on fire, and his body ached fiercely. Easy, my lad. He could hear F-Gerald's voice along with some others. He couldn't open his eyes. They felt like something heavy was keeping them shut. He could barely lift his finger as well. Who is there? He groaned. F-Gerald and the physician exchanged looks. It is I and your father's physician, said F-Gerald. F-Gerald, is that ye? He asked, groaning in agony. Even as he talked, every part of him hurt terribly. Aye, my lad, F-Gerald replied. He moved closer to Callum, taking his hand into his. I need to speak to ye alone, Callum said. F-Gerald signalled to the other man to excuse him. Shortly after, it was just the two friends. We are alone, my lad, he said softly to Callum. She betrayed me, F-Gerald, he whimpered. She fooled me. She wrote a letter to them. I took her to Isabella's grave. I trusted her, just like you asked me to. She fooled me. F-Gerald sighed. I know, but we are not certain about what happened. Look at me, he shouted angrily. I cannot even open my eyes. They came so suddenly. I could have fought them off, but I was too weak, seeing her go away with them willingly. F-Gerald sighed. Ye are going to be all right, my lad. Callum sniffed. How many of our men died? About 54 dead bodies were found. 80 were found wounded, F-Gerald replied. Callum's head banged as he heard this. He groaned loudly. He had been so reckless, so stupid. Why did he think she would be any different? All the English were the same thing. Why did it take him so long to realise it? What about Malcolm? He finally asked. He is making arrangements to take care of those that were wounded, F-Gerald replied. Do you think he has a hand in this? Callum asked. It is difficult to say. Do you think he does? I do not think so. All he did was to make it easy for her by delivering the letter. What letter? F-Gerald asked. The letter she wrote to her family. She told me she gave it to him, and he saw to it that it was delivered. He was speaking with all the strength he had left. He winced in pain as he tried to open his eyes. My lad, the physician said, coming in, this is nae good for his health. He needs all the rest he can get. F-Gerald sighed and stood up. Dana go, F-Gerald, Callum shouted stubbornly, but his friend whispered into his ears. Save your strength and get better quickly. Then we can deal with this once we have enough proof that Malcolm knows about it. Callum felt something stab him as he struggled. The next thing he knew was that he lost the little strength he had left, and he lost consciousness. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Efgerald watched his friend where he lay helplessly on the bed. One of his arms was in a sling from the injury. There were several bandages all over his body. Half of his head was covered in bandage. He had never sustained this much injury before, not even from grand battles. "How long does he have to get better?" he asked the physician. "He needs at least about 4 weeks, my lord," the man replied. "What I just gave him will cause him to sleep continually for 5 days so his strength can return. You will not be able to talk to him for the next 5 days." "Thank ye. I need to go attend to the other casualties." "Excuse me," the physician said, bowing a little before exiting. As the physician left, Sir Rory came in. Both men looked at Callum where he lay. The older man shook his head. "We didn't see this coming," Sir Rory said regrettably. "No, we didn't." "Were you able to speak to him?" "Aye, the Sassenach lass is responsible." The older man shook his head. "I do nae believe it." Efgerald frowned. "Why don't ye? He said she wrote a letter to her family. A few days later, the cavalry invaded." "But what does she stand to gain from this?" Efgerald scoffed. "Her return back to her home from whence we took her without her consent after we killed her people," he replied. "But she seemed happy here. She was in love with him." "Maybe she was only fooling us all, and she was good at it." Sir Rory thought for a while, but still shook his head. "This is confusing. The lass doesn't—" His voice trailed off and he shrugged. "Callum will never forgive himself for being fooled." "He thinks Malcolm has a hand in it," Efgerald said quietly. Sir Rory looked at Efgerald. "Ye think he does?" "I do, nay no. Everything happened too quickly. Have ye seen Malcolm today?" "Aye, he was busy helping with the casualties." Both men kept quiet, but instead watched Callum. The attack was too easy. It was perfect timing. "Where was he?" Sir Rory asked. "Isabella's grave with the lass." "Something is not right. We need to be very careful here. I do not think the lass is to be blamed for this." "He also said she left with her people willingly," Efgerald said. "Oh, well," said Sir Rory, "maybe she has a hand in it after all." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Diane stood by the window, watching her daughters play downstairs. While Brooke and Bertie chased themselves all over the garden, Gabby sat laughing and watching them. She seemed really uncomfortable in the muslin gown she was wearing, for she kept pulling at it. Finally, she removed her gloves and the scarf around her neck. After this, she pulled down her gown a little bit so that part of her chest could get some fresh air. Lady Diane kept on watching as Gabby stretched and smiled. She noticed the dress she was wearing. "My daughter is showing off her cleavage," she gasped quietly, but loud enough for Sophie, who had just come in, to hear. "Well, we had to empty the closet before she became comfortable with the one she is putting on right now," said Sophie, handing Diane the cup of tea she had brought in. "Something is wrong with her, Sophie. Can't you see that?" Diane asked, raising the cup to her lips. "I think she has just grown quite accustomed to the Scottish ways." Diane shut her eyes and swallowed. "I feel as if I do not even know my own daughter anymore." "Why don't you try to talk to her? She is still your daughter." Diane turned from the window and walked to the bed. "She has changed, Sophie. My daughter acts and dresses like a stranger. The way she kept saying she needed to go back to her home, it was—" She shivered and sat on the bed. "It made me think perhaps I might have lost her to them." Sophie picked up the tray that she had earlier left on the table. "You have not lost your daughter. but you might if you do not talk to her." Lady Diane sighed and watched as Sophie took her leave. Minutes later, she stood up and walked to the window one more time. This was when she saw Ronnie talking to her. Immediately, an idea came to her mind and she carefully set her cup on the table before leaving the room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When Gabby sighted Ronnie coming in, she almost grimaced out loud. She couldn't handle him, not right now. She was still trying to get over the possibility of Callum hating her forever and never seeing him again. "Hello, Gabby," he said as he walked closer. "Ronnie," she said, standing up to meet him. She tried as much as possible to look happy to see him, but she actually wasn't. "Spending time with your sisters?" he asked, looking at the twins who were still chasing each other around the place. "Well, I'm trying to get used to being back home," she said mildly. He sat beside her on the grass. That was when he saw her gloves lying on the ground. "You are not wearing these?" "No, it's stressing too much. I don't know why we need those anyway. We should allow our skin to enjoy fresh air more often. It is good." Ronnie looked at her as if she was someone else entirely. "The Highlanders have really turned you into one of them so quickly." Gabby rolled her eyes. She was really tired of hearing this. She was tired of being here. She missed her husband. She needed to find her way back to her husband. "Wait, when the Highlanders came for me, it was supposed to protect us against the Jacobites. Now that I am back, do you think we can be attacked again?" "No," he replied. "No?" she asked again. She could remember Callum telling her exactly what she had just said. "Are you saying that the Jacobites wouldn't attack us again?" "Yes, they wouldn't. We have enough men now. Thanks to the letter you wrote, we know how to protect ourselves from the Highlanders, and we know how to attack them." Gabby sighed. Whatever Malcolm had done with her letter, it seemed it might do more harm to Callum and his people. Her thoughts were interrupted by Ronnie's touch. He held her hand warmly into his, stroking her palm gently. She looked up at him. "What are you doing?" "We haven't kissed since I got here. I thought that this will set the mood right." Before she could object, his lips were on hers. The kiss was brief, but she didn't return the love. "Not really the type of kiss I was expecting," he said, a little bit disappointed. Gabby didn't know what to say and how to make him feel better, but one thing was certain, which was that she didn't want to kiss him again. "Ronnie, how are you doing?" They both turned around to see Lady Diane behind them. Ronnie stood up to kiss her hand. "It is a beautiful day, isn't it?" she asked, trying to start a conversation. "Yes, it is," Ronnie replied. Gabby was confused. She had never seen her mother and Ronnie involved in a conversation before. It seemed a bit odd, but it was better that Ronnie had something else to focus on, apart from the one-sided kiss. "So," said her mother, rubbing her hands together, "have you two lovebirds talked about your marriage?" Gabby couldn't believe her ears when she heard this. "Marriage?" she asked, just to be sure. "Yes, darling. Remember you were taken on the day of your wedding." "I remember that, Mother. But do you really think now is the right time to start planning a wedding?" she asked again, hoping her mother would take the hint and would eventually leave. "Yes, darling. Or do you two not want to marry soon?" "No." "Yes," stated Ronnie. Gabby looked at him. "Ronnie, I just got back. I am really not interested in getting married right now. Can we talk about this later?" Without waiting for any reply, she excused herself hurriedly, holding her wide gown as she walked. Why were their outfits always this flamboyant? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Both Diane and Ronnie watched as she went back into the castle. "Something is wrong with her, my lady," Ronnie said, brushing a hand through his hair. Diane sighed. "You think so?" He nodded. "She has changed. It seems something is really bothering her. It's either that, or maybe she is not happy to be back as we expected. But she is happy to be back, Maybe she just needs time to readjust, said Diane. Ronnie shrugged. Well, I hope that is it, because I keep feeling she may not be interested in me anymore. Diane laughed. Why would you think that? Well, she didn't tell me she missed me. She never wrote to me, and now that I kissed her, it was no different than kissing the back of my hand. Diane sighed. She knew he was right. She had seen the whole thing from where she stood upstairs. She needed to find a way to make him believe that everything was all right. Look, I know how you feel. Even I sometimes think perhaps I have lost my daughter. She has been back for almost 5 days now, and she has been behaving rather strangely. She wears her hair down. Her clothes always have to show part of her bosom. She hardly uses gloves anymore. Still, I know that my daughter is still in there. All we need is to reach out to her. I believe that your marriage will fix the rest. Perhaps the Highlanders made her go through some horrible situations that she couldn't forget. Ronnie smiled. Oh, I doubt that. She was happy, my lady. She was happy where she went to, and it makes me so angry. But I cannot tell her that it makes me angry. I cannot get over the fact that another man made love to her several times. It drives me mad when I think about it. Every night before I slept, I kept hoping she was fine. I kept imagining she was being tortured where she was taken to. But now that I know she was happy in her captivity, everything seems futile. Are you sure the marriage is the right thing? Diane sighed. Stop hurting yourself, Ronnie. You love her, and she loves you. You two grew up together. Whatever she went through can be forgotten. You just need to remind her of where you were in her life. Chapter 26. Morning, my lady, said Sophie as she came in the next morning. Gabby barely answered. Her face was swollen from having cried too much, and her hair was scattered all over the pillow. The maid noticed that the food she had brought in for her the other night was untouched. It was still on the tray where she had left it. My lady, she called out again, walking closer to Gabby, whose eyes were open, but she made no movement. Are you all right? There was no response. Please talk to me. You are frightening me, she cried, rushing to her side. Gabby exhaled loudly before sitting up. You look awful, Sophie said as she relaxed, glad that Gabby was at least alive. You did not eat your food. Why? Gabby turned her eyes to Sophie, then at the food, and then shook her head. I wasn't hungry. Sophie stood with pursed lips, then walked closer to Gabby. Please, talk to me. I will listen. What is the use? Mother already thinks I am selfish, and I am making them all miserable. Please, replied Sophie, talk to me. Gabby swallowed. When I was taken away, Sophie, it changed me, because I needed to adapt to their way of life. I ate their food, drank their water, wore their clothes, and I got closer to them. They are not really as bad as we think. They have good people like Arinda, Karatia, and her beautiful kids, Isabel, and the rest of the women, she said slowly, smiling even while looking really sad. Sophie inhaled and sat down beside her. You know, the first time I got there, I drank wine throughout because I was afraid their meats were human flesh, she chuckled. But as time went on, I realised everything we have heard was not all true. Did you meet the man called the Devil? Sophie asked, and Gabby looked at her and laughed. Yes, I did. So, was he really a giant? Fearful, dangerous? And can he break an enemy's skull with his bare hands? Gabby laughed even more. He is a giant. He is fearful, and maybe he can break the enemy's skull with his bare hands. But that is an enemy's skull, not his wife's, not his family's or friends. And no, the stories never said how handsome he is, or how kind at heart, or how whenever he smiles it makes you fuzzy inside. Sophie frowned. What are you talking about? How did you know all this? Because I married him. Sophie gasped when she heard this. You married the devil? Please, stop calling him that. He is nothing close to the devil. He is a good man who treated me with so much kindness and whom I've grown to love. Ignore all those stories that were made up to frighten little children. None of it is true. I am certain that your parents would faint if they were to know that you married the devil. Well, they are not to know, but they will eventually. But I don't even think that matters anymore, since I may not be seeing him again. Why do you want to go back, my lady? Are you not happy to be home with your family? Thank you, Gabby said excitedly. I wished that someone would ask me this, but nobody would listen to me. They are so bent on making me feel like a terrible person who doesn't appreciate all the effort that was put into rescuing me. You see, I wrote a letter to both mother and father, and I think someone changed the content of the letter. Why would they do that? Despite all the wonderful things you said about the Highlanders, did you make enemies among them? Oh, yes, Sophie, there was this woman who wanted Callum for herself. She was his former betrothed's best friend, as well as his mistress. Sophie frowned. Do come again, please. Gabby narrated everything that had transpired between herself and Erlyn to her. Then she also told her everything Callum had told her about Malcolm and the lady. So you think that these two had a hand in getting you rescued so that she can have her way with Callum? Sophie asked after a while. Yes, oh Sophie, you are so brilliant. But if this really happens, continued Sophie, what does Malcolm have to gain? For as far as I can see, it is only the lady that can benefit by marrying the laird. If Malcolm indeed wants to become a laird, why will he try to have you taken away? I have been thinking about it myself. If the two are working together, then one of them is still being unfaithful to the other, Gabby said. Unfaithful? How? Well, from all that Callum said, I have realised that the only thing Malcolm wants is whatever Callum has. He wanted Isabella, he wanted to be the laird. When I got to the castle, he was incredibly nice to me. Callum said he was trying to win me over, and that I mustn't trust him. He told me about writing a letter to my parents, and then warned me not to disclose it to my husband. Immediately after this, Erlyn left. Now, this is what I think. Perhaps they are working together. If they are, that could make a lot of sense, right? What does your leaving the Highlands do for Malcolm? He cannot have you still. Gabby thought for a while. Yes, he cannot have me, but he could have Callum overpowered and rendered unfit to lead the clan. The rescue happened at a time that we were both not home, when Callum was not prepared. Nobody expected it. If Callum is unable to lead the clan for several days or weeks, Malcolm will win the hearts of the people. I have seen him once, as he tried to ridicule Callum's authority before his men. He can do it again, and this time he might be successful. Sophie sighed. Then, if his plan is to become the leader of the clan, Erlyn can marry Callum, right? Yes, she can seduce her way back into his arms again. But then, he wouldn't be the laird anymore, would he? Sophie asked. Gabby raised her brows as everything became clearer to her. Oh, then that means Malcolm is also deceiving Erlyn. This is it. Well, now that this has been settled, what are you going to do about it? Gabby thought for a while, but then she shrugged. I don't know. My parents would never allow me to leave this place. Father already told me that if I ever leave, I must forget that I have a family here, and I just want to make things better. Sophie inhaled. Well, perhaps you need to come up with a good plan, because your mother has started preparing for your wedding. Gabby was not surprised when she heard this. I know. She made mention of it downstairs yesterday when she came to speak with Ronnie and me. He is such a good man. I know. I feel bad that I do not share his feelings. I never did share his feelings, remember? Sophie nodded. Yes, I do. You were planning on perhaps growing to love him after you were wed. Looking at him feeling miserable makes me feel so guilty and so sad. I miss my best friend so much and I need him badly. I do not need a lover in Ronnie at all. I need my partner, childhood friend. I have missed him for so long and I don't think he will forgive me if I break his heart again. Sophie sighed. You really need to come up with a plan. What plan? She asked. If you do not want him to hate you and if you want to return to the Highlands to make things better while making sure that your family do not hate you for it, you need a good plan. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Erlyn waited anxiously in her room. Malcolm was yet to give her feedback on everything that had happened. 5 days ago, the English had attacked their home. Since then, she had not even gone out. She kept hearing several rumours that Callum was dead, but she wasn't certain. She needed entrance into the castle, and only Malcolm could grant her that. A knock sounded on the door, and she jumped up to open it. "My lady, Lord Malcolm is here," said Anne. Quickly, she rushed out of the room into the drawing room where Malcolm stood. He had a mischievous grin plastered on his face. "You bastard! You killed him, didn't you?" she demanded, rushing towards him and attempting to hit him. Malcolm, however, caught both her arms and twisted them behind her. "Calm down. He is not dead." When she heard this, she was relieved. But everyone kept saying that the laird was dead. "Well," said Malcolm, walking to one of the drawings on the wall. "Well, you know what? The English made him look like death itself." "What does that mean?" He shrugged and turned to face her. One of his arms is broken, and right now, the physician thinks he is blinded. Erlyn gasped in shock. Then she sank to her knees. "Oh, no, he is no good to me that way." "Well, I think he is perfect that way. His heart is broken because he believes that his wife betrayed him. He is also physically broken, just like he was when Isabella died. What other way would you get him to love you again, if not when you try to fix him up? The only time he can love you is when he is broken. You and I both know that. So, you can come to the castle any time you want, or you can remain here. I already told the servants to let you in any time they see you." Erlyn wept. She was furious, but she also knew that Malcolm was right. Yet, a voice in her head hinted that this would be a great mistake. "Are you still thinking about it?" he asked her one more time. "You are such an evil man, Malcolm," she stated, pointing a finger at him. Malcolm only laughed. "Now, why would you call me that? If anything at all, I thought you would be grateful. This is exactly what you want, isn't it?" She made no reply and stood up. "Thank you for your cooperation," Malcolm said, tipping his hat in her direction. Then he smiled and walked out of the house. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When he got to his carriage, 2 of his men, Bareth and Darach, were in the carriage with him. "So, what next, my lord?" asked Darach. "Now, we are going to let everyone know that his wife betrayed him and that he is in a very bad position. He cannot be the laird anymore. Let them know that he is blinded. And, but I thought the physician said he is not blind and that it is just temporary," Darach interrupted. Malcolm grinned and gripped Darach's neck. "The people will only know what they are told. We are the ones who will determine what they are told. Also, if you ever interrupt me again," he said, tightening his grip around his neck, "I shall strangle you to death." Darach nodded with all his effort before Malcolm released him. "Now go, both of you," he shouted, and both men left the carriage. The carriage began to move and he leaned back to stretch his legs. He was happy, satisfied, and relieved. Everything was working perfectly. In the next few days, there would be a meeting to determine who will become the next laird, and who else but the dutiful brother that is lending himself to taking care of the casualties. Everyone will hate the son of the man who brought in an Englishwoman. He laughed more. Erlyn was so stupid. No wonder Callum never liked her. Once she moved into the castle, he might even set her up as the person who poisoned the laird, and she wouldn't even know. He had worked hard for this joy. He enjoyed every moment of it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Erlyn watched as the carriage drove away. She was not sure whether to trust Malcolm or not to. That bastard only thought of himself. This was why he was never considered as the laird. She thought of Callum, and she couldn't but feel a pang of deep regret. If anything was to happen to Callum, she would never forgive herself. She walked to her room but left the door slightly opened. Then she walked to her dressing table and opened the drawers. She scanned through the numerous papers that were in the drawer. Then she brought them out and scattered them on her bed. As she did this, she was also wiping the tears on her face. The letters were the different letters she had written to match those that the lass had written. She went back to her table and lifted the basket of flowers on the table. Underneath it were 2 letters that were neatly folded in an envelope. These were the real letters. The door opened suddenly and she jumped. "I am so sorry, my lady," said Anne as she came in with her cleaning materials. The door was open. She inhaled deeply and stood up. "Your attitude sometimes, Anne, is quite alarming." Erlyn folded the papers back into the drawers and pushed them back in before locking it. "I shall be going to the castle tonight. Arrange all the things that I will need while I am there." Anne nodded and watched as Erlyn walked into the bathroom and shut the door after her. The lady began to remove the furs that served as the bed cover. While she removed everything, a paper dropped from the bed. She frowned, looked towards the bathroom, and realising she was not coming out any minute, Anne picked up the letter and began to go through it. For a while, she couldn't understand anything, but then she gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. That instant, she heard a movement as if Erlyn was coming out, and she quickly tucked the letter inside her dress before continuing with her cleaning. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Aodh Castle. Several men were seated in the courtroom in front of Sir Rory and Eftgerald, who were addressing them. The elders were seated at the front. "We know that the laird is severely injured," said Sir Morrock, "but we cannae say that because our laird is not capable of leading, we should not have another leader. Can we?" The rest grumbled a no. Eftgerald attempted to reply, but Sir Rory gave him a cautious look. Then he relaxed. "Let them all voice out their grievances," Sir Rory said. "Then we will know how to address it." Eftgerald nodded and signalled to the men to continue talking. Another older man stood up. "We all love our laird, but twice now the English people have hurt him terribly. Are we still going to fold our hands and watch them get away with it?" "No," the men shouted again, and another stood up. "My lords, I think we need to be patient regarding this situation. We all love our laird, and this is the time when he needs our patience and support the most. If we chose another laird so quickly, how can we trust him?" There was no reply to this, and the man sat down. "Note the man that has just spoken in Callum's favour," Sir Rory whispered to Eftgerald. "We need as many allies as possible. This is where we will get to see those who are with us and those who are not." Eftgerald nodded, acknowledging his wisdom. "Why is Lord Malcolm not here?" asked another. "He is busy taking care of the wounded men." "When did he become a physician? This is an important meeting," shouted another man. The whole place became rowdy, and Eftgerald stood up. "Thank ye, everyone. Ye have all spoken well, and being our laird's advisor and spokesman, I suggest we put our decision to a vote." The men started grumbling again. "The voting will be done at the next meeting, which will happen here in 10 days. If our laird is still not capable or strong enough by that day, then ye can all suggest the names of whoever ye want as the laird, and we shall then choose a day to vote. Have I spoken well?" "Aye, that is a good plan," shouted one of the men. then another, until almost everyone in the room agreed to it. With this, he stood up with Sir Rory and they exited the courtroom. "Do you think I did the right thing?" he asked as they walked out. "That was good thinking. You have not only given them time to think, you have also given us time to make plans, and also time for Callum to recover. I can see why he canny do without you." Efgrold smiled with pride, but quickly brought himself back to the matter at hand. "I have noted the names of our allies. When do we start reaching out to them?" "Not now," Sir Rory replied. "After the 10th day, let us hope that Callum would have at least gotten better. If the people can see for themselves that he is not dying and that he can go back to the way he was, we will have more supporters and more allies." Efgerald nodded. As they were talking, Rory saw a man waiting at the entrance of Callum's study. "Who is he?" Sir Rory asked. "He is the brother to my wife's closest friend. No one knows he is related to me. He is one of Malcolm's men, but he secretly tells me anything he knows about their plans," Efgerald replied and walked up to the man with Sir Rory. They opened the door of the study and walked in together. "Now, Bareth, what do you have for me?" he asked the man. Chapter 27. "Well, I know that he is making an attempt to convince everyone, especially the men of the clan, that the laird is incapable of leading," Bareth explained. Efgerald wasn't surprised about that. "How many of ye did he send on that task?" "Just myself, Darach, and 2 other men," Bareth replied. "This is not good," said Sir Rory. "Did he tell you any more of his plans?" "No, he didn't," Bareth replied. "He will soon hear about the latest decision. We need to act fast," said Efgerald. "Ye need to go back. No one must see ye here or with me." Bareth nodded and left the 2 men. "Good job working with Bareth." "Now what?" Sir Rory asked. "Well, now we wait and pray that Callum recovers quickly." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum opened his eyes slowly as he perceived a movement beside him. "Efgerald?" he asked in a weak tone. "No, my love, it is I, Erlin. I have come to take care of ye." He could faintly see Erlin looking at him as she bent slightly over him. "Oh, what have they done to ye?" she cried, and that was the last thing he heard. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Efgerald passed through the corridor that led to Callum's room, and he heard voices. He listened attentively before pushing the door open. There, beside Callum, lay Erlin. She had a hand on his chest while she lay beside him. "What are you doing in here?" he demanded as he saw her. "I came to take care of him," she replied, sitting up. "He doesn't need you, Erlin," he stated, "but he does. No matter what you say, I am not leaving this place, and the servants can't throw me out either," she said, standing up. "After everything, I am still the one that is here for him. Haven't you realised that? Isabella, Gabby, where are they? This is me, here for him. I am going to be here for a long time, so you should get used to seeing me around." Efgerald was quiet. He said nothing more and left. If she didn't have a high standing in their clan, he would have thrown her out himself. While he passed through the corridor, he ran into Arinda, who was carrying a tray. "My lord," she said with a bow. "Hold on. Where are you going?" "To the laird's room," she replied. "Did Erlin ask you to bring these to her?" he asked. "Yes," she replied. "Are you not worried about Gabby? You seem to have forgotten her so easily. Why are you answering to Erlin all of a sudden?" Arinda sighed. "Lady Gabby has betrayed us all. She is not who we thought she was," she said sadly. "Lady Erlin is here, and Lord Malcolm has given me clear instructions to day whatever she asks." Efgerald sighed. "I see. Malcolm is now ordering everyone around. Where is he?" "I do not know, my lord." "Well then, ye may go. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." Back in Hawkshire. So, have you thought of any plan yet? Sophie asked the next morning. Gabby nodded. She was dressing up. I have, she replied. I? Sophie asked, surprised. I mean, yes, Gabby explained. Please do not tell me you're leaving for the Highlands, Sophie pleaded. Of course not, Gabby replied. I do not even know my way back to the place. So, where are you going? To Ronnie. I am paying him a visit. Sophie gasped. You are paying Lord Ronnie a visit? That has never happened before. Yes, everyone is saying I have changed. Well, maybe I have. But I want them to think that everything is all right until I can come up with a better plan. For now, I need to make Ronnie happy. He at least deserves that for all his troubles. So, what happens after? You will eventually leave for the Highlands? Gabby sighed. I have not thought of that yet. If there is any chance for me to go back and help Callum clear up the confusion, and thereafter return here to marry Ronnie, I will take it, just to make everyone happy. But for now, I need to have that letter. I need to know the content. So, you are going to use Master Ronnie to get it? Yes, I am. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the Ainsworth Manor. Ronnie came out of the house and closed the door behind him. He was going for his early morning ride. He liked doing this to clear his head. He did this more frequently after Gabby was taken. He needed it, and it turns out that he still did, more than ever. It helped him maintain his sanity. Now it had become his morning routine, and before coming home he would brunch at the castle and check on her. But maybe this time he would come home straight instead. She hadn't been behaving like she actually wanted to see him ever since she got back. He was about to exit the building when his footman approached him, and behind him was Gabby. He frowned. That had never happened before, even when they were mere friends. Gabby, what are you doing here? Did something happen? He asked. Hello, Ronnie. I just thought of giving you a surprise visit. I hope that wasn't a bad thing. Ronnie signalled to his footman to excuse them. Then he walked closer to her with a smile on his face. This is indeed a surprise, but I hope everything is all right. Gabby nodded. Everything is all right. I thought I should spend some time with you and not have you come meet me as always. You know, something different. He smiled. I am just going for my morning ride. Let me come with you, she quickly said. He frowned. He had no idea if he should be happy for this or be worried. Well then, you can come with me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They spent the morning riding together until they finally stopped at their favourite place. It was the garden they used to go to when they were younger. They both lay on the grass, joking and laughing. Ronnie was finally getting comfortable with her. She was no longer acting like a stranger around him. Maybe he was getting back his Gabby after all. I should apologise for the way I walked out on you and Mother yesterday, she said. He smiled. But why did you do that? Did you really hate the idea of a marriage that much? Or was it the idea of getting married to me that made you so angry and irritated? She shook her head. It has nothing to do with you, Ronnie. It's just... She started and stopped. You know you can talk to me. My life has gone from one drama to another. Everything changed when I was told I would marry my best friend. Next thing I knew, I was being forced to marry one of the people we all dreaded. Then, I had to adjust and adapt to their way of life until I got rescued. Now, I am to marry you again. It is really too much for me. I feel like I am being pushed from one side and then pulled from another. I cannot even decide which direction my life goes. Situation always determines that for me. I am the card everyone wants to play. Ronnie felt sorry for her and pulled her to himself. I am so sorry I couldn't protect you, Gabby. This is not your fault at all. I am sorry that all this happened to you, and I promise that I will always protect you." She sighed and clung to him tightly. Ronnie buried his head in her hair for a while until they pulled away. "Thank you," she said with a smile. "I really missed talking to you." He smiled and tucked some hair on her face behind her ear. "You do not know how happy you have made me today, Gabby. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Gabby sighed. She didn't really want him as her husband. She only wanted him as her best friend. She wanted them to go back to the way they were before. She thought of talking about it, to at least hear his opinion. "Can I ask you an honest question?" He nodded. "Yes, please." "If we marry, well, when we marry," she corrected herself, "are we still going to be best friends?" He smiled. "Of course. Why would you ask that? We are meant to be each other's confidant, best friends and the rest. We already have our friendship, therefore it will be easy to have a happy home." "Callum, Ronnie, she stuttered, hoping he wouldn't notice that she had used another man's name for him. "I really do hope this is true, because our friendship means a lot to me." "Well, you do not have to worry about that," Ronnie replied, and she sighed, glad that he didn't mention the fact that she had called him Callum. "So, tell me, how was it to be married to Callum?" "Oh, he actually noticed that." "Honestly?" she started. "Yes, I want to know everything. Maybe I will learn one or two things. I don't want you to lie to me. I know he made you happy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." Ronnie didn't know why he was asking her all these questions, but he had realised that any time they discussed her marriage, she got even more excited, especially whenever she mentioned his name. He didn't want them to run out of discussion. "I want you to forget that we are going to be married. Talk to me as you would years ago. Talk to me like your closest friend." When she heard this, she smiled. "I would really like that." "Good. Now, go ahead." "He was very kind to me," she said. He kept on watching her. This time, she was staring into the distance and smiling. "He was strong, tall, and very good-looking. Sometimes I considered myself a sheep beside his bearish physique. He taught me how to hunt and a lot of other things. He made me laugh. At first, it was difficult being his wife." "Why?" "He didn't want me, and I didn't want him. Later, after his father died, we found common ground in that grief, and we got closer." He swallowed and smiled. Then he reached for her hand. "Do you miss him?" She hesitated for a while. "Talk to me as your friend," he reminded her. "Yes, I do," she finally said. Ronnie smiled and pulled her into a warm embrace. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Since she returned, Gabby had never felt closer to Ronnie as she did now. She felt relieved, as if he was indeed just her friend. But she knew that was impossible. He would always be more. And she needed to deal with that. After a while, they pulled away. "I will be travelling tomorrow to Hampshire. There is a meeting with the prince, and since father died, I have become the lord of the manor, and I need to be there." "All right. Well, it was a good thing I came then. Can you do something for me when you get there?" He nodded. "Please, I need the letter back." He frowned. "The one you wrote to your father?" "Yes," she nodded. "I am certain that father will be there. Please convince him to retrieve the letter or make a copy." "That will be very difficult. The prince is keeping it for future reference." "They definitely do not expect that the Highlanders will not change their plans and restructure their defences after it has been breached, do they?" "Well, you are right," he replied. "I will see what I can do." Gabby smiled as she heard this. Her mission was accomplished. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That night, before she slept, she recounted all that had happened to Sophie. "If he indeed convinces your father to bring the letter home, what do you plan on doing with it?" Sophie asked. Well, if there is no chance for me to go back to Callum, I would need to at least see the letter that ruined my marriage with him. I want to see how it was written and how it was addressed. Who knows, it may give me some perspective or an idea of how to go about this. Sophie sighed. So, are you ready to go ahead with the marriage as planned? I do not have a choice. Besides, what is the chance that Callum will take me back? As far as I am concerned, Erlyn would have found a way back into his life. She was there when Isabella died. She would still be there this time. Once I see the letter, I will know what chances I have. Besides, my people have attacked his people, even if he takes me back. Think of the number of enemies I will have among the Highlanders. It makes me sad, but I need to face the reality. I think you need to go talk to your mother, Sophie said, picking up the tray on the table. She is really worried about you, and who knows, perhaps she may be able to pull 1 or 2 strings in making sure that the letter gets back to you quickly. Gabby gasped immediately as Sophie said this. She was right. Quickly, she jumped out of her bed and hurried out of the room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lady Diana was sitting in front of her mirror as always. She was the most respected woman in the town. She had to look the part. This time, she was plaiting her hair into tiny braids. She was a woman who loved spending time on looking good. Her husband could come back home at any time, and she was also preparing to make herself as beautiful as ever. Her mind trailed to her daughter. Part of her was relieved that she was back, but the other part of her was tense. She had no idea what the Highlanders might have done to her daughter. She was no longer the selfless Gabby that she used to know. Sophie had asked her to talk with her, but something told her that Gabby would never listen to them. Her daughter shared everything with her, including her stubbornness. The only person she felt sorry for was Ronnie. That man had been through a lot for her. Still, she knew she shouldn't blame her daughter. Sometimes, to survive, you need to change from who you are to something else. If anything at all, she should feel sorry for Gabby. The way fate had been tossing her back and forth wasn't fair to her. She was certain that her first daughter was no longer a virgin, and now she would have to marry someone else. If she was in her shoes, she wondered how she would take it all. But of course, she wasn't going to tell Gabby all these. "Mother, are you awake?" She recognised Gabby's voice. "Yes, I am, daughter. Come in." Gabby walked in, arms folded behind her back. "I came to talk to you, Mother." Diane tied her last braid and faced her. If her daughter said one more thing about going to the Highlanders, she might just lose it. "I am listening, dear." "I went to see Ronnie today," she said. Lady Diane was surprised. "Really? I hope you have not done something terrible to that poor boy." "But no, Mother. I haven't. I didn't. As a matter of fact, I did some thinking, and I realised that you and Father were right after all." Lady Diane was more surprised when Gabby came to kneel in front of her and held her 2 hands in hers. "I'm sorry. Very sorry, Mother. I did not mean to hurt your feelings. I know you must be disappointed in me, but the truth is that I had to have another family there, to look after me, to take care of me. I thought I was never going to see you again, but that wasn't my fault. I know that most people who found themselves in my position usually never get to see their families again. But now that I am back, I am willing to put it behind me as quickly as I can." Lady Diane smiled more and held Gabby's hand tightly. She was pleased with what Gabby was saying. "You do not know how happy you have just made me, my child," she said, kissing her on the forehead. Gabby smiled and continued. "And about Ronnie, you can start the preparation. If the wedding will help me put it all behind me, then I will go ahead with it. But first, I need you to hold on." "Hold on? For what?" "I spoke to Ronnie. The letter, the one I wrote, I need to be sure that it was the same." Her mother was more confused. "I thought you said you were not the one that wrote it." "Yes, but I need to be certain. Maybe it was me after all. I know this can be confusing, but I promise, Mother, if I get a hold of the letter, then we can start the wedding preparation. Lady Diane sighed. So, how are you going to get this letter back? Ronnie will talk to Father when he gets to Hampshire. Hopefully, he will consider getting it back. Lady Diane nodded. Well, that is all right, daughter. I am glad that you have reconsidered, and I am happy that it seems you are your true self again. Gabby kissed both her hands before leaving and shutting the door behind her. Lady Diane heaved a sigh of relief as she heard this. Things might get even better in a short time. She stood up and walked to her table. She would need to write to her husband. If Gabby needed the letter to make them go ahead with the marriage, then she would make sure that she got it. She opened the drawer and brought out her pen and paper. She was going to write to her husband to make sure he came back with that letter. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When Gabby closed the door behind her, she inhaled as she got to her room. She jumped on her bed and pulled the blanket over her. She was certain that her mother would be writing to Hampshire by now. Right now, all she needed was to get a hold of that letter. Even if she may never get to see Callum again, even if she may never gain his forgiveness, she would need to forgive herself first, and before she could do that, she would need to see the content of that letter. Chapter 28. Back in Scotland. Erlyn sat on the edge of the bed for the longest time. Her fingers entwined with Callum's, she was softly rubbing circles on his palm with her thumb. He had been sleeping 4 days, but was still pale, though he had stopped shivering. The room was much warmer, with the fire built up, and the fur coverlet that Erlyn found was keeping him warm. She placed a kiss on his head. He wasn't burning anymore. She traced his parted lips with her fingertip. I love you, she whispered to him and placed a soft kiss on his lips. She checked the fire once more and reluctantly stood up as there was a knock on the door. Erinda came in with the tray which she placed on the table. Erlyn had asked for a cup of tea earlier. Thank you, she said to the woman who said nothing and was about to leave. Erinda, I know you do nae like me, she said. The woman turned around and faced her, but she said nothing. I do nae know why ye donny like me when I am the only one still here, taking care of your laird. If ye must hate anyone, hate Gabby, not me. Erinda finally opened her mouth to speak. Well, my lady, I do nae hate the Sassenach lass. I am just very disappointed in her. As for ye, I do nae resent ye either. I just do nae trust ye. Erlyn laughed. Well, ye better start loving me, because now that I am the one taking care of him, he will eventually make me the lady of this clan. It is time for ye to start treating me with some respect. Erinda said nothing. No, I shall send ye to my house. Ye can use my carriage, you will find it outside the castle. Anne will give you more clothes that I will need here. Now go. Erinda scowled and left the room. Erlyn only laughed before closing the door after her. Then she walked back to Callum and lay beside him. She actually loved him more this way than any other. Now she liked how she was in control of his life. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Benout's Manor. Erinda hated the woman so much, but she knew this was all Gabby's fault. She couldn't understand why Gabby would do what she did. Why would she betray them to their enemies, her people? Everyone was already talking about how the English lass betrayed the clan. Nothing made sense to her. As far as Erinda was concerned, Gabby was happy there. So why would she write to her people to be rescued? And who would even help with such a stupid plan? The carriage halted in front of the manor and she climbed out. I shall be back soon, she said to the carriageman who nodded. Quickly, she walked to the front door and knocked. Some seconds later, an older woman who looked about her age opened up. Hello, Anne, it's been a while, she said as the two women embraced. Just then, Erinda saw Anne's pale face. Anne, what happened? You're ill, she asked as they both walked in. They have been friends for some time, ever since the whole affair between Erlin and Callum started. No, Arinda, Anne said softly to her. I'm not ill. 'Twill pass shortly. Donny fret so. Donny fret? Anne, ye are very pale. Ye are chilled to the bone. Come, let me make ye some peppermint just as ye like. 'Twill warm your insides before I start ye a fire. Arinda had been to the house previously. She knew where to get the necessary things to make the peppermint for her Anne. She sipped a little and the colour returned to her face. Thank ye, Arinda, I feel better, Anne said, and Arinda was calm. You need to take more care of yourself, she said, placing the mug on the table. Lady Erlin asked me to give you a letter, Arinda said, giving her the letter in her hand, but Anne held her by the hand. There is something ye must know, she said softly to Arinda, who was confused. What is it? She asked. The lass, the Sassenach lass, she did not betray the laird, Anne continued. Arinda frowned. I do nae understand ye any more, Anne. Do ye need more rest? No, Anne shook her head. Listen to me carefully, Arinda. That lady, my lady, Erlin, is dangerous. Lord Malcolm came here several times. I think they both have something to do with the attack. Arinda sat tight. I hope ye are not playing with me, Anne. No, I am not. See, I found a letter the other day, and yesterday I found another one by the fireplace. It was almost burnt. What letter? Asked Arinda. Anne put a hand into her gown and brought out a piece of crumpled paper and an envelope. She spread both on the table. I have gone through both, she explained. Arinda looked at both letters. Ye know that I cannae read, Anne. How do I know what this is about? Anne sighed. Listen. What I found out while going through them is that the lass wrote 2 letters, one for her father and one for her mother. Both letters were not delivered. They are right here in this envelope. Now, if you check this other one, it has some messages about how to attack our land, some secrets that only someone who has been to war several times would know. Arinda was still finding it difficult to understand. What do I do with these? Anne gasped. Arinda, find someone who can read and who the laird trusts. The Sassenach lass may be innocent. Lady Erlin has always hated her. She wanted her gone, and now that she is gone, she is going to do everything to keep it that way. Arinda nodded and collected the 2 letters from her. I shall do something about this, but first attend to her letter. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Evgerold was on his way to the courtroom. It was the 10th day, and the only difference in Callum's health was that he was no longer burning up. The healer had removed his arm from the sling, and they were told that he would come around at any time. The only problem now was that he couldn't go to his room as he wanted, because of the whore that was taking care of him. He had tried to talk to Malcolm about it, but he only said that his brother needed a feminine touch to heal. So deep in thought was he that he ran into Arinda, who was coming from the other end. Apologies, Arinda. I was lost in thought, he said. It is all right, my lord, the woman said, looking back and forth as if hiding from someone. Are you all right? He asked. You seem uncomfortable. I need to talk to ye in private, she whispered to him. Evgerold was surprised and he frowned. What is this about? Lady Gabby may be innocent after all, she said into his ear. Come with me. The 2 of them walked into Callum's study and locked the door behind them. What is it? He asked, but Arinda said nothing. She looked everywhere, even under the bed, to see if anyone was in the room. You can talk to me, Arinda. No one is here, he said to her. The woman nodded in relief and handed him the letters. What are these? We found them in Lady Erlin's house. Anne, her maid, found them. She said Lady Erlin may have something to do with the attack, and she wasn't alone. She had help. Evgerold was hoping the help would be Malcolm. Yes, Lord Malcolm, replied Arinda. Evgerold chuckled. This was getting even more interesting. Thank you so much, Arinda. I shall do justice to these. The woman nodded and exited. Efgerald went through the letters. He realised that the letters Gabby wrote were the ones in his hands. They did not even have the royal seal imprinted on them. It was as if they were not even meant to be delivered. After this, he straightened the crumpled paper where he saw the drawing of their lands, their traps, and the location of their weapons. He knew for sure that Malcolm would have released this information. A woman could never write that unless she had been to war several times. One other thing was that even though the paper was half burnt, he could see that the handwriting of the address at the back of the paper looked almost similar to Gabby's letter, but some letters were consistently different. He folded the 3 papers back into the single envelope and opened the door. When he reached the courtroom, it was quiet. All the men were assembled together, and at the front sat Malcolm and Sir Rory with another elder. "Well, Sir Efgerald is here to join us, so we can proceed," Malcolm said as he came in. He and Malcolm have never seen eye to eye. He had always maintained his distance from him. He took his seat at the far end, so in this way he was sitting at the edge, next to Sir Rory. "What kept you so long?" the older man asked. "I shall tell you all later," he replied. "I am Sir Edward, and I represent the men here," the elder man amongst them said, rising up. "Since we can see that our laird is not recovering as we hoped, we demand a temporary laird until he fully recovers." "A temporary laird?" asked Sir Rory. "Aye, someone that will act as the laird for now," the man replied. All the while, Efgerald kept looking at Malcolm, who seemed unbothered about the event. "So, who are the people that ye have brought so that we can vote for them?" Sir Rory asked. "We have just one man who is worthy," he said, pointing to Malcolm, who was now rising to his feet. Immediately, the whole building echoed with applause. Sir Rory and Efgerald exchanged glances. "Well, folks," Efgerald said, standing up, "I believe ye have spoken well. Is there anyone who may be against this decision?" he asked. But everywhere was quiet. "Well, my laird, congratulations," he said, walking towards Malcolm and tapping him on the chest before embracing him, as was the custom amongst the Highlanders. After this, every man in the house did the same. Meanwhile, he sent a signal to Sir Rory, who left immediately where they met in Callum's study. He showed him the letters and related Arinda's report. "Do you know what this means?" the older man asked him. "This means the last Dinny betray us, and Callum doesn't know that," Efgerald replied. "Not only that. This means we need Malcolm to confess to these crimes, but he, being as mischievous as he is, will never do that. If we try to expose him in the open, we may end up putting all our lives in danger, including our families. He is the laird now." "So, what do we do?" Efgerald asked. "We need to be patient. Now we know that he is working with Erlin. Tell Bareth to be careful. We need to find a way to turn Erlin and Malcolm against each other. If that happens, Malcolm will try to get rid of Erlin, and we will be waiting." "But how do we do this?" "The only thing the lady desires is to be Callum's wife, and the only thing Malcolm wants is to get rid of his brother. These two are different things. If she gets to know his deepest desire, she will get angry, and that could cause a feud between them. We can use that." "I will get through to her. Do not worry about that," Efgerald replied. "Where is she?" "In the other room with Callum. We should go to check up on him together, and then I will leave you both alone. Beware. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." Erlin frowned as the door opened. Efgerald did not even bother to knock before he came in. She stood up as she saw the 2 men. "How is he doing?" asked Sir Rory. "Much better," she replied. "The healer has just left. He said he should wake up either tonight or tomorrow at the latest." The older man nodded. "He will be very grateful, knowing that ye stood by him all this time." She smiled, glad that someone appreciated her effort. "It is nothing, my lord. Nothing gives me more joy. Besides, I hope this will make him realise that no one loves him more than I do. I want to be here when he opens his eyes." That is obvious. I think we can all see that, Sir Rory said, holding Eftgerald by the shoulder. I shall leave you both, he said, and bowed a little before leaving. How was the meeting? She asked after a few minutes of silence. Malcolm is the new laird, Eftgerald replied, looking at her. She wasn't surprised. This was after all what he had always wanted. She should have known. You don't seem surprised, Eftgerald said to her. She stood up and walked to the table. Why should I? That is what he always wanted. But do ye know that if Callum recovers and regains his position as the laird, Malcolm will do anything to get rid of him? She looked at him sharply. No, he wouldn't. Eftgerald chuckled. Seems you do nae know him as much as you think ye do. Perhaps you should talk to him, he said, and walked out of the room. Erlyn could feel her mind racing across different possibilities. Her mind went back to the first time Malcolm had approached her about working together. She began to remember what he was capable of doing. Quickly, she grabbed her skirt and rushed out of the room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Eftgerald, who had hidden behind one of the guards in the corridor, saw her rushing out of the room and smiled. He had planted the seed. Now, all he needed was to be patient. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Malcolm was dining with his comrades, and loud music was being played by some musicians in the corner. He knew he wasn't supposed to do this, especially since his brother was still on his sickbed, but he could not care less. This was the first of many victories to come, and he was going to celebrate it. He was the laird. He could feel all the power and authority swell within him. Now, all the women would look at him in awe and respect as they had always done for his cousin. He had envied that. Callum had everything. He had the good looks, the strength, even the women and, at other times, the woman. The only sad part was that he had to get rid of Gabby. But it was better he sent her away instead of killing her. He spotted Erlyn coming towards him and frowned. He was getting tired of that whore already. He stood up and walked towards her. Ye know we should not be seen together. What are ye doing? He demanded, dragging her from the place to his room. Erlyn fought his hands off of her. I came to talk to ye, she said as the door closed. About what? Ye have what ye want. I have what I needed. We are done. We have no business together, woman, he snapped. Do ye really have what ye want? Because Callum is going to recover and he will still be the laird. I hope ye know that. Malcolm stared at her, angry that she dared speak to him like that. Well, why don't you wait and let us see then? He growled. What does that mean? She demanded. But at that moment, a guard came in and escorted her out of the room. Chapter 29. While Gabby lay in her bed thinking of how her life had turned from the simple life of a girl to the complex life of a woman, a knock sounded and she stood up and approached the door. Sophie was not in the room. She was the only one. On opening the door, she screamed for joy as she saw her father, who had just returned and was still in his full regalia. Welcome, father, she cried, embracing him. I missed you so much. Thank you, darling. I just returned and I needed to come see for certain that you have not disappeared. Gabby chuckled. Of course not. Lord Henry dipped a hand into his pocket and handed her the letter. Here you are. I hope it is what you hoped. Gabby felt her heart beating fast as she collected the letter from her father, but she was surprised as he turned to leave. Father, are you leaving? He nodded. I have some matters to discuss with your mother. She nodded and watched as he left. Then she returned to her room and closed the door behind her. Taking a deep breath, she walked to her bed, sat down, and began to go through the letter. It contained several drawings that she couldn't understand. She took a closer look and discovered that it also had instructions on how the English should overcome the guards at the Scottish border. She laughed. This was not her doing at all, and she was relieved. She could never have known any of these. Just then, the door opened and Sophie came in. "I hope you found what you were looking for," she asked on seeing the letter. "Yes, I did, Sophie. How I wish I could show him this." "So, what are you going to do?" she asked. "I need to tell Ronnie the whole story. Maybe then we can start all over." "So, you're not going to try to make things right with Callum?" "What choice do I have? My family needs me here. I promised Mother that I would do anything to make things right if I could just have the letter, and now that I have it, I am relieved. I am certain that one way or the other, the truth will be revealed. I just hope that Callum will be all right." Sophie smiled and faced her directly. "Are you certain that you can live with this?" Without thinking, Gabby nodded. "I suppose I can. I will have to try, Sophie. I will have to try, or I will never truly be happy." Gabby could see the uncertainty in Sophie's face. She could tell that her maid was worried for her. "Do not worry about me," Gabby said as she held her hand. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby knocked on the door of her father's chamber, and it opened before she could knock the second time. "Come in, darling," said her mother, who had opened the door for her. "Is everything all right?" asked her mother, looking at the letter in her hand. Gabby said nothing, but instead walked in. Her father was just changing into his night robe, looking at her, knowing full well that she had something to say. "Mother, Father, I think you both need to sit down and listen to what I have to say." Her parents exchanged glances and took their seats. She also grabbed one and sat in front of them. "There are some things that I need to tell you. Things happened to me in the Highlands. These are the things that I've been carrying alone in my mind, and these things are making you think that I do not want to be home with you, which is not true." Lady Diane and Lord Henry sighed as they moved closer to their daughter. "We are listening, dear," said her father. "I married the man they called the Devil of the Highlanders," she stated, waiting for their reaction. At first, her mother had gasped, but her father, on the other hand, did not even flinch, so she continued. "He got the name from the numerous killings he did after he lost the love of his life to a war between us and them. It was difficult at first for him to love me, or for us to be husband and wife, but after a while we grew closer to each other and eventually fell in love." She waited to see their reaction again, but none was given. She could see her mother trying to maintain her composure. "I made friends among the Highlanders and I loved them all, but while there were good people among them, so there were bad ones. Malcolm, Callum's brother, has been after his position as the laird ever since he became the laird after Callum's father died." "What is a laird, darling?" asked her mother. "The leader of the clan," she replied, and Lady Diane nodded. "You can continue," her father said. "At first, he tried to come in between us so as to get me to betray Callum. I thought he was a kind person, but I later discovered his intention. There is a powerful woman who is working with him. I believe that both of them came together to write this letter in my hand. I know this because everything I wrote in my own letter is not here. It looks like mine, but if you had looked closer, you might have seen the errors they made." "So, why are you telling us all these?" asked her mother again. "Mother, I am telling you this because you need to know. Callum was making plans to have you visit me before I was rescued. Now, I'm telling you again that I never wrote these letters. Do you believe me?" Her parents exchanged looks and nodded. "Thank you. This Malcolm person, what did he want with you?" her father asked again. "He wanted to destroy the trust that Callum has in me, alongside every chance of an alliance between the English and the Scots. He also wants to become the laird." The three were silent for a while, but then her mother decided to ask, "But What would you have us do about this?" "Absolutely nothing, Mother. I just want you to know, so that you can be at peace, and so you can understand my behaviour after I return to England. I do not want you to think I have been poisoned against my own people or worse," she said, and stood up. "And like I said, I am going to marry Ronnie, so you can begin the planning right away." With this, she kissed them both on the cheeks before walking out of the room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After their daughter left, both Lady Diane and her husband began to contemplate what their daughter had told them. Lady Diane wasn't sure of what to do with the information that her daughter had just given to them. Her husband stood up and walked to the bed. "Are we going to talk about this?" she asked, walking over to him. "I don't know what we need to talk about. She has just told us everything that she went through." "Yes, I know. She told us what has happened to the savages that took her from us in the first place. It is none of our business." Lady Diane sighed. "So, are we going to allow her to wallow in her sorrow forever?" "What other idea might you have?" asked her husband. "These are savages. They are our enemies. Our business with them was concluded when we got our daughter back." She nodded. "Yes, you are right. But she is our daughter, and she is in love with one of them. She was married to him, and he was at least part of her life for a while." Lord Henry stared at her. "Well, I'm glad you said it was for a while, because now she is going to be married to the person she ought to be married to in the first place. So, with time, this guilt or whatever it is will wear off. I believe that whatever happened in that place, with the letter and whoever sent it, happened for our sake, and now we should not take it for granted or waste time discussing it. Once she is married, she will forget about Callum, or whatever his name is." Lady Diane watched as he lay on the bed and covered himself with a blanket. She knew this meant that it was the end of the conversation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gabby waited for any further conversation between her parents, but since she could hear nothing anymore, she left and walked to her room. She had waited earlier in hopes that something might be done. Now that she had heard their decision, she took her mind off any hopes she had and tried to turn her attention towards yet another unwanted wedding. Her plan was to tell everyone one of them the truth. She was tired of bearing the crushing weight of her situation alone. She thought of telling Ronnie the truth about the letter, but she didn't know what to expect. Maybe she could keep that to herself for now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Scotland. Callum sat up as Arinda helped in dressing his wounds. Erlyn was also in the room with them, touching him all over. He couldn't tell her to stop because he knew she was just trying to be nice. She had stayed with him throughout his illness, and for that he was grateful. He had woken up in the midnight, and she was the only one that was there for him. He couldn't thank her enough. "Have you sent a message to Efgerald that I am awake?" he asked Arinda, who shook her head. "I will do that once I am done with this, my lad," she replied. "Why donna ye go now and leave that to me?" asked Erlyn. Arinda at first looked at Callum, then at Erlyn before standing up and leaving. Callum frowned. He could sense that something had happened or was happening, but he couldn't sense what it was. For now, the only thing in his head was the scene that night when his wife had left him and followed her people. No matter how hard he tried to relax, that moment would not let him have peace. "How do ye feel, my lad?" Erlyn asked as she finished dressing the wounds. "A lot better, actually," he replied. "I cannae thank ye enough, my lady. Thank ye for everything that ye have done for me." She smiled and caressed his chin. "Ye should know not to thank me. I just hope you will realise that I am the only woman that will never betray ye." Callum managed to smile, but that statement deeply touched him. She was right. Maybe he had been foolish all along. He had loved the wrong woman and treated the loyal woman wrongly. Her commitment to him was beginning to become more obvious. "Erlyn," he said, holding her hand as she knelt in front of him, "will ye ever forgive me for being so unkind to ye? Ye are right. I was blinded by foreign beauty and foolishness. Ye have always stood by me no matter how badly I treated ye. I hope ye can forgive me." Erlyn smiled and kissed him on his cheeks. "Aye, my love. Why would I not forgive ye? I am joyful that ye can see the truth for yourself. Whatever happened in the past is gone. I will never hold it against ye," she replied, standing up and backing him. Callum frowned. She looked sad, and he didn't understand why. He made an attempt to stand up with her, but he stopped when he felt a sharp pain in his joint. He wasn't strong yet. "What is it, Erlyn? Talk to me." She sniffed and turned to face him. "Everyone thinks me a whore. Ever since I got here, some have tried to chase me out and others have treated me without respect. I had to be strong because I love ye, and I decided to go through the embarrassment and shame that their whispers and looks gave me. But now that ye are awake, everything must change." Callum sighed. "I am sorry, Erlyn. You don't deserve any of those. Still, I'm afraid that once everyone knows you're awake, ye are going to toss me aside like ye have always done. Ye will forget all your promises and send me away again, she sobbed. Callum felt bad on seeing this. "I promise ye, I shall do nothing of such. I know I did that in the past, and for that I am terribly sorry." "Then promise me," she said, kneeling before him. "Promise me that once they come, none of them shall speak to ye in my absence. Whatever they need to say will be said in my presence." Callum frowned. "But, Erlyn—" "Promise me, Callum," she cried. "I do not want them to speak ill of me before ye, lest ye cast me aside." He inhaled and nodded. "I promise whoever shall talk to me or see me or anything at all will do so in your presence." As he made this promise, he thought of Efterald and Sir Rory, but he shrugged. When she heard this, she smiled and placed both hands on each side of his face. "Ye have made me truly happy, my love. I do not want anyone to come in between us again." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "You need to come quickly, my lord," Arinda told him as she found him outside. Efterald frowned. "What happened?" he asked. He had been watching Malcolm as he mounted his horse, ready to go for his customary ride through the village as the new laird. Some of his men were behind him, and he had asked Efterald to come with him. "He is awake," Arinda whispered to Efterald, who felt relieved all of a sudden. He faced Malcolm. "My lord, apologies. I will not be able to follow ye. I need to be around in case your brother wakes up," he said. Malcolm grimaced. "Well, when he decides to join us in the land of the living, tell him I can't wait to see him." Efterald bowed and watched as the men rode away. Once he realised they were far away, he followed Arinda into the castle. "You need to be careful," Arinda said to him. "The lady is not allowing him out of her sight. She wouldn't leave him alone. I tried to talk to him several times, but she never gave me a chance to speak with him." Efterald's face hardened. "It is not your place to tell him, Arinda. Leave that to me. Besides, he will never believe ye anyway. He is still hurt both emotionally and physically. Whatever we need to tell him must be said with caution." Arinda nodded. "Aye, my lord." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When Efterald entered the room, he wasn't surprised when he saw her kissing him. Nevertheless, they were kissing, and it was disgusting. He could feel his stomach turn. Oh, how much he loathed that whore. When they became aware of his presence, they pulled away. But Erlyn sat right beside him on the bed, playing with his hair like a cheap whore would. "Efterald, my loyal friend, I cannae thank ye enough for standing by me through it all." Efterald smiled, taking Callum's hands into his. "I am most delighted to see ye alive and well, my lad. How do ye fare?" "Much better. Erlin told me I was asleep for 3 weeks," he asked. "Aye, my lad," Efgerald replied. Callum looked surprised. "It feels like yesterday to me. What about the casualties?" "They have been taken care of." "What about my cousin?" Callum asked. Efgerald exchanged looks with Arinda. "Well, the new laird is having his customary ride as we speak." When Callum heard this, he wasn't surprised. "Oh, he acted quite fast, didn't he?" They were all quiet for a while, but then Efgerald moved closer. "Can I speak with you alone, my lad?" Callum looked at Erlin for a while and then looked at his friend. "Arinda can excuse us." The lady nodded and left, but Efgerald frowned. "What about her?" he asked, referring to Erlin. "Oh, she stays. Whatever you need to say, ye can say in front of her." Efgerald couldn't believe his ears. He could see the triumphant look in her eyes, but he said nothing more. He was disappointed in Callum. "I am listening, Efgerald," Callum said. "Some other time then, my lad. It can wait," he said, bowed, and took his leave. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "How was it? Did you tell him? Has Lady Erlin left her?" Arinda approached him immediately as he left the room. "Nay, that whore has convinced him to keep her around. He wouldn't make her leave the room. He told me that everything I need to say can be said in front of her." Arinda gasped. "That woman is evil. What are we to do?" "Arinda, the only thing we can do is to find a way to get Callum away from her. I donna know what you have to do, and I donna care what it takes. You've been brave up till this point. Find a way." The woman nodded. "I shall try, my lord." Efgerald nodded and later went to meet Sir Rory in the court. The older man was busy writing. "He is awake," Efgerald said to him. The man looked up. "Thank the gods. Can he speak?" Efgerald nodded. "He can speak, all right. So, did you tell him what happened?" Efgerald shook his head. "There is a big problem." The man looked at him and frowned. "Erlin?" Efgerald nodded. "Aye. She watches over him like a bird on her eggs." Sir Rory sighed. "Leave her. Come sit with me. There is something we need to do first." Chapter 30. "I was told that you had gone out on a raid, so I decided to come back to the castle. She came to your study. She opened the door and found me in there." Callum chuckled. "And what did she say?" "She thought I was going to be afraid of her like the last time. I told her services were no longer required." He laughed out loud when he heard this. "Ye told her that?" She nodded. "That was very brave, my love. I am so proud of ye," he said, kissing her on the lips. "Ye keep surprising me, Gabby. I love ye." She chuckled. "You and I are husband and wife forever and ever," she said, returning his kisses. He kissed her back, but then she stood up and began to walk away. "Come back. Where are you going?" She looked up, laughed, and immediately the room transformed into a battlefield. He was in the middle of a battle, and several men were kicking him, but he was too weak, unable to fight back. "Gabby," he shouted, looking at her as she ran towards a man on the horse. She didn't answer him or look back. A shiny knife was finding its way into his body, and he screamed. The pain set his gut on fire, and he screamed louder as he struggled. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When he opened his eyes, his clothes had turned moist from his heavy sweating. If he hadn't woken up, he would have sworn he wasn't dreaming. Erlin, who seemed to be doing something earlier at a nearby table, stood up. "Still dreaming about Gabby?" she asked. Her jealousy was evident in her voice. Callum took a deep breath. "Aye, I am, again. Why would I dream about her?" "Care to share your dream with me?" she asked, but he shook his head. "Just the memory of that night," he replied. "Sorry I bothered you. I will go back to bed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Erlin watched as he went back to sleep. She was filled with jealousy and hatred. Even in his dream, Gabby was still managing to creep in. She leaned back on her chair. Perhaps it would have been best if she had also died instead of just going back to her parents. At least, that way, she would be sure that she would never come back. She stood up and walked towards Callum. For some days now, she had been trying to make love to him, but he had been resisting her advances, saying he wasn't strong enough. She walked over to the bed and climbed on it. Then she placed a hand on his chest as she lowered her body close to him, kissing him on the neck. Not now, Erlin. You know this. She inhaled and shut her eyes in disappointment. I heard you mumbling to her in your dream. You were telling her that you loved her. After everything she did, you still love her. He stared at her sharply. That was just a dream. It wasn't real. Is it because of Gabby that you are not making love to me? She inquired. Of course not. I dare not have any feelings whatsoever for her anymore. Erlin, please, I need to get back to my sleep. She watched him turn his back as he continued his sleep. She also did the same, even though she was really angry. She didn't know when she would get the chance to make love to him. This time, she planned to get pregnant for him, so that he could finally be hers. Still, she had to wait until he was strong enough. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum couldn't sleep. Every one of his dreams brought back memories of Gabby. He felt like his heart was being ripped out piece by piece. No amount of time that he spent with Erlin made it better. He was angry and sad and needed an explanation. Why would she just betray him all of a sudden? Why? He kept rethinking the events that led up to the invasion, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized that there was no reason for her to betray him. He had just told her that her parents could visit. Everything was perfect between them until it suddenly wasn't. Perhaps she had never truly loved him like he had thought. At least that would explain why she did what she did. He sighed. He desperately needed to talk to F. Gerald or someone, but Erlin was making things difficult. Still, he didn't want to maltreat her because she had been so kind to him. He would need to find a way to meet his friends and talk to them. Taking a final deep breath, he shut his eyes, praying in his mind that he could sleep without seeing her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning, the first person that Callum saw was Malcolm. He was dressed in his laird attire. He had paid him a visit earlier before that day, and Callum had congratulated him on being the laird. Morning, brother, Malcolm said as he got in. How dare you fare? I am better, thank ye, Callum had replied. Malcolm looked at Erlin, who was still lying on the bed, and who completely ignored his presence. This had happened the first time he had come and met her, but Callum thought it was a normal thing. Those two had never actually been friends, even when they were growing up. How is your leg? Malcolm asked, looking at Callum's leg, which was still bandaged. A knife had pierced through his bone, and the bone had been rearranged, but it was yet to heal fully. It is improving. Hopefully it will heal with time. Malcolm nodded. Well, you can take all the time you need to heal. I appreciate your concern, Callum replied, trying to sound as grateful as he could, even though all he desired was to kill that bastard. I have a meeting with one of the clans. I better start going, Malcolm said, attempting to leave. Hold on, brother, said Callum as he remembered something. About the letter. Gabby, she said she wrote some letters and that you helped her deliver those letters. Did that happen? Malcolm shrugged, moving closer to Callum and looking really sorry. I know what I did was terrible, and I regret it, he said, running a hand through his hair. I thought I was being kind to your beloved wife. She said she missed her family, and I thought that it would make her happy. Callum inhaled. He couldn't believe a word that was coming out of his mouth. But Why did you tell her to hide it from me? He asked again. Within that split moment, Callum noticed that Erlyn glanced towards Malcolm, who didn't even look at her. I know, Malcolm said. I am really sorry. I thought you would be angry, and you wouldn't have liked that she was talking with her family. Callum sighed. All of this didn't make any sense. Did you at least get to read the letter afore you sent it to her family? Malcolm chuckled. What kind of man would that make me, if I go reading a letter that was not written to me? He moved closer to Callum and sat beside him on the bed. I know I made a terrible mistake. I look quite as guilty as Gabby was, but believe me, brother, I will never hurt you. Callum fought to keep his calm as he listened to Malcolm. Look, brother, if it makes you feel better, I am ready to go to England and kill every one of them, including that whore too. For whatever reason it was, Callum hated that he called Gabby a whore. He thought of pouncing on Malcolm and separating his head from his neck, but he swallowed. Just tell me, you know I will do anything for ye and for our people, brother. Her entire town will pay for what they did to ye. Nay, Callum replied. I don't want a war, he replied. Someone knocked on the door and one of the servants came in. My lord, it is time, he said to Malcolm, who then stood up. But before he left, he turned to Callum. We need to have war, brother. We need to show them who we are. Callum watched as he and Erlyn exchanged glances, but perhaps that was just his imagination. Malcolm left and Erlyn got up from the bed. Erinda came in shortly with a cup of tea. Why wouldn't you go to war? She eventually asked, while Erinda cleaned the room. Because I do not want to, he replied, not wanting to discuss anything with her. But she did something terrible. Why wouldn't you take your revenge? He sighed, tired of talking. Erinda, please. When is the healer supposed to attend to my wounds? He asked. He will be here soon, she said and stood up. He watched as she left the room while Erlyn sat at the table, apparently not happy with his decision. Do you still love her? After everything she did? I am tired. I do not wish to talk about anything right now. She said nothing anymore, but stood up and left the room. He heaved a huge sigh of relief when the door opened and Erinda hurried in. My lord, please, you need to come with me right away. Back to your study. I can help you. He frowned. Why? What are you talking about? As they were talking, Efgerald also came in. No, that will not be necessary, Erinda, he said, coming closer to Callum. What is going on here? Asked Callum, confused about everything. Efgerald brought out an envelope which he handed to him. These are the real letters that Gabby wrote. We do not have much time before Erlyn comes back into the room. Open the envelope. You will find some drawings of where our defences are weakest. I cannae think of anyone who gains more from all these than your cousin, and I believe that Lady Erlyn helped him. You cannae trust her, my laird. Callum frowned and collected the envelope from him. Are you saying Gabby didn't betray me? He asked, just to be sure. Nay, she didn't, my laird, Erinda replied. Anne, Lady Bannock's maid, is my friend, as you know. She told me all about their quiet meetings in her house, and she was the one who found the letters as well. She showed me how Lady Erlyn forged Gabby's hand and sent our secrets to England. Callum shut his eyes. He felt like a rope had just been loosened from around his neck. But then, why did Gabby leave so soon with her people if she wasn't guilty of anything? You need to find a way to make Erlyn confess her part in this, Efgerald said as the door opened and Erlyn barged in. She looked startled and slowed herself as she noticed the tension in the room. Callum folded the letter carefully into his cloth without being noticed. Then he quickly said, You too have to leave. I do not want to hear Gabby's name ever again. She betrayed me, and that is it. If ye too cannae see that, then I cannae trust ye either. Erinda and Efgerald exchanged looks. But, my lad, put in Efgerald. Enough, Callum shouted, and the two bowed and left. Erlyn walked over to where he was sitting. What happened? You were right, Callum said. I should never talk to them when you're not here. Erlyn smiled as she heard this. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 4 days to go, said Gabby as she went through the jewellery she would be wearing on her wedding day. Her mother smiled. They were both in her mother's room, going through the wedding plan. When did you last see Ronnie? Lady Diane asked as she tried on a gold necklace. A few days ago, Gabby replied. Did you tell him all those things you told us? Her mother asked. Gabby shook her head while helping her mother to fasten the necklace. I told him some parts of the story, but not all of it. I do not want him to think that I do not want to marry him. Lady Diane smiled, now looking at herself in the mirror. I think you should have this necklace. It suits you better. She unhooked the chain and handed it to her daughter. Do you miss Callum? Lady Diane asked. Gabby sighed. Ever since she told her parents the truth about what happened, she didn't have to hide anything from them anymore. She was also closer to her mother now than ever. I miss him every day, Mother, but it is nothing compared to the pain of not being able to tell him the truth. Malcolm would have become the laird, and maybe Erlyn would have finally married him. I just feel so bad, Mother, knowing I can help, but I am unable to. Lady Diane sighed. That's guilt, but even if you do go back and try to make things right, his people may not listen to you. And what if this leads to another battle? Then we will go on and on. You think this can lead to another battle? Gabby asked. Of course. I am surprised that we have not been attacked yet, but thanks to the prince, we have about 20 times more men than we had before. This might be the only thing keeping them away. Gabby inhaled deeply. Even if I go to him and explain, would he believe me? Even if he does believe you, put in her mother, are you still going to be his wife? This was a hard question for her to answer. She thought of Ronnie and how he has been nothing but kind to her. He always listened, never tried to control her like a husband would. He was becoming more and more like the friend that she thought she had lost. The last time she saw him, he took her on a hunting trip. He was surprised at how good she was, and she didn't hide how Callum had taught her everything she now knows. He even made a joke about her marriage to Callum. Ronnie is a good person, Mother, she finally said. He has been patient, tolerant, and he has been so wonderful. All these make it very hard to want to hurt him again. So, the more I think about making a choice, even if I had the chance, the harder I realise I may need to give up my happiness to make him happy. He truly deserves it. But you love Callum more. You just want to do this to please Ronnie. She nodded. That's right. Callum is the air I breathe. Chapter 31. Lady Erlyn watched as Callum fell fast asleep that night, and she stood up quietly. She needed to see Malcolm, and she hoped he would have returned from his parade. Some minutes later, she was at the south wing, which led to Malcolm's chamber. Some guards standing outside stopped her. Please, I need to see him. Tell him I need to talk to him, she stated angrily. Apologies, my lady, but he told us not to let you in, stated one of the guards. Erlyn gasped in horror. He told you that? Just as the guards nodded, Malcolm stepped out of his chamber. Let her in, he said, and went back in. Erlyn scowled at the guards before going back in. Shut the door. Ye only have a few minutes, Malcolm ordered, climbing to his bed. Erlyn looked around his room, folding her arms. Do ye think a battle will help? He frowned. I cannae go into war blindly. If we go now, there is a chance that they are expecting us and are better prepared. Besides, Callum is not in support of the idea of war. She sighed. What do ye need me to do? She asked. He stared at her, looking confused. You already did what ye can do. You have the man you want. Why are you interested in war? She was quiet. She couldn't tell him that she thought Callum might still be interested in Gabby, or that he might not share the same feelings with her. She couldn't bear to hear Malcolm gloat now. Hold on. Did not tell me that you want more. he asked, looking amused. Erlin looked away, unable to meet his gaze. This seemed to have awakened his curiosity. He stood up and walked up to her as if trying to read her mind. Poor Erlin. He doesn't trust you, does he? He asked. You are afraid that he still loves her, aren't you? She sighed without saying anything. What do I need to die? Well, if you want me to start a war, then I would need something from ye as well. That is what I keep asking ye. What do I need today to make ye kill her? He chuckled. I will have to think about it, but first he has to give up his laird position. She gasped. What? Yes, it is either he gives up the laird position or he dies, and I have total control. The lady walked back in horror, not believing what she had just heard. You want to kill your own brother? Malcolm scoffed. We are nay brothers. We have been competitors for a long time. You know this. Everyone knows this. Even Isabella knew it. She swallowed. I thought you wanted Gabby for yourself. He chuckled. I was never interested in her. You see, I have always wanted to take everything he has away from him. Gabby was attractive, and I felt the sudden need to have her. But after a while, I realised I needed to let her go to get what I have always wanted. And what is that? He walked closer to her, gritting his teeth as he said, to see him suffer, wounded and broken, just like I was on the night Isabella chose him over me, and on the night she died. He could have protected her. I would have done anything to keep her safe, but he failed. He was nowhere to be found when she was shot with an arrow. Sometimes I wonder what she saw in him. He looked at her in disgust. I donny understand what you'll see in him, but luckily I never desired ye, so I was fine if you two ended up together. I do not care about you. She swallowed. He is not as evil as ye are, she spat angrily. But here ye are, working with me, he retorted sharply. He is not going to die. I donny want him to die. If he dies, I will have lost everything. Has he even touched you yet? He asked. That is none of your business, she replied immediately. No wonder he cannae stop thinking about Gabby. Word was that she was a virgin. How can ye compete with that? I am certain that every night he dreams of his manhood inside her and his head buried between her soft breasts. How could anyone forget that? Erlin couldn't take it any longer. He was talking about killing the love of her life. She was afraid of him, but now her fear was dissolving into rage. He had better stop before she did something she would regret. He shook his head. You have 2 days to make sure he gives up his position as laird. As you saw him today, his leg is healing rather fast, and I know he feels he is at an advantage over me. Once he is healthy, they may want to make him the laird again when I have barely started to rule. If ye do not get him to stop his ambition, it will be the end of him. Erlin stared hard at him. Her hatred was clearly visible in her eyes. She rushed out of the room. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Malcolm watched as she left and shut the door after her. If she failed to do what was necessary, he would not hesitate to do the needful, and that might include killing her as well. He sighed and went back to his bed. He had been the laird for a few days, and he loved receiving the love, power, and respect he truly deserved. He thought about the possibility of going to war now, but he actually didn't want to take the risk. When the English attacked, he wasn't even there. He was far away, somewhere close to the graveyard where he could see and hear Gabby and Callum having their little chat about him. He was even angrier when she told him about the letter. Women could be so foolish at times. When the clan was attacked, he could also see from where he hid far away. He watched with pleasure when his cousin was kicked and beaten by the English soldiers as Gabby was taken away. He smiled as he remembered that scene. It was only right for him to watch him suffer the way he did. He was made the temporary laird pending the time the real laird would be healthy enough and would take back the position. Soon enough, when the elders realised he was getting stronger, they would give Callum his position and reduce him to nothing again, just like they did to his father. He wasn't having that. His men were already working on convincing the elders with whatever means were necessary to allow him to retain his position as laird. He owed that to his father, and he was desperate to make his father proud. He was prepared both for Erlin's failure and her success. If she succeeded in convincing him to forget about being the laird, he would still have to end her life one way or another to protect their secret. Still, if it was the other way round, he was already making plans for that. But one thing was sure. She had to die. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum kept on reading through the letters in his hands. Erlin had left the room earlier and was yet to come back. This had given him enough time to go through everything Eftgerald had told him. There were the 2 letters that Gabby had written to her parents, and the half-burnt letter that contained important information about the protection of their town. This was the information that was used to attack them. The enemies knew where to get in and where to attack. Callum knew that Gabby would never have known this. There was no way she would have known this. The only person who could know this was no other than a warlord with something to gain. Malcolm. He sighed. He also recognised the handwriting. It was an effortful blend of Gabby's calm hand and Erlin's less refined strokes. Eftgerald was right. Erlin had been working with Malcolm all the while, and now he could also understand why she didn't want any of them to speak to him in her absence. She was afraid that her secret could come out. That whore? Callum shut his eyes as he folded the letters back and hid them somewhere in his robe. He was happy that Gabby hadn't betrayed him, but he was sadder that he had thought she was capable of doing so. The memory of that night came back to him. How he had attacked her and accused her of being a betrayer. He could remember the look in her eyes as if she had just been slapped. She was hurt when he accused her, but he thought she was just pretending. He should have been more patient. Now it was clear that Malcolm had only tried to turn them against each other so that Erlin could come between them, and so that he, Malcolm, could have the chance to become the laird. There was another letter inside, which Eftgerald had written personally to explain everything that they had found out. He had also said that he and Sir Rory were working on maintaining his laird position, because Malcolm had been going about turning the elders against Callum. It was also written that he needed to lay low and not confront Erlin in case she lied and refused to admit the truth. They needed her to confess. While he was going through this, the door opened and he shut his eyes immediately. The room was a bit dark, as he had put out the torch when he was done reading the letter. The only thing that lightened the room was a little candle which was on the reading table. He could see her as she moved from the door to the table. She took a quick glance at him where he lay. She looked lost in thought, and then she sighed. Looking at her from where she sat without launching at her took a lot of control. This woman had deceived him several times, using his situation against him. Something told him she had probably gone to see Malcolm, but he was not certain. Still, he lay quietly on the bed watching her. All of a sudden, she stood up and brought a bottle of whiskey from somewhere below the table. Callum was surprised that she had hidden whiskey in his room all along. She emptied some in the cup in her hand, and then drank it all in one gulp. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Erlin had lots of things going on in her head. She poured some more into her cup. She had brought the drink with her from her home. It was the only thing that could motivate her into doing something that seemed impossible to do. And right at that moment, she needed something really badly, and she knew that she could never go another night without it. She desperately wanted to make love to him. She knew that he was strong enough for that. No wonder he canny stopped thinking about Gabby. Word was that she was a virgin. How can you compete with that? I am certain that every night he dreams of his manhood inside her and his head buried between her soft breasts. How could anyone forget that? She poured more drink and gulped it down, as Malcolm's voice came into her head. She tried to pour more, but she realised she was left with an empty bottle. She had finished it all. Before she would get him into giving up the laird role, she needed something first. Hopefully, getting him to make love with her would cause him to listen to everything she was going to say to him. She licked the bottom of her lip and stood up, removing her clothes until she was left with only her underskirt. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum wasn't sure what was happening, but he could see that she was getting naked right in front of him. He knew this would happen eventually. She had been asking for it even before he was strong enough to stand. He closed his eyes as she turned around and was coming closer to the bed, where he lay. She climbed on the bed and waited for a while before placing her hand on his bare chest. He only had his kilt on. She caressed it for a while before lowering her head to kiss him on the lips. He pretended to be startled and opened his eyes. The first thing he saw were her full breasts almost touching his forehead as she crossed over to sit fully on top of him, burying her head into his chest, kissing him all over. "What are you doing?" he demanded. But she never stopped. Quickly, he gripped her hands and pushed her a bit backward to look into her face. "What are you doing?" he demanded again. She sniggered. "What does it look like?" He could smell the strong scent of whiskey on her breath as she spoke. She leaned in closer, trying to untie his kilt, and he grabbed her hands. "Stop it!" She chuckled, but desperately clung to his kilt, pulling it down and trying to get rid of it, while at the same time rubbing her chest and body all over him. He was beginning to get angry. "I said stop it! What is wrong with ye?" "What is wrong with ye?" she shouted back. "Donna ye want me?" she demanded. "I do not want this," he said as calmly as he could. "But I day," she shouted back and began to kiss him again. Angrily, he pushed her away so quickly that she fell on the floor. "Get a hold of yourself, woman. I said I am not interested in making love to ye. I do not want ye," he shouted at her, throwing a blanket at her. She was surprised when she found herself on the floor. Then she stood up, covering herself with the blanket. He could see the hurt in her eyes as she looked at him. "Ye do not want me," she started, "but ye want Gabby, donna ye, despite everything she did to ye. Ye still want that Sassenach slut." "Never speak of her like that," he warned, rising to a sitting position. "Or what?" she demanded. "She has put you under a Sassenach spell. You canna even think. Maybe you really do deserve to die. I have tried to protect ye and to win your love for so long, but ye are too foolish and so blind. Ye canna see those who actually care about ye." She stumbled to the table and drained the empty bottle before throwing it across the room. The bottle crashed against the wall into tiny pieces. "Get a hold of yourself," he shouted at her. "I love Gabby, and I still do." "How can you still love her?" she screamed at him. "Why donna you love me instead? Is all this really about her innocence? I wish she was dead. I wish we didn't just send her away. I wish Malcolm had tried to have her murdered, instead of pretending she betrayed ye." Callum chuckled and rose to his feet. "Erlyn, can ye hear yourself?" "I would do anything for ye, Callum," she said softly as tears flooded at her cheeks. "I would even kill for ye, but ye are so blinded by her beauty and spells. When Isabella died, I was glad. I thought at least I have ye to myself, but now that slut has taken my place again. Malcolm really must kill ye." Callum chuckled and kept on looking as the door opened and the guards came in with Efgerold. "Did ye hear all she has said?" Callum asked the four guards. "Aye, my laird," the guards chorused. "Take her away and go arrest my cousin too. Treasonous lots." Eftred nodded and the guards took Erlin out as she kept on screaming. Finally, Callum sat on the bed. "Thank ye so much, my friend. All this would never have been possible if not for ye." Eftred smiled. "And Sir Rory?" "What about the spy he sent to Hawkshire? You wrote that in the letter." Eftred nodded. "Aye, I have bad news." "What is it?" "Gabby is getting married tomorrow. I am so sorry." Callum's heart sank as he heard this. "She didn't make any attempt to come back to me." "Well, ye accused her of betrayal. Think of what she must be passing through right now. Knowing our ways, it was probably best for her to stay with her people." He relaxed his body into his bed, but his mind raced on the fastest horse towards Hawkshire. Epilogue. It was her wedding day. After a few days of rigorous planning and last-minute changes, her mother had assured her that every single detail regarding the wedding would be perfect. She inhaled a deep breath. It was still unbelievable that she was getting married to Ronnie that day. She had battled with her guilt and everything in between, and here she was. "Would you sit still, please?" her mother mumbled while fixing her hair. Gabby looked at her in the mirror and offered her an apologetic look. "Here are more pins, my lady," Sophie said as she entered the room. "Thanks, Sophie. You can keep them somewhere. I may not need them anymore." "Okay," Sophie replied and left. "Sit still, Gabby. I'm nearly done. There is no reason to keep moving your head. See, done." She leaned down and rested her head against Gabby's shoulder. "Do you like it?" "It's so beautiful," she said in a sad whisper. "Good," said her mother, squeezing Gabby's shoulder before walking back to admire what she had done. Quickly, her mother fixed a cathedral veil to the back of Gabby's hair so that it sat on top of the train and floated in the air at the slightest movement. A knock sounded and Gabby saw her father. He gasped as he saw her. "Oh, my darling, look at you," he said, walking closer to her. "You look absolutely stunning. You are so beautiful, and I am so proud of you." Gabby smiled as her father embraced her. She could feel the tears gathering. Those were not tears of happiness. They were those of sadness. "Are you ready?" asked her father, extending his hand to her. Taking one more look at her mother and then at Sophie, she sighed and nodded, taking her father's hand. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As the two left, Lady Diane inhaled deeply. "Are you okay, my lady?" Sophie asked. "I keep feeling we are doing such a terrible thing, Sophie." Sophie nodded. "Did she tell you about Callum?" Lady Diane nodded. "Yes, she told her father and me, and I can't stop thinking about it. She must feel so helpless, and I'm feeling guilty. Do you think I am making a mistake?" Sophie smiled. "Well, my lady, you are doing what you think is right." When Lady Diane heard this, she looked at Sophie and suddenly said, "There is something I need to do." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ronnie was nervous. He couldn't help himself. He stood at the top of the aisle right in front of the rows of guests that had been invited by the Earl. He kept clasping and unclasping his hands. Then he would pace for a few strides, sit down, and then stand up again. "The bride is here!" one of the guests shouted, and Ronnie turned to face the aisle. He could see Lady Diane as she slipped through the closed doors, which were at the opposite end of the aisle, before walking gracefully to her seat. They had just talked, and he was still battling with all she had said to him. The music began with the organ, which started to play a wedding tune. The guests stood up from their seats. All eyes were focused on the door. When he spotted her, Ronnie felt his heart race. She walked elegantly down the aisle like a vision in a white glide. Sophie held the train of her dress while Brooke and Bertie followed her. When she got to the top of the aisle, he stepped forward and offered her his arm. He linked his arm with hers and they turned towards the priest. "We are gathered here today to—" He looked at her, but he could see through the transparent veil that she was sad, perhaps sadder than she had ever been. He could hear the priest reciting the rites and he followed along, but he wasn't comfortable with himself. Lady Diane was right. If there is anyone here who does not want these two to get married, they should speak up now. The priest started. With all the courage and strength in him, Ronnie raised his hands. Everyone, including Gabby, gasped. "Ronnie, what are you doing?" she asked, looking at him surprised. He walked closer to her and lifted up her veil. She looked really beautiful and so confused. He held a hand to her cheek warmly. "You know, the last time I saw you happy with me was when you were telling me about Callum, and you were talking to me like your best friend. I missed that, and I do not want that to change. I love you, but I need to accept that you are not for me. Standing outside is a carriage with about 50 men, waiting to accompany you back to Scotland to make things right with Callum. Honestly, I didn't expect you to make it up to this point. Neither did I expect that I would be saying this, but I was prepared to help you find your love if you couldn't marry me." Gabby was dumbfounded. She couldn't say anything, but the warm tears washed down her cheeks. She threw her arms around him and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you." He watched as she removed her veil, ran to her mother and hugged her, kissed her sisters and her father, who was still in shock. Then she ran out of the church while everyone watched, confused at what just happened. "What just happened?" her father demanded from his wife. "She has to be happy, Lord Henry. She deserves it, and you know it." After this, Lady Diane walked up to Ronnie and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you so much." Ronnie sighed as he walked out of the church. He felt better, happier, relieved, and ready for his own adventure. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Callum watched himself in the mirror as he was handed his robe, fully dressed as the laird that he had once again become. Still, he was sad. "Thank ye," he said to his men who bowed and left. Efterod walked in. "You look like a great man, my laird." Callum chuckled. "Thank ye, my friend. Is there anything I need to know?" "Erlyn and your brother have been banished and will be prosecuted if they ever return to the clan. The elders were lenient because they are both of royal blood. All the men that worked with them will remain locked up for 6 months, just like ye asked." "Good. Any news about Gabby?" Efterod shook his head. "I think it is best if you ask her yourself." Callum frowned and turned around. "What are you talking about?" Efterod shrugged and shouted, "Arinda!" Just then, the door opened, and there was Arinda, followed by Gabby, who was dressed in a white flowing gown, her wedding gown. Callum felt his heart cease as he saw her. She looked like an angel as she walked in. "Callum, I am so sorry. I didn't write those letters. He silenced her with just one kiss, which gave Arinda and Efterod a sign to leave them alone. When he finally pulled away from her, they were both breathless. "I know everything now, and I am so sorry that it took me so long to love you and trust you, and "Tay believe ye," he said to her. Gabby chuckled, kissing him on the cheeks. "I never, ever want to be without you." "My life is nothing without ye," he said as he pulled her closer for more kisses. They cried and laughed in each other's embrace. Read or listen the next story now. Save more with our bundles.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch on of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.